In the past 15 years, there's been a small rollback in numbers of incarcerated people, more signs of organized resistance inside, and more former prisoners involved in anti-mass incarceration work. That's all to the good, but the actual conditions of life inside remain horrendous. For the uninitiated, it's worth looking at the monthly Prison Legal News for a sense of just how degrading, dehumanizing, violent, and corrupt the American Gulag has become on a mass scale. The system is designed this way, and it's gotten worse because of its sheer size, entrenchment, lack of accountability, longer sentences, and damaging effects felt far beyond steel cages used for social control. My proudest achievements inside were my political advocacy through my writing and pro-se representation at trials and the positive impact I've had on other prisoners I did time with. 116. It starts by setting an example, how you carry yourself, what you say and how you say it, mental and physical discipline, avoiding the traps, demonstrating kindness without weakness, utilizing political education and consciousness raising. My political writing circulated widely among prisoners, so I was well known as someone who resisted the system with whatever weapons could be had, be guns or pencils. By positive impact, I mean having some part, however small, in seeing the mindset of some prisoners evolve from clueless and or reactionary to conscious, with a new political perspective on their situation vis-a-vis the prison industrial complex and its role as an enforcer of class and white supremacy. That kind of change in a person is a beautiful thing to see. Politics and priso. And dynamics. When I arrived at USP Atlanta, they dragged me out in SEG for months, where horrible civil rights violations prevailed. I began documenting these violations and a cover-up in GP that involved an asbestos-contaminated section of the prison. All this was happening when the prison was scheduled for an ACA accreditation inspection. The administration became aware that related information I was sending out about the situation was being published. I was walking a tightrope because any confrontation with the administration over conditions, or any confrontations with reactionary prisoners or guards I encountered in SEG, risked having me returned to ADX. A movement lawyer friend offered to negotiate with the administration. That negotiation resulted in an offer, drop the SEG and asbestos issues, and they'd release me into GP. So, I dropped he issues. That's always troubled me. I rationalized it by avoiding a return to ADX and setting the stage for my release 4 years later. You can't win every battle, so you have to be strategic about which battles you pick. Underlying your decision is your prison sentence. Someone doing 1 to 5 might decide differently than someone doing 10 to 15, who may decide differently than someone doing 20, THIRD-WORLDISM. 40. The best defense for a political prisoner against potentially hostile individuals and groups is to gain their respect. I did that with groups, and mostly so with individuals. A lot has to do with how you carry yourself inside. I had no serious problems with groups or gangs, and I was around the heaviest gangbangers in the federal system. They have a sort of begrudging respect for those who challenge the prison, are fit to defend themselves, and who are not profit motivated. I was in conflict with guards and administration from 1969 to near the last couple years of my 1984 to 2004 bid. Physical assaults, suits, disciplinary charges, and so on. I have zero empathy for anyone making $1 off the American Gulag. In 1969 to 1971, the racial tension at TSP and Brushy infected all aspects of life there. Ubiquitous and pernicious. Lots of KKK mentality. Racial barriers were real. There were problems as soon as I crossed the color line in the segregated mess hall and hung out with black prisoners. I was threatened by guards and the administration for not staying with my own kind. After stints in solitary, they transferred me to Brushy Mountain, where James Earl Ray and his admirers were. 117. Brushy was an early supermax and spin-off of the convict leasing NG system. Once a week, we boxed in a makeshift ring. My choice was to fight the baddest racist white boys in the ring or take my chances sans gloves whenever someone wanted to go at me. I opted for the ring, which earned me a measure of respect. The place was so racist, I was the only white to box with black prisoners. I was in a fight with a white dude who came at me within a week of my release. If I'd been there any longer, I don't know if I'd ever have been able to walk out in one piece. When I was in from 1984 to 2004, I wrote and spoke against racism wherever I was, emphasizing solidarity as the prisoner's greatest weapon and racial conflict as prisoner's greatest weakness. I tried to carry myself accordingly. Interracial relationships: political prisoners are an interracial group and always gravitate to each other wherever they are, associating with conscious brothers. The worst racial violence was gang-related, which I managed to avoid. Prison being prison, racism is always present, either overt or covered. One has to be ready for the worst to manifest itself without warning. Circumstances allowed me to spend various amounts of time with Tom and all my co-defendants. Also with Oscar Lopez Rivera, Filiberto Ojeda Rios, Muchalo Shakur, Sundiata Akalai, Alan Berkman, Ed Mead, Kojo Bomani, Bill Dunn. These were opportunities to share ideas, provide mutual support, share resources, develop trial strategies, develop political prisoner support, and to various degrees foster closer personal relationships. After the trials were concluded, I was always separated from co-defendants. To be around other political prisoners inside was a source of strength and well-being for me. When I wasn't around another political prisoner, I more acutely felt the loneliness of the long-distance CE runner. I was able to do some political work while imprisoned. Pertaining to 1984 to 2004, it began with representing myself pro se. In court proceedings/trials, the defense/support committees that were formed, published political writings, media interviews, and the never-ending politicizing among prisoners. Violence in prison is inevitable. It's a fact of life and death in cages. Political consciousness raising means discouraging needless violence between prisoners and encouraging a view that identifies the real enemy. I don't really know how best to cope with casual violence. What I did do was try to keep from being one of its victims. One thing I did was to always be armed. Since the one weapon you have with you 24/7 is your body, I kept my martial arts skills honed and kept my strength and conditioning at AHI level. I've been in SMU, MCC, Harvard FDC, Marion, and ADX. I was sent to Marion and ADX as an administrative transfer because of my political beliefs/associations. I've done disciplinary time in SEG, but mostly I was kept in SEG or administrative hold, not disciplinary. MCC and Hartford FDC were small group isolation units. My placement in these units was administrative, not disciplinary. Comparing these units/prisons to general populations is like comparing apples and oranges. There are common threads but substantive differences. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is essential. Without it, already isolated and vulnerable prisoners become increasingly isolated and vulnerable. To a lesser or greater degree, I always felt supported, though the level of support for our group never reached the level it should have. Supporters need to embrace PPS as our political prisoners. This personal/political connection with the imprisoned is a powerful motivator. There's always more to be done as long as there are political prisoners, and as long as cages are used as a method of social control. There's a sort of pecking order that's existed for a long time, whereby some PPS receive extensive support while others receive little. Attempts to address this issue by uniting various support groups under one banner have failed or had limited success. Somewhere in the future, there needs to be greater unity in effort. There's an old guerrilla adage, recruit or die. Outside support groups need to expand their numbers with an eye toward improving the quality and increasing the quantity of THIRD work. I think there is, generally speaking, more unity among prisoners now than in 2004 when I was released, albeit still far short of what it needs to be to mount more serious challenges. It's encouraging to see so many former prisoners involved in political activism, more than I've seen since the height of the prisoner rights movement in the 1970s. More former political prisoners have been politically active these past 25 years because a relatively large number were released during this period, and they retained their core values, did not forget those left behind, and organizing/advocacy is in their DNA. Read Soledad Brother, The Prison Letters of George Jackson, and other books by activist prisoners. Realize that you're entering a danger zone and the best body armor you can have is the respect and support of others. Remember that life in the Gulag is still life. Affirm life, defend life. Reject the worst that imprisonment brings to bear. 114 The United Freedom Front was a group of working-class revolutionaries who engaged in armed struggle against U.S. imperialism in solidarity with freedom struggles in South Africa, Palestine, and throughout Central America in the 1980s. Actions done by some of these same people during the 1970s were done in the name of the Sam Melville, Jonathan Jackson Unit. Sam Melville was a political prisoner who was murdered in the aftermath of the September 1971 Attica uprising. Jonathan Jackson was murdered in an attempted kidnapping at the Marin County Courthouse in August 1970 in an attempt to free his brother, politicized prisoner George Jackson. 115 Richard Williams and Tom Manning were members of the UF who were captured in 1984 and subsequently died while still incarcerated, Williams in 2005 and Manning in 2019. 116 The legal term pro se refers to self-representation in a court of law, directly translated from Latin as for oneself or on one's own behalf. 117 James Earl Ray was convicted of the 1968 assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. He escaped Brushy Mountain State Prison briefly in 1977 and died behind bars in 1998. Elizabeth McAllister. Elizabeth McAllister is a founder of the Jonah House in Baltimore and has been involved in anti-nuclear plowshares actions and other acts of resistance for over 50 years. 118. She is the widow of Philip Berrigan. In order to raise their children and maintain the Jonah House, the two often took turns serving prison terms for their acts of nonviolent civil disobedience. Liz McAllister was involved in the Harrisburg 7 case, where she, Philip, and 5 others were charged with planning to kidnap Henry Kissinger. Most recently, Liz was one of the Kings Bay Plowshares 7 Plowshares activists who entered Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay in Georgia on April 4, 2018 and performed symbolic acts of disarmament. Liz served 28 months at the Alderson Federal Detention Center for Women in the 1980s, and she spent 17 months imprisoned in Georgia for her actions with the Kings Bay Plowshares 7. She also served numerous other sentences for her activism, usually for 6 months at a time or less. According to Liz, she served a total of maybe 5.5 years in prison for her direct actions. Because of Liz's late-stage dementia, she was joined by her daughter, Frida Berrigan, who graciously helped to clarify certain dates and locations. Frida published It Runs in the Family, on being raised by radicals and growing into rebellious motherhood, in which she talks about growing up with her parents in and out of prison. P. Risen life. One of the things that I found absolutely essential for survival in prison is to take the time to be alone and to pray. So, I would make that an absolute priority. I knew that without that I wasn't going to be able to walk that walk. It was needed as much as breathing, practically. That was the beginning of every day and the end of the day and at periods throughout the day. Do you adapt to it, or do you just try to walk your own walk, around or in the midst of it? There isn't any kind of culture that is attractive. You have to create whatever you want to have supporting you. You have to do your daily praying and your daily interacting with different people and keep the head and the heart as alive as possible. Not to do that is to just allow yourself to go to pieces. You need to work at it every single day. You need to develop the kind of friendships where you can have a serious conversation with somebody. Once you start something like that, it just becomes so clear how important it is to other people as well as oneself. You have to work at it, and you can do that all the better with others. You're trying to find people who will take a walk with you on a daily basis and do more reflecting together, do some praying together, do some reading together, share things that we've come across that have meaning and that lift us up and make us think beyond ourselves into the world we're living in and how we can make a difference. As far as jails themselves, I don't think one is more colorful than another. What do you do with it, and how do you spend your day? That's what makes a big difference. You spend your day doing some good reading, doing some good interacting with people who are willing to interact on some kind of serious level. Talking with them, reading, and things of that sort are super important to keep in your head. Frida. In Alderson in 1984, 1985, and 1986, Mom was there with a number of her co-defendants, Claire Grady, Jackie Allen, Sister Ann Montgomery, Suzanne Schmidt, and Kathleen Rumpf. 119. And then other Plowshares people came in and out. Mom worked on the grounds crew, so she was outside every day. There was a camp aspect to Alderson, at the time anyway, that seemed very attractive. They could do knitting and art projects and work in the greenhouse and all of that, and so that may have made it better. But there was a little bit of looseness around the edges of the institution that allowed for that. When Mom was sentenced for the Kings Bay Plowshares action and her co-defendants started going off to jail, many had bonded out before trial, and Mom didn't. When they started getting sentenced, the judge was very clear that they weren't going to the same institutions. So, everybody's serving their sentences very much alone. They're very far away from one another. I think that would stand out for a number of reasons as a somewhat positive prison experience. There were contact visits and that sort of thing. Liz. I don't think I ever lost hope inside. What was important for me, and I think is important for anybody doing time, is to have one's own schedule for the day. And prayer is essential for survival. I knew that, and I took that very, very seriously. It's what gets you through. You begin the day with prayer, and you intersperse prayer throughout the day in order to just keep on keeping on. There are no solutions that we can do that are on our own. We need that spirit, we need that inspiration, we need that prayer. We need the prayer of others, and we need to pray ourselves. You are walking into something that could be very, very destructive without that. I have lived long enough with people who've been in and out of jails and prisons, and I have been able to do some sharing on what one needs to make it, and to not just make it but to grow with it, to grow from it. Maybe even help to make a difference in the time that others are doing. Because you get together, and you talk about things that are important to talk about, and you boost one another up, you keep the conversation alive, you keep it going, you keep it about things that are important, things we should be thinking about and talking and praying about. There was a lot that went on that was very life-giving. For me, and I'm sure it was for other people as well. I think good interactions with other people are always a source of joy. To see people who have been down in the dumps, who are able to talk and interact and smile, and even to get a good laugh, that's a joy. It's rich. It says that our interaction with one another as inmates makes a radical difference, or can make a radical difference. So keep it up, keep it going. Because if people can keep that alive, then we can make a difference. My mom, Elizabeth, died while I was at Alderson. I was able to get a furlough to attend the funeral. I think that was in 1985. Frida. She was quite elderly, and perhaps mom went into prison having said goodbye, and sort of made her peace with that, with her mom. But it was still a loss and a hard way to experience a funeral. For a big Irish family, everybody's gathered, and mom came in with 2 marshals. I was little at the time, so I don't have very strong impressions of them personally, but they were present throughout the funeral, the burial, and the ceremony. I don't think she was handcuffed, but they were keeping a close eye on her the whole time. I think it affected the whole family. It certainly affected my aunts and uncles too. See that? Liz. I think prisons have definitely gotten worse. Some of the things that are somewhat humane get cut short, and then in the next year they get cut shorter. They keep doing this. It comes down after a while to it being on your own shoulders to come up with things that you can do with the other inmates that can make a difference to our lives there together. There are other inmates who respond to those opportunities with energy and enthusiasm. It makes a difference, and it's a good thing to be doing. The time when one's head is active and also interactive with other people, well, you need that so much in those settings, because they are radically impoverished. Anything like that you have going is really going to come from the inmates, it's not going to come from any source. Walking into a jail cell and being surrounded by people that you don't know, trying to develop relationships, it's rich and rare. What becomes clear is that these are other human beings, and they are not home, and they are in some strange place, and they're trying to make it. What can we do? What can I do? What can I say to this person, that's going to be a source of life and joy rather than a put down? How can I develop that? And when you can begin developing that, it can get very, very rich, and very, very good. It's clear that's something the others want as well. They really, really respond to one another, respond to anybody who is going to initiate a conversation that has some life and wholesome loving spirit to it, rather than bitching and complaining. When you can share something and people get a laugh out of it, it's so great. It creates an atmosphere where others will do some reading that they'll want to share too. To keep it alive as much as you possibly can, that's what you're trying to do. But also to be willing to just sit down and listen to what another is walking with, and, if you have some insights, to share them. But mostly it's a matter of listening and being empathetic and sympathetic. Maybe empathetic more than empathetic. Politics and priso. And dynamics. You live out your principles in prison the same way that you try to live them at home. It's a different geography, but you can still greet people. You can still ask them questions that can bring out either something they're wrestling with or something they're joyful about. If you can do that for people, that's a gift, T's a joy. People need to be listened to. You need to take time to hear what they're struggling with. I mean, everybody's struggling with being where they are, but it has different dimensions to it depending on what family they've left behind, what situation their family is living in, who's taking care of children if there are children. Are the children keeping in touch? Are the people who are caring for the children keeping in touch? These make huge differences in people's ability to do time, knowing that their kids are okay and well cared for. It makes a huge difference. If that isn't happening for some people, then once in a while it's good to sit down with them and help them write a letter. Doing this helps people maintain relationships with their children. What's going on? What are they reading? Is somebody reading to them at night? Is there something I can send that you can read? I had friendships develop with people of color, with people of different races. It takes a lot of work, but it's a good thing to do. It's a good thing to embrace. I found it enriching to be able to walk with somebody whose whole upbringing, whose whole faith commitment, is different. It's good to respect that, to learn about that, to hear about that, and to see that, yes, of course, that's a different approach than I take, but it's an approach that this person is using that has managed to bring her to this point in her life and is carrying her through this experience in ways that are beneficial. So, right on. At Alderson there were also Puerto Rican independentistas. Somewhere between 2 to 5 individuals, who were doing something like 30 to 50-year sentences. The 3 years I served then, or single-year sentences, were small potatoes in comparison. It was an embarrassment of riches. I think it wasn't accidental that I wasn't imprisoned alongside other political prisoners. I think that those locking us up wanted to keep certain elements apart from one another as much as possible. You try to begin each day anew and afresh and try to bring as much caring for others into that as you can. Being open to asking a question here and there of another person, and then being willing to sit and listen to the answer, becomes very, very important. To ask a question and then not pay attention is a turn-off. But to ask a question and then tend to it and then come back with a follow-up question the next day or so is really important. The women need to be stand to looking ng forward. Outside support is a source of life, it's a source of love. You're in touch with those who love you and with those you love. Those who are doing the work you would be doing if you weren't in jail. It's so rich. With those relationships and friendships, you can get through anything. One of the things that could make a big difference is writing to prisoners and asking them. Ask what would be useful, what can I send you that would be useful in their situation right now? Obviously, it's not going to be something that will enable them to escape, it's going to be something that is a source of enriching the spirit, enriching the soul, enriching the mind. Those are the things that are the most needed in that situation. Share books with those inside. The kind of reading that you can get into and that can make you think, make you pray, make you reflect and grow. Those are absolutely essential. It's an atmosphere that isn't going to give you any of that, so that's got to come in some fashion. Frida. I wonder about looking at the economic arguments for prisons and making common cause with the prison guard unions and the support staff unions. Honestly, COVID provides an opportunity for that, and maybe some of this work is already happening. I'm not deeply involved in the abolitionist movement. The prisoners' lives were 100% expendable with COVID. But guards' lives didn't appear to matter all that much more. Some really good reporting was done on guards getting sick just as much, or almost just as much. And they relied on getting protective gear from their friends and family and GoFundMe campaigns, not from the industry that is making so much money off of these prisons. Does that provide an port unity? It costs $80,000 to imprison a person for a year, and it costs this much to have somebody on house arrest, so there's the whole argument about giving compassionate leave to people because of COVID. But that took so long. We'll never know how many people who work for the prison industrial complex died of COVID, because they work for the prison industrial complex. Just like we won't really ever know how many prisoners died. We're not going to know that. But this us versus them scenario has been set up. It ties into gerrymandering, the way our political maps are drawn, where prisons are built. They really just play on white versus black, and urban versus rural, and the urban boogeyman. And prison guards don't get rich. I mean, I guess it's a good living, but it sounds like an awful living, really. So, some sort of common cause there seems like a fruitful line for somebody to pursue. I don't think you pursue that by saying, let's abolish prisons, but I think there's a way somewhere in there for the abolitionist movement. Liz. I don't think there's unity amongst prisoners today. I think that's something that people, prisoners, should be very, very careful about. A lot of inmates are constantly looking for things, and they'll find it wherever they can find it. And it's understandable, and it eases the pain for a while, but then you have to look for more again. And there are people in jail who spend all of their time looking for when and where and how they can get the next fix. I just find that so tragic that that's the way some people feel they have to spend their time. But there it is, and that's part and parcel of what you're living with 24/7. There are some who are constantly looking for where they can get the next fix. I have been in a very privileged position, from time to time, of being able to invite people in who can bring things inside that are a benefit to all the inmates. That is a good thing to be able to do, and it's really important to do it. But not own it. Just, this is coming, but we're not asking how it's coming. It's coming, use it, love it. There are some who catch on, and they know, and they come to you and ask if you can get a hold of X, Y, or Z. And then you try to find a way to get a hold of X, Y, or Z. There are so many people who are willing to send things in, to bring things in, that can be brought in. If you're in a position to know those people, then it's a good thing. But get it out to others in the jail as quickly as possible, make it available to others. Let them know it's not mine, it's not personal, it's for whomever wants to use it. I think the big thing to know is that you're with other human beings, and they're breathing, and they're in pain, and what can I do to carry some of that with them, to lighten it for them, to make it less burdensome for them. Tell a good story from time to time. Bring in some books that people would like to read. Many of us have folks who send books to us, so send in what people in the jail or prison want to read. Try to get some things in there that would be a source of rest and recreation for them, uplift for them, insight for them, or just a good way to spend a couple of hours of an afternoon. Get friends to send books. It's a gift. 118 The Jonah House is an intentional Catholic worker community established in Baltimore, Maryland, in 1973 by Liz McAllister, Philip Berrigan, and others. 119 Claire Grady, Jackie Allen, Sister Ann Montgomery, Suzanne Schmidt, and Kathleen Rumpf were Catholic worker and or plowshares activists who served various terms of imprisonment for their civil disobedience and direct action protesting nuclear and military targets. M. Alec Smith. Malik Smith is one of 3 political prisoners known as the Virgin Island Three. Malik Smith, Hanif Shabazz Bey, and Abdul Aziz, were charged with murdering 8 people in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 1972. During the 1970s, a movement to resist U.S. colonial rule began to grow in the Virgin Islands, growing into a small-scale Mau Mau rebellion on the islands. Malik has served time in over 10 different federal facilities, both in the U.S. and in the Virgin Islands, during his over 48 years of incarceration. At the time of this writing, all 3 of the Virgin Island Three are imprisoned at the Citrus County Detention Facility in Lecanto, Florida. P. Ricin Life. From the 1970s to the early 1990s, the way I did time was much different than now. In the feds, I had a job in the Unicor clothing factory, where I operated different types of sewing machines. 120. I made pants, shirts, and jackets for the prison system and for the military. I also worked making blankets and towels. I am a tailor in the true sense of the word, because I can make pants, shirts, jackets, and other stuff once I have the proper sewing machine. In the feds, I went to the dining room for each meal. But at Marion and all private prisons, the food is brought to you. At least in these prisons you can have your own 21-inch TV. One thing about me, though, is that I've been able to adapt or modify the conditions as needed. When I first came to prison at 22 years old, I was a very experienced young warrior, being that I was well read. as a revolutionary and had experience in some of the civil rights marches in America between 1967 and 1969. I listened to many of the Black Panthers and Black Liberation Army leaders at the time, especially Fred Hampton, Huey Newton, Elaine Brown, and Malcolm X, though he was taken earlier on. 121. In fact, I was in North Carolina when Milk was killed in 1968, and I witnessed the KKK and other bad white boys in action. So, in a way, I expected to be imprisoned someday, and I was somewhat mentally prepared, even though this is my first and only conviction. In my early days I had a lot of support, especially my 4 sisters, and I still do. But after all these years in the struggle, most of my supporters seem to believe that no relief will come. In fact, at times I myself wonder what is really going on with those judges and politicians, because if you saw the Skyjacker's tale about police brutality and the false confessions they used to convict us, we should have been released a long time ago. 122. Up to this day, over 48 years later, no one has ever said they saw any one of us at the scene of the crime, and none of the weapons or bullets they said committed the crimes had our fingerprints. Our main support groups now are the Jericho Movement and the ABC groups in Philly and New York, and our family and a few friends. I never expected to be in prison this long, no matter he crimes. It was not hard to adapt to prison routine or structure because I was well read and had some life experiences at an early age where I could go through or overcome just about anything. Prison culture in the feds, at Lewisburg, was very ordered and strict. You get respect by giving respect, and you mind your own business and don't talk about what others do. There was hardly any snitching like there is today. In those days, a man could get seriously hurt or killed for snitching. In fact, during the 1970s and early 1980s, there was an average of 15 to 20 killings a year at Lewisburg. A lot was due to a race war between the Aryan Brotherhood and blacks, especially those from D.C. Maybe that's still going on now. The happiest moments were when I went back to the Virgin Islands in 2009. The way time is done down there is much different than in America. That was the first time I ever used a cell phone. It's not legal, but just about every prisoner had one. I used to have home-cooked food and all kinds of fruits and drinks brought from outside. And the women working there were very good to me. In a way, I was like a hero coming back home, even though they did not know me personally but heard about me because of the case I'm in prison for. Plus, by that time, I'd been smoking marijuana since 1986, and it was in abundance there. So, I was like in heaven. Then I was able to go outside on a tour around the island with 6 others who were in the Virgin Islands with me, and I was able to see some of the changes that took place since I left. Another time, I went out to a youth program where I offered some advice on how to avoid coming to prison and listened to what they had to say and answered their questions. In fact, I did that twice, and we had a group of elders who had been in prison a long time who used to go to the Youth Rehabilitation Center and hold workshops with the youngsters there, including girls. That was a hell of an experience to hear the mindset of boys and girls 14 to 15 years old. They see life much different than how I saw life growing up. The quality of life in prison now is much worse than when I first came in. In this day and time, there is no loyalty in friendships, and it's a dog world among most in the young generation. Yes, there are some true and loyal youngsters, but on the whole you have to watch your back from even your best friend or brother. Then, the way things were run in prison back in the 1970s, 1980s, and early 1990s, it's worse now. There are a lot more restrictions and lockdowns today. Plus there are video cameras and listening devices everywhere. There are hardly any programs for a prisoner to learn any skills. Being this is a detention center, there are no programs here at all, but even in the other private prisons we've been in there's not much for a prisoner to learn, except development on paper. In fact, all the self-development programs offered here I used to teach in the Feds and Virgin Islands prisons. Being that I came to prison young and followed the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam, and I was exposed to the black civil rights movement in the 1960s and early 1970s, and I grew up under the teachings of the leadership of elders in my village, I decided early that I will do my best to make sure that other family members and friends' children do not fall victim to PRI. Sun Life 123. Politics and Priso and Dynamics. I have had conflicts during my time in prison, but only twice did it lead to physical confrontation with other prisoners and once with an officer. The way I live my life and carry myself allows me to deal with things and other people, mentally and spiritually, and the fact that I established a reputation early in my time, that I am serving a lot of time and am fearless about defending myself, it seems that status has served me well. One of the incidents with a prisoner was hand-to-hand combat that I won easily, and the other was really messed up because I had to defend myself by stabbing him several times, almost killing him. That happened in the late 1980s, and it seems, even with his size and his reputation, I got the best of him, and my status and reputation was enhanced. Then an officer and I got in a hand-to-hand combat in the visiting room in December 1995, while I was trying to get some ganja to celebrate the holiday season. Though I had him under control, I was bum-rushed by at least 12 other officers in a matter of minutes, and I suffered some serious pain during that confrontation. Because of that incident, I was sent to Marion Lockdown Unit. In 1996, racism thrives in prison, and even though at one time I have spoken out against white people in power and authority, I never had any problem with regular white people. In fact, most of the people that have been my best advocates and supporters are white women. Believe me, most of the racial conflicts I have in prison are from administrative staff. Many times, when white women visit me, officers have harassed me in the visiting room, terminating and suspending my visits for hugging or kissing. There were a few who even questioned one woman on how she could visit me when I am in prison for killing white people and serving a low of time. I have done time with many political prisoners and have pictures at home with many of them, like Sikau Odinga, Sundiata Akalai, Veronza Bowers, John Luman, Tommy Manning, Leonard Peltier, Bill Dunn, Kevin Rashid Johnson, and I am sure others whose names haven't come to mind here. All the men mentioned above and I are friends, and we were involved in revolutionary or political work at one time or another. When I arrived at Marion, I went through the entry shakedown and was put in a unit, where I met the famous John Gotti, who was living upstairs from me. 124. Jihad Abdul Muhammad is one of my biggest advocates and supporters. It's been so long since I've been around those men that particular memories are hard to come to mind. But Sundiata Akalai and I were living in the same unit, a few cells apart, and we shared reading materials and poems we wrote. Plus we worked out together sometimes. Though prisoners with revolutionary mindset talked and worked together, there were not many organized actions available. Sometimes when we had certain group programs and we had outside guests, many of us gave speeches, but most actions were behind scenes. If I did not rely on the advice of my attorneys and some family and friends expecting justice from the courts, I would have escaped or died trying to escape earlier on in my life. But now that is too late due to my health and age. Listen, I am not guilty of the crimes I was convicted of, but I am guilty of assisting fugitives before these crimes took place. They manufactured evidence and fabricated testimony and claimed that I confessed after being severely brutalized by the police. To be real, I still can't understand how after all these years have gone by, no one has truly stood up and really challenged all those bullshit lies they told about me. Even if I did what they said I did, there is no way I would confess on myself then wait on those who imprisoned me to release me. Lukey. NG forward. I don't think enough is being done to support our political prisoners, but I don't see any way the prison structure in America will be torn down. Our supporters need to take more direct approaches to those in authority, like holding mass demonstrations all over America, confronting those in authority personally, letting them know exactly who should be released and show them why. But in a capitalist society with class culture, there is no way prisons can or will be torn down. Human nature itself will direct a person who is hungry to take food or other items to get what's needed to satisfy that hunger, and, based on the laws of society, those actions are criminal and require imprisonment. This is a society where there are so many guns and other weapons, and racial, political, and economic conflicts, that violence will take place and those in authority will make sure there is a place to lock you up. There might be some reforms and leniency, but prison will be here forever unless they start executing you right away for committing a crime, without a trial. I don't believe we'll ever reach that lifestyle, but prison isn't going anywhere. Though I do believe that public support applied directly can help get some political prisoners released. I look at all the demonstrations for George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter marches, and even though some changes were made, the same problems still exist. The way I see it, the oppressors will always have a prison system to keep the rebellion among the oppressed in check. They also have a system to keep resistance and demonstrations in check, like blackballing some, intimidating some, putting some in prisons, and killing some. It's a hell of a fight to be in, supporting and advocating for political prisoners, and I for one truly appreciate those who are involved. But as I said, I believe that more direct and stronger physical approaches or confrontations are needed in these times. At 70 years old and with my health problems, prison life is not for me, especially after I have already been in prison for over 40 years. The best advice I can give to anyone coming to prison today is do your best to get your release as soon as you can. Study your case carefully to determine your best options and be truthful to yourself about the approach you choose to take. Those two approaches are based on my own trials and errors in my own efforts. If there is no easy way out and you have to serve a few years, look for educational or vocational programs and self-development programs that you'll be able to use to get out sooner and use once you are released. Though there are not that many programs offered in prisons today, I believe the federal prison system is the most beneficial. One of the main things to keep in mind is always to be mindful of who or what you become involved in. Life in some prisons can be rough and tough, violent, and, in some, life can become so easy you become complacent and don't do all you need to do to prepare yourself for our release. The main thing I want people to know and keep in mind is that no matter what happened in my life, I have always conducted myself in an upright, honest, and trustworthy way, always dealing with others with respect and fair play. Not to say that it was an easy ride, but I believe the moral principles I was brought up with, and the principles I learned from older prisoners early in my time, helped me a lot. There were times when I got involved in selling and using drugs, but I made sure not to become addicted to any of them and not to victimize those who were. In over 48 years, I never informed on anyone or checked in the hole due to fear or anything else. I want people to feel the vibes within the words that I have written and know that at no time will I ever give up or surrender trying and working to be released from prison. Even if anyone believes I am guilty of the crimes I'm in prison for, I believe I have served enough time. The fact is, no one ever testified that they heard me or saw me commit those crimes. Though weapons, bullets, and other evidence were presented, none had my fingerprints or were connected to me personally. The only evidence used to get this conviction on me is a confession, which was prepared by the police, who brutalized me for at least 3 days before I signed it. All of this is documented. Plus 4 of the jurors filed affidavits after our trial saying how they were threatened, intimidated, and forced to vote guilty. What's so bad about all this is that high government officials were there and knew what happened and haven't done anything to correct it, only because 7 of the victims were white people and the crimes took place on Rockefeller's property. That is the bottom line. RIGHT there. 120 Unicor, or Federal Prison Industries Incorporated, was established in 1934 as a prison labor program for those incarcerated within the Federal Bureau of Prisons. 121. Fred Hampton was a charismatic leader of the Chicago branch of the BPP, assassinated in his sleep in a COINTELPRO operation. Elaine Brown was a national leader of the Black Panther Party in its later years. 122. The Skyjacker's Tale is a 2016 documentary chronicling the infamous 1972 Fountain Valley Massacre and the subsequent hijacking of a plane to Cuba by co-defendant Ismail Muslim Ali. 123. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad was the leader of the Nation of Islam, a black nationalist religious and political organization established in 1930. 124. John Gotti was the leader of the New York-based Gambino crime family who orchestrated the 1985 murder of his predecessor, Paul Castellano. Gotti was imprisoned in the early 1990s and remained behind bars for the remainder of his life. David D. Campbell. David Campbell is a lover of language and the arts, who was 2 weeks away from moving to Paris to study French translation when his dedication to combat the alt-right drew him to a protest. At the protest, a brawl broke out in which a 56-year-old, intoxicated, alt-right man was knocked unconscious. Cops stepped in and broke David's leg in 2 places. The district attorney's office filed gang assault charges against David, who took a non-cooperating plea agreement. He served 18 months at Rikers Island, coinciding with the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. David translated Revolutionary Affinities, Toward a Marxist-Anarchist Solidarity. A Sweeping History by French authors Olivier Besancenot and Mike Louis P. Risson Life. I went to an anti-fascist protest in January 2018 in Manhattan. The alt-right was celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Trump's inauguration, so there were a lot of alt-right guys in suits and black bloc folks. 125. At the end, around 10:30 at night, it turned into a brawl that lasted only a few minutes. I got caught up in it, but I didn't start it. There were no cops around when it first happened, but at some point during the course of this brawl, a cop came around the corner. We got surveillance footage later, and his body language is very clear. The cop did a double take, and then he launched at the first person in black bloc that he saw. It was me. I didn't say anything. He grabbed me from behind and threw me to the ground. When he did that, he broke my tibia in 2 places, the second largest bone in the body. There was a guy on the other side who had been knocked out, and he was lying on the ground. Instantly, it became this narrative about how I had stalked him or tried to kill the man. All kinds of crazy allegations were made that I didn't know about until I got out of the hospital. In the hospital, I was handcuffed to the bed, and at one point I was shackled to the bed with my non-broken leg. Finally, after 4 days, I got arraigned. My friends posted bail, and I got out. I went home and learned about these wild allegations. I saw the right-wing tabloids, and later I got the documents with the really crazy allegations that the cop was making. All that stuff was thrown out in court, but the original narrative put forward by the cop is still held up as an example by the far right of how the left wing is unhinged, violent, and dangerous. 126. There's an entry in an index of Andy Ngio's book that came out last year with my name in it. It says, David Campbell tried to kill an old man with his bare hands in the middle of the street. What actually happened is I got caught up in a brawl, and I kicked the guy that was on the ground twice. That's not that bad, but it's not great. Even though most people agree with physical use of force against fascist folks, the guy was on the ground, so I probably didn't have to do that. I wasn't thinking clearly. I was pissed off, and it was kind of hectic. When I did that, it enabled the DA to get me on a gang assault (LT) charge. Gang assault is this crazy law that's been on the books since the Giuliani-Pataki era. It basically says anytime you're in a group of 3 or more people, if you're involved in a physical fight, you're all responsible for each other's actions. It's a 3 and a half year mandatory minimum. You don't have to prove that you know each other. Even though I was the only person arrested, they could see there were other people on camera. I didn't know anyone that I was with, and I wasn't interested in finding out if I knew anybody. I resisted my case for about 2 years. Ultimately, I took a plea to 18 months, and I served 12 months in Rikers from October 2019 to October 2020. I was in jail, not prison, which I know is confusing because those terms are used interchangeably by a lot of people. Jail is such a short-term facility and there's so much turnover. Rikers, in particular, is so poorly organized at the institutional level. The institutional time blocks that you have to organize your routine around keep changing. For example, yard was at 2 p.m. for about 3 months and then the next day it changed to 7 a.m., overnight. If you want to go outside and work out, you'd have to start getting up at 7 a.m. It forces you to change whatever else you built in your schedule. I developed about a dozen different routines during my time behind bars because things kept changing. They also randomly rotate people around between housing units. I had a lot of support going in and knew that routine is really important. I knew from the start I wanted to really seize the time and structure it in a way where I was doing things that matter to me. It was important to me to go to the yard because I got to go outside and exercise. Even though I could exercise in the dorm, I felt a little more free to do my own thing in the yard. It's also the only place where there's a pull-up bar, so there's certain things I couldn't do without going to the yard. Working is huge in jail in terms of breaking up the routine, so my job was important, as well as working on writing and translation projects, reading books and letters, and responding to letters. I had a lot of support. I was aware that I was going into a situation that I couldn't possibly be ready for. I did a lot of preparation and spoke with a lot of former political prisoners before I went in. I had a shit ton of support with my defense committee, the radical community in New York, and friends and family. I don't think you can really prepare for it because it's just so weird. There's nothing that can really prepare you for it. Jail is much closer to street culture in terms of the hood or homeless people, addicts, and boosters and stuff like that than prison. I think there's a lot of crossover with that in prison too, but jail is very much like that. I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on around me. I couldn't understand half the stuff people were saying because they were using jail slang or coded language. I couldn't sleep well the first few weeks. I couldn't get physically comfortable anywhere. I would go to my sod job in the morning. Sometimes, instead of taking a bus, I'd ride around in a church van. Sitting in those seats in the church van was like being on a crappy couch with an ottoman. A few minutes is incredible. So, yeah, jail took some getting used to. I think the best advice I received before I went in was mind your business, stay quiet, and just observe. Once you think you have it figured out, just remind yourself that you don't have it figured out. Stay quiet. Observe some more. That was very helpful. And also, it sounds very cheesy, but I'm a big believer in the power of human connection. It is a real thing. I believe in that very strongly. My background is in theater, which helped. I also had some indication from other people who've done time to just go up to people and be real. Don't present yourself like a pushover, but say something like, "Look, it's my first time and I'm just asking straight up, can I use that phone right now?" People respond to that because you're putting them in a position of authority. You're deferring to them. So I did that a lot, and that helped. A lot too. In the big picture, my time was not that long. I made my peace with it before I went in. I actually made my peace with doing longer. The DA sat on 3.5 years for about 9 months and decided to cut it down. When I originally took my plea, it was supposed to be 24 months, serving 16, but then I got 18, serving 12 as kind of FA bonus. A few months before I moved, I was going through all of my notebooks from jail. I was struck by how funny the shit in there sometimes was. You just get used to everything, and then something happens, and you find yourself laughing at it. Your body's craving some laughter, so there were a lot of fun. Why moments? In terms of a best time or easiest time, it was hands down during the first lockdown. It sounds crazy, but I was in a very specific situation where 3/4 of sentenced inmates on Rikers Island walked out the door overnight after public pressure and a strike we did inside to release people due to COVID. I was not among the 3/4 of people who left. I was in the 1/4 that was stuck there. I was in a 48 bed dorm and 36 guys just walked out, give or take. So there were just a dozen of us left. We all got along pretty well. There was no beef over dumb shit. There were plenty of phones, plenty of toilets, plenty of TVs, and plenty of showers. There was not that much noise. All of the guys that walked out just left all of their stuff: mattresses, pillows, blankets, commissary stuff. Because what do they need it for? They were going home, so fuck jail. I'm talking months and months worth of commissary food. A lot of the guys who were important in the social hierarchy would pick someone to give their shit to. They were like, "You're a cool dude. Have all my shit." That happened to me. We all got along, and we had plenty of space and plenty of stuff. All of these costs were getting sick or calling out sick, and they weren't enforcing shit like they us usually did. We were also on quarantine and stuck in the dorm for 16 days, which sucked. But, honestly, I had a great routine, and it was comparatively very enjoyable. It was much more chill than what it had been like before that, because a busy dorm is kind of crazy. So, actually, the way things turned out for me during the first wave, in particular after everyone was released, was kind of nice. For a bit. Conditions definitely got worse with COVID, besides my personal first wave experience, where it was pretty sweet because it cleared out the other inmates. So many things got way worse with COVID. Disruption of services like visits, mail, yard, programs, healthcare, even food. Endless and arbitrary lockdowns. Jails and prisons are using the pandemic as a catch-all excuse to delay or reject whatever they just don't feel like dealing with. On the outside, when people talk about whether little inconveniences that we've lost due to COVID are going to come back, there's always a question of customer satisfaction. Like whether this or that service that was cut due to COVID will come back because it made the customers happy, and businesses like to keep their customers happy. That's just not a factor in jail. They don't give a fuck about you, and you have to fight for every square inch of dignity. Even just to get it written on paper, it doesn't mean they're going to abide by it. So it's sad to say, but I think that it's going to take a lot of work to get conditions behind bars back to where they were pre-COVID. I practiced my Spanish grammar. I speak fluent French, and I've spoken decent Spanish for years, but I always just learned it on the job and never really studied the grammar. So I got a lot better with my Spanish grammar and also kept my French alive while I was inside, which I'm really proud of. Now I'm in grad school in France for translation, which is pretty huge. There weren't any French-speaking inmates there. There were a couple of people who spoke different French patois, Creole languages. There were a couple of guards that were French speakers, but you cannot speak to a guard in a language that other people don't understand. That's not good. So I had a few French-speaking friends who would do video visits. I would call them, and we would practice that way. Other than that, it was on me. I would do grammar exercises. I worked my way through an entire book of advanced French grammar, one chapter per week. I tried to make one of the books I was reading a French book. I would sit there at my bunk and just read out loud to myself so my muscle memory for pronunciation didn't get mushy. It's not really a new skill, but I'm a non-native speaker, and for a whole year I kept that alive. I'm really proud of that because it's allowed me to be where I am in my life now. I also did a lot of working out. I got way bigger than I'd ever been, which was kind of fun. I learned a lot about working out. For years I did a little exercise, but I learned some really wild exercise shit in jail that I why enjoyed. Honestly, the level of solidarity shocked me the most. There's a lot of solidarity in Rikers. People share things. They take care of each other. It's often cloaked in this machismo, but there's a lot of solidarity and real kindness. That was surprising. I was also surprised by how buddy people often are with guards on Rikers. It might not be like that elsewhere. I know that definitely flies in the face of what a lot of people on the left, including myself, would like to believe about incarcerated folks, but it takes a lot of work to just be standoffish with people all the time. You live in close quarters with them, and you depend on them for everything. When you need toothpaste to brush your teeth or toilet paper to wipe your ass, guess who you've got to go to? The guards. If you want to go to your visit, to the library, to the yard, to chow, or to the clinic, you have to go through them. They are the gatekeepers. Literally. Furthermore, on Rikers, a lot of the guards come from the same neighborhoods as the guys that they lock up. A lot of those guys know each other on the street. A lot of them are even family. After my release, I met up with this guy I'd met inside. We were just chatting, and he was talking about how a captain at Rikers was his aunt's stepfather or something. It sounds like a pretty distant connection, but apparently he used to see the captain at some extended family barbecue every year, and they knew each other. There are a lot of people like that. They grow up together, or they know people who did. Even if they don't know each other personally, they have the same reference points. I even met a handful of guys who knew me or recognized me from my neighborhood in Brooklyn while I was locked up. There's a line, don't be a snitch. People let you know if you're crossing a line, but because people are not staying for very long, they're less hard line about the code of silence than they might be in prison. The 12 months that I did is long for that facility. Rikers is a quick turnaround time, so these guys are focused on the street. They're not really going to buy into that hardcore omerta thing. 127. Like, people are generally suspicious of you if you spend too much time chatting with a guard, and especially if you're chatting with a guard alone, but in general, it's totally okay to chat with guards. There is a very pronounced sense of us versus them. There are prisoners, and there are guards. When we went on strike during COVID, that came to the forefront. At the same time, there's also he's a cop, but he's alright. There's a low T of that. There was also a moment when I looked back, and I realized I'm up there now socially. It's not like I was the gang boss in the house, but I had the corner bed. The layout of the dorm was one corner bed with two windows and no neighbor on one side. That is prime real estate. I had the corner bed for the last 5 months of my bid. It's not like I was going around fucking motherfuckers up to get it. It's just because people are chill. If you play your cards right and you're patient and you ask nicely, people just see seniority. They see how long your beard is. They see how fucked up your shoes are. They see how much commissary and how many books you have. They can gauge how long you've been in. Not everybody gives a shit, but there's a sense of, I show up in this house, and I don't know where to go or what to do. I'm going to ask that guy, how do things work here? Before you know it, people are coming to you and asking you questions. It's surreal. So, I'm proud that I was able to move up socially. Over time. Politics and preso. And dynamics. It's not that my time was easy, but I wasn't in a supermax. I didn't have to stab anyone based on race to survive. It was nothing like that. Rikers is totally different. There were things that I was not happy about. I went in ready to fuck somebody up if I had to, or do my best to fuck somebody up if that's what it took, even if it's over something stupid, because those things really matter. You can't leave, so the other folks that you're locked up with see everything and it follows you. Certain words are fighting words. For example, you can't tell someone suck my dick on Rikers and not expect to fight. I think it's the same behind bars in most places. I got that impression from stories people told me about their time upstate. And if you back down from someone telling you that, it's going to follow you. There was this big, scary guy who moved in a couple of beds down from me, maybe a month before I went home. He was kind of an asshole with me. I was kind of freaked out and kind of pissed off. I didn't want to get caught up in something a few weeks before I went home. This other guy told me he was in the 5 with him, which is another one of the buildings on Rikers. He told me, I was in the 5 with him and this guy told him, suck my dick, and he backed down, so don't worry about him. He's a pushover. I went in knowing that your reputation really matters a lot, but I didn't have to do anything crazy like that. Ethics are, to some degree for me, dependent on the situation. I know that moral relativism can get dangerous. There's a slippery slope. But in jail you do what you've got to do to get by, and it doesn't mean you take pleasure in it. It doesn't mean that's who you are. Obviously, if you do something repeatedly over years and years, it can have an impact on you, and there's some sort of philosophical discussion to be had there. But, in general, I was ready to do what I had to do to get by. Fortunately, I didn't have to do anything really fucked up. Certain things I'm not super happy with, but I didn't have to do anything really crazy. I had 0 fights, and I'm really proud of that. I took my inspiration from Daniel McGowan, who had no fights in 7.5 years, and from David Gilbert, who had no fights or tickets in 40 years. 128. I was like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. That was something I was conscious of going in. I didn't want to do that shit, and there are ways to back down from a fight if someone crosses that line and uses the sort of language I talked about a second ago. You can always say, that's not worth my good time. Among guys who are serving 16 months max, 16 months was the longest sentence where I was, and there were very few guys serving that much. It really makes a lot of sense that something is not worth your good time. You could win small battles by filing a grievance. I was like the nerdy white guy in whatever housing unit I was in. People who didn't even know me would just come up to me waving paperwork in the air like, yo, help me out with this. Obviously, I'm the guy to handle paperwork because objectively, statistically, if you tallied up the number of experiences dealing with bureaucracy and filling out forms and the amount of reading of documents that each of us had done, I would probably come out on top. It's a skill set. That's the guy you go to. I went to pretty much everyone else for everything concerning daily life at Rikers because that was a skill set they had and I didn't. When I had conflicts with guards, sometimes I could win by following the paper trail and standing on that. Sometimes, but not always. With other prisoners, sometimes I would lose my temper because it's a very stressful environment. I've always had a bad temper, but I've gotten better about that over the years. I got better about that even during my time in jail, just because you can't really flip out. People will fuck you up because you're ruining other people's experience. When I had conflicts with other prisoners, I just tried to be aware of them physically when they were around me and not let them get behind me. I'd keep an eye on their hands, especially if they're reaching for something. I'd make it hard for them to cut me. And then, honestly, it sounds kind of crazy, but I would just go up to people and try to clear the air. It happened a couple of times where afterwards I was like, listen, man, I'm sorry I reacted that way. It was early in the morning. I'm really stressed out because I thought I was going home to his week. A dude attacked me with a mop stick once. The dude was my friend, but he flipped out. I'm fairly confident that I could have fucked him up. I'm not a martial arts master, but I'm bigger than him, and I know how to defend myself. I just didn't let him hit me with the mop stick, and I was like, dude, let it go, and the co intervened. In general, I just tried to be like, listen, let's drop it. We can always fight. We shouldn't. He didn't talk to me for 2 days and insisted he was going to kill me. Then one day he just stood up and said, it's all good, Poppy, and wrapped his arms around me. He was kind of insane. He did that with a lot of people. But the point is, you could go to people after the fact and be like, listen, my bad, I'm stressed out. I know you are too. Let's just drop it. That tend to work. It is integrated at Rikers. It's not segregated at the policy level. That's probably surprising for people. I think most people in most facilities deal with some sort of racial segregation, but even before I went in, I talked to people who served time in different places, and it's not always like what you see on Orange is the New Black. In some PLA CES it is. I made sure pretty much all the white people that I met knew what I was in for, so they wouldn't try to appeal to white racial solidarity with me. I was very clear with them about what I was in for because I felt safe doing that at Rikers. I could get away with that. Just about every time I met a white person, I would be like, I'm in for beating up a Trump supporter. Do you like Trump? Because I felt comfortable, not because I'm a tough guy, but you do have to play that part a little bit in jail. It's not who I am, but I felt comfortable doing that, to give you an indication that betraying white supremacy in there was a non-issue for me, which is great. Then you had this sort of clustering with Latino folks, but it's not so fluid. There's a lot of Puerto Rican folks, children of Latino immigrants, and people from Spanish-speaking families that, regardless of their legal status or citizenship status, don't speak a lick of Spanish. There are plenty of those people. There's white passing Spanish people and a lot of Dominicans who could be identified as black depending on who you ask. So it gets really fluid. Is someone who's a fourth generation Puerto Rican in the Spanish section or not? What about a guy from a Guatemalan family who speaks no English? They decide. It's very fluid. The vast majority of folks incarcerated at Rikers are black, so blackness isn't really a practical criterion for cliquishness. It's more often based on affinity, friendship, and gang affiliation. But, even then, gang affiliation could mean anything. I met Puerto Rican Crips. 129. I met Chinese American Bloods. 130. I met a black American guy from Jersey City who was a Latin king and a white Greek guy who was a Latin king. 131. These are people I've met, real people, so it's super messy. As much as I can say I had a clique or a crew on Rikers, It was mostly folks of color. I had a few friends who were white from my time inside, but race was largely a non-issue, especially in my case. I think my having been sentenced for fighting with the far right resonated with people. It helped me a lot. And again, you also have to understand that most of the cops, most of the COS, I mean, on Rikers are working class people of color. A lot of them are immigrants. Even if they're enforcing a white supremacist prison system, they're not doing it with as much gusto on Serta. In points. Even if they don't have a really developed political consciousness, a lot of people would be happy to share anecdotes with you about anything. One guy had a huge Los Macheros tattoo on his forearm. He claimed to have been involved with Los Macheros in Puerto Rico. It was a pretty old tattoo, but who knows, maybe he just liked them. I do. Antino. Writing is such a personally fulfilling thing for me, and I'm really grateful for the reception my writing got while I was inside. I've continued to get shit published since I got out. It helps to normalize this stuff and to get these stories out there, whether it's my own or somebody else's. So I wrote stuff, some of which got published. I wrote about our strike for hard crackers. And then I think the Certain Days calendar was the first place I got picked up after that. 132. I was so stoked. When I went in, I wanted to just get in and get out. Besides sharing my beliefs with people or sharing literature like zines or books, I wasn't planning to rock the boat. I didn't want to lose any good time. That mostly held true. When COVID hit, I helped organize a strike, which was huge. I think it contributed to getting a lot of people released. I'm very proud of that because it was a real risk. I broke with the rules I established for myself about not rocking the boat, because the game completely changed. It wasn't clear if they were literally leaving us to die or not. Now we know more about COVID, but at the time we had no idea. There was panic in the air that first week. COVID hit. As for violence, if you don't have beef, it's probably not going to affect you. I had some small beefs with people. I had beef with this one guy in particular. He was more of a prison guy. I was kind of worried about it, but nothing ever came to blows. You can compare it to being a gentrifier like myself, living in a neighborhood that's traditionally the hood. Especially if you're a white person moving into a working class urban neighborhood from somewhere else, or if you have a different educational or socio-economic background, you live your life in a neighborhood where the violence has not really changed for the people that grew up there. In New York, sometimes there's a little shrine with those votive candles that appear out in front of your bodega because someone got shot there last night. It's sad. But in terms of anxiety management, those things are not coming for you. They don't really affect you because you're not involved in the world of the beefs that are being aired on the street, gangbanging, drug dealing, fucking somebody else's girl. You live in that, and it's around you, but it's not really coming for you. It's kind of like that with violence on Rikers for guys like me. Also, you're not allowed to practice martial arts on Rikers. There are cameras everywhere, so they really enforce that. I know in other places this is not the case. A lot of people upstate told me the prison actually gave them boxing gloves. At Rikers, they didn't do that. I wasn't able to practice martial arts. One of the ways that I would handle my anxiety about being attacked is I would walk through the steps in my mind. I'd plan what I would do if I were walking down the main hall and somebody bum rushed me out of the side hall, which does happen. I would walk through it in my mind, like right arm comes up, foot goes back, step left, strike left hand. That was super helpful for me. No matter where something might go down, I felt like I already had a visualized ion of it. A lot of people carry bangers on Rikers. I don't know if this term is used elsewhere. There are shanks, but they're very rare, especially among sentenced inmates like myself who were more chill because they were going home soon. In comparison, detainees might be in for graffiti, or for armed robbery, or for first-degree murder. It's one big house. So detainee culture on Rikers is different from sentenced inmate culture on Rikers. That is true in terms of violence and the things people use to carry out violence. Sentenced people mostly use bangers, which are very small. They're for slicing, not so much for stabbing. It's just to scare somebody off. People also cut each other on the face and the hands. Mostly, I think guys just don't want to seem like they're not ready for a fight. It gives them a sense of security, like a comfort blanket. People make bangers out of all kinds of stuff. There was a point, I think in August 2020, about 2 months before I came home, where things were noticeably getting more violent. It's very hard to come by statistics in there. All of the newspapers have stories about Rikers ripped out. Rikers, cops, COS, the state prison system, the feds, all that's ripped out, so it's hard to come by concrete information. A lot of stuff is just based on feel and rumors. Oh, I heard somebody got cut in the storm the other day. Oh, I heard somebody went to the clinic. He was sliced up from the storm. It's just rumors, so it's hard to gauge. There was a point when it was clear that everybody believed things were getting more violent. I think it was because the courts opened up and there was a whole bunch of new blood coming. There were those of us that lived through COVID and had been weathering the lockdown behind bars, and then all these new people showed up. I was researching for a writing project recently, and I found a graph of violence over the past 2 years at Rikers, month by month. There was this huge spike in August 2020, and I knew that's when it started. The people around me were arming themselves, so I got a hold of one of those little plastic tags on a bread bag. I sharpened it on a wall and I kept it in a place where there was plausible deniability. I could say it wasn't mine. I never had to use it. I was very aware of the security blanket phenomenon of bangers, but I didn't have beef, so I never wanted one, because it's also a huge liability if you get caught with it. You can lose all your good time or worse. This was 2 months before I went home. I thought it was kind of dumb to risk it. On the other hand, things were kind of wild, and I was so aware of the fact that I knew very little about jail culture. I'm not just being humble in there, it's a security issue. I didn't know if shit was going to pop off as some sort of free for all. I doubted it. But I was perpetually reminding myself that I needed to be careful. At the time, being careful meant having something on hand that I could use to defend myself if needed, but which I could also deny was mine if I got caught. Tea with it? Lukey. NG forward. There's a lot of research that shows that people who are well supported and maintain ties with people that they are close to in the outside world do better coming back and reintegrating once their time is done. It also makes you feel like you're not forgotten when you're doing the time. It's literally uncountable the number of times I heard comments about the amount of mail I got or the number of visits I got. It is kind of sad. At the time, it's just banter, but, once removed, I realized guys are saying that because they never get mail. Not a single piece. Not a birthday card. Some of the guys never call anybody. They sell their phone calls to other guys, like the guy who doesn't have enough phone calls to hang on the phone with his girlfriend all day because they limit the number of calls you can make. I just think about how much stress and conflict would be eliminated for everybody in there if people on the outside gave support. Like, yo, we love you. We hear you. We miss you. We can't wait to see you again. Keep your head up. Stay cool, and don't do anything stupid. That's essential. Supporters should just make sure they ask prisoners what they actually want or need. Another thing to keep in mind is that jail is unfortunately super homophobic and transphobic. I had to ask a couple non-binary friends to butch it up when they came to visit me because people notice who visits you, and all it takes is one homophobic comment to drastically change your social life in there. Another comrade sent me a zine about the George Jackson Brigade that had a lot of stuff about militant organizing among gay prisoners printed on it in very large font. I had to find a way to get rid of it because even that can be very dangerous. In jail. 133. Something that formerly incarcerated grand jury resistor Jerry Cook told me is that your time behind bars is not just lost. This period of time does not just disappear from your life. I knew that, but I couldn't really fathom it for whatever reason before I went away. There are certain things you can do in there that are very rewarding and enriching for you and your personal growth that are very difficult, if not impossible, to do out here on the outside. I mean, people pay good money for meditation retreats and detoxes and shit. Tech brothers will pay good money to get away from it all, and there's some overlap there. Even for me, I served all my time in a very noisy dorm. I never had a cell to myself where I could just do a prison ashram thing. Even then, in a noisy dorm, I adjusted. I got used to it and tuned out that noise, and I was able to read, write, study. People would get into fist fights around me and I would think, they're not going to knock over my stack of books that I'm using to translate. It's fine. And just keep going. So, time is not wasted. It's not going to disappear. You can do things, so have a list of projects to accomplish. Have a list of things that you want to get done, that you can only get done with nothing else to do. That's really important. The hype about life behind bars is often worse than the actual living. Even if you get into some serious shit, it's like anything else, you bite your tongue and deal. You just jump in and start swimming. You can handle it one day at a time. You may come out with some quirks. I mean, I always scan the tops of barbed wire fences now because I'm looking for a break. It's just a game, a way of having control mentally. Where would I make a break for it? In there, I had nothing else to do, and lots of barbed wire to look at. Also, if I'm in a crowd, I look at people's hands, especially when somebody's hand goes down to their pocket. I notice much more now if someone is carrying a little pencil or something. I don't know if I would have noticed that before because I never ask it myself. A lot of my fear about going away was that I would be traumatized and shell-shocked. It's a real fear. But try to go in with an open mind, and don't judge it. Remember that the conditions are not that dissimilar from the conditions that people go through living in the International Space Station or in the Arctic Research Station or in ballistic submarines. Obviously, those experiences are socially valorized, unlike doing time. But the experience of incarceration has objective similarities in some ways. For me, it's helpful to draw those parallels, because it demonstrates that it's not impossible to do this. That's what I would have said to pre-incarceration me or to someone going in now. I got to say, I feel like I learned a lot. I think you'll learn a lot too, if you're going in or know somebody who is going in. You'll learn a lot of things that a lot of people won't get, and that's okay. There's a lot of humor in there. There's a lot of tenderness and solidarity in there that is hard to explain to someone who's never lived it. Even in places where shit is crazier than where I was, there's a low T of that. Also, there are people behind bars who have done bad things, but most of them absolutely do not need to be there. That's not anything new, but I cannot say that enough. On that note, I'm just devastated that when I was locked up at Rikers, 3/4 of us could just go free, and no one seems to be taking that fact as the indicator of the needlessness of the jail and prison system that it is. I think about 13% had been rearrested 6 months later, some abysmally small proportion. Now it's back to being an overcrowded shithole. It's like, they literally let everyone go overnight, no questions asked, not that long ago, and things were fine. Why are they not doing it again? So, yeah, some people behind bars have done really bad things, but they don't need to be there. They are why don't? 125 The alt-right is a loosely affiliated white nationalist movement that became prominent in the United States in the 2010s. The Black Bloc is a tactic used by militant protesters who wear all black and shield their identities. 126 Andy Ngo is a conservative journalist, provocateur, and a right-wing media personality who resides in Portland, Oregon. 127. Omerta is a southern Italian code of silence and non-cooperation with government officials and legal authorities. 128 Daniel McGowan is a former Earth Liberation Front political prisoner. His story is included here. 129 The Puerto Rican Crips are Puerto Rican members of the Crips, who were formed in Los Angeles, California, in the late 1960s and early 1970s. 130 The Chinese American Bloods are Chinese members of the Bloods, who were formed in Los Angeles, California, in the late 1960s and early 1970s. 131 The Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation, or the Latin Kings, is one of the largest Hispanic and Latino prison gangs in the United States, founded by Puerto Ricans in Chicago in the 1950s. 132. Hard Crackers is an online and print publication that is guided by the principle that in ordinary people there resides the capacity to escape from the mess we are in, and a commitment to documenting and examining their strivings to do so. 133 The zine mentioned is titled Queer Fire, The George Jackson Brigade, Men Against Sexism, and Gay Struggle Against Prison. Zenectli is a lawyer and community organizer from Texas. Zenectli was recognized nationally and internationally as the national coordinator of the Ricardo Aldapi Guerra Defense Committee, which led the struggle to free Mexican national Aldapi Guerra from Texas's death row after being framed by Houston police for allegedly killing a cop. Zenectli's human rights work has been recognized in Italy, France, Spain, Switzerland, Mexico, and other countries. In 1976, Zenectli was wrongfully convicted, and he was paroled in 1991. Subsequently, in 1997, he was sentenced to 50 years in prison for defending himself by disarming a police officer who drew a weapon on him. The trial evidence clearly showed Zenectli was the victim of witch hunts and a police-orchestrated conspiracy to frame or eliminate him. While imprisoned, Zenectli has helped countless people with his jailhouse lawyering, and he is also an inside member of the Certain Days Collective, which produces a yearly calendar to raise funds and awareness about political prisoners. In total, Zenectli has served over 40 years in numerous Texas state prisons, usually in solitary confinement, where he continues to fight back against his imprisonment. In memory of all liberation martyrs that gave up their lives so we all can be free. The loss of their lives was not in vain. We continue where they were extinguished by the forces of racism, state police power, and terrorism. Zenectli. Prison life. When I first entered prison in January 1976, I was totally apolitical. I was 22 or 23 years of age and had no social or political identity, as a byproduct of having lived under neocolonial rule. I was born on May 12, 1952, in Alpine, Brewster County, Texas, about 90 miles from the U.S.-Mexico military-imposed border, a colonial subject of various colonial wars against Mexicans, and against the Mexican national territories, in the 1800s that spanned the entire U.S. Southwest, from Texas to California. I was born in a racially segregated society and forced to attend racially segregated public schools. I lived under an all-white police force and saw an occupation army that patrolled and controlled our Chicano barrio with an iron fist. And a racist, brutal Alpine sheriff named Jim Skinner, who was sheriff for over 40 years in Alpine, with a record of racist brutalities and murder of young, unarmed Mexicanos/Chicanos, never serving a day in jail. Although I was not political, I now describe myself as a natural anarchist, due to the fact that I was a bona fide anti-authoritarian and despised racist police who brutalized our barrio with impunity, resulting in many physical fights I had with police, which resulted in me being pistol whipped by cops and thrown in jail with my head all stitched up. I did manage to get my licks against the cops, one time kicking a city cop on his chin, splitting it open, and was charged with police assault. However, because I was just an underage juvenile, I was never sent to Texas prisons then. I became politicized in prison and suffered extreme forms of state repression, including beatings, false disciplinaries, horrible food, prolonged stays in solitary confinement, denial of parole, and being imposed with the label security threat group to justify solitary confinement and isolation from the rest of the prison population. This is a policy and practice that continues today here at the McConnell unit, as I am in a cell block housing the mentally ill, with extreme mental problems, and beyond reach of getting them engaged in the struggle for the defense of their human dignity and their human rights, behind white America's Iron Curtain, where suppression still remains the order of the day. My incoming and outgoing correspondence and legal and political writings, essays, letters all critical of institutional racism, of colonialism, capitalism, imperialism, and fascism continue to be denied. It was very difficult to adapt to the prison routine, especially in 1976 when the Texas prison system was severely overcrowded. We were sleeping on the floor in packed cages, under the control of an inmate guard and building tender system of brutal inmates empowered by racist, brutal wardens, armed with knives to control prisoner behavior and thought. They were given special privileges in return, like a special cell, or extra food at all times of the day and night. I think it was Karl Marx who once said that it is not for us to merely interpret the world but to change it. For it is true men and women who make history. My revolutionary politics and my spiritual and intellectual growth and development, and my, if you will, ascendancy to the heights of a life of dedication and commitment to the freedom struggles to change the world are what has kept me sane, alive, and never, ever losing hope. For we, as the most oppressed class, are also the most advanced, scientifically. Dialectical materialist history is on our side, for we are grave diggers of the old capitalist order and delivering a new one, like a midwife delivering a newborn, but here, from the ashes of the old, rotten, corrupt, and bankrupt society, pregnant with social revolution. So, I have accepted my scientific role as the vanguard in the United States, inside and outside, who will fill in our columns of soldiers and guerrilla fighters, like those in the Lacandon jungles of Chiapas, fighting for a better world, free of capitalist, imperialist oppression. 134. Nothing has shocked me, to see the racism and the sheer brutality on the inside, that has resulted in loss of life and limb to many prisoners, especially those murdered by inmates, with guards' complicity. As an innocent man, I knew the system was dirty, cruel, and rotten, but seeing with my very own eyes wardens and prison directors engaged in these atrocities, sanctioned by established politicians, was certainly a shock, at the very least. But I was prepared to deal with these issues, for I experienced the brutalities of local police in my hometown of Alpine, Texas, when I was eyewitness to the cold-blooded murder of my 16-year-old friend, Hervé Ramos, shot in the back by racist Alpine cop Bud Powers on June 12, 1968. I was with Ramos that tragic night. The racist pig never served a day in jail. The Ramos murder was reported by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in its 1970 report entitled Mexican Americans and the Administration of Justice in the Southwest. Politics and Prison Dynamics. I was suspicious of all whites, but my study of law and prisoners' rights, and finishing my education through my own self-help remedies, led me to the study of religion, political science, and true history, which led me to the study of the history of revolutions, like the Cuban Revolution, and the Black Panther Party, leading me to meeting George Jackson, which forever changed my life. I became a new man, seeing things differently and thinking outside the box, coming to despise the US government, white supremacy, colonialism, capitalism, imperialism, and fascism. I still underwent many changes in how I saw women, other races, capitalism, and the US flag, and I embraced a revolutionary belief system that today, in 2021, sustains my sanity and the strength and power of my ethics and convictions to dedicate myself to the struggle to change this racist, oppressive US society into a better world. It is an ongoing struggle because I have lived under a racist and oppressive system that has many persons entrapped in that vicious cycle of self-destruction, drug usage outside and inside, and resorting to criminal and gang ways that serve and benefit the capitalist economic system, reinforcing the division of races and classes, pitting one race against the other and one class against the other, to sustain the system as we know it. Certainly, one cannot avoid conflicts inside with other racial groups, within our own race/ethnicity, and with the prison administration, in struggle against a very racist and oppressive prison system we brought down to its knees through the sheer power of prisoner unity and determination, facing all sorts of obstacles and a policy and practice of state-sanctioned violence and terrorism against those of us who stood united to bring about many changes or reforms of the prison. But not stopping there and going beyond the mere struggle for prison reforms, but coming to the realization that the prison system in America is an integral part of capitalist society, or a pillar thereof, as one part of the racist, violent, and coercive state apparatus that enforces capitalist class rule, provides surplus commodities of infusion to the capitalist production forces. What has kept me alive, sane, and always in survival mode is my firm belief that I am serving the cause of justice for the most poor and oppressed segments in US society, and so I never lose hope and always manage to find light in the darkness of these racist, dark dungeon cages I am thrown in, knowing that I never assaulted the Alpine Pig Sheriff on July 18, 1996. He assaulted me, and I only disarmed him in self-defense, one of the most revolutionary acts any one single person can accomplish, in disarming the racist armed violence and attacks against those like me, in a long line of cases, targeted by the forces of COINTELPRO, the brainchild of J. Edgar Hoover, ex-FBI director, to suppress social movements and prevent the rise of a messiah that can unify and electrify the movement on behalf of the poor and oppressed in America. So, I shake off whatever setback I may be hit with, like the recent passing of my dear mother, awaiting a decision by the parole board whether to release me or not. No matter what decision they pick, I will continue the struggle no matter where I find myself, in barbed wire communities or behind the Iron Curtain of America's notorious Guantanamo Bay Prison, the William G. McConnell Unit, named after a racist and brutal police chief who ruled Beeville, Texas, with an iron fist for many years. Looking forward. When the prison knows that prisoners have strong outside support, I have seen them with my very own eyes back off or be more reluctant to unleash the unvarnished brutalities of its terrorist violence and brutalities against its captive population. My advice would be, in Texas, to expect a racist and brutal prison regime, especially if you are Black, Chicano, or Native American, and get involved with jailhouse lawyers and demand your basic legal, democratic rights. You will face intense repression that may include beatings, false disciplinary cases, relegation to solitary confinement for long periods of time, horrible food, lack of adequate medical care, no educational, religious, or other self-help programs other than the ones you work to develop with existing leadership that is into it. As long as there exists this capitalist political economy, there will be prisons, for the prison is a pillar of capitalist class relations. Prisoners coming into the prison must discover their humanity and open their eyes beyond the social conditioning we are all subjected to as subjects of a racist and oppressive patriarchal system. What has sustained and kept me alive has been my revolutionary belief systems I came to discover through jailhouse lawyering, and from those that came before me, to bring me in, teach me the ropes and guide me in the right direction, to begin seeing myself, the world, and the dialectical sciences that the destiny of us being the most marginalized and oppressed segments of U.S. society. Because of our condition under neocolonialism, capitalism, imperialism, and bourgeois fascism, we are the motor force for change, and are the vanguard elements that eventually will lead a social movement from within, demanding changes, and a new society, a new political economic system that does not exploit the labor power of the workers, and can provide true freedom, justice, and equality that the current capitalism system can never provide. If released in the near future, I will begin by organizing podcasts and other internet social media outlets to get the word out and speak about my experiences, hoping to organize a speakers bureau network where I can travel the nation and the world doing presentations on the many topics that need true clarification, from criminal injustice to prisons, human rights, colonialism, the death penalty, the labor movement, the prison movement, and social revolution. 134 This is a reference to the Zapatista Army of National Liberation. See Glossary. Dav. I.D. Gilbert. David Gilbert is a lifelong anti-imperialist who was captured and imprisoned as a result of an attempted expropriation of a Brinks truck in Nyack, New York, in 1981. 135. He was sentenced to 75 years to life, but his sentence was commuted by outgoing Governor Cuomo, and he was released from prison after nearly 40 years in November 2021. Though he spent short stints at MCC New York and other federal prisons and jails, David spent the majority of his 40-year incarceration at the 6 maximum security men's prisons in New York. While in prison, David was a co-founder of the Certain Days Collective, and he also helped pioneer AIDS awareness programs that saved thousands of lives in prisons across the country. 136. David wrote numerous zines, including Our Commitment is to Our Communities, Mass Incarceration, Political Prisoners, and Building a Movement for Community-Based Justice. He also wrote 3 books. No Surrender, Writings from an Anti-Imperialist, Political Prisoner, Love and Struggle, My Life in SDS, The Weather Underground, and Beyond, and Looking at the U.S. White Working Class Historically. P. Risen Life. I wasn't really mentally prepared, but I did have a lot of support. Both support from our small but staunch political movements on the outside, and also from fellow prisoners who respected our commitment to the struggle against racism and for social justice. Prison routine, while annoying and insulting, was not that hard for me because I have a lot of self-discipline. Prison culture was a change for sure, but I had some good guidance from political prisoners, ex-Panthers, as well as politically conscious prisoners. The best sense of community was at Auburn when I was there from 1983 to 1987 because there were other political prisoners there, also 1 or 2 prisoners who had been in the Attica uprising, and a general sense of prisoner solidarity. My best programmatic work was at Comstock in the 1990s when we set up and ran a very effective peer education program on AIDS. I also did a lot of tutoring of men working to get high school equivalency diplomas. My best relationship to nature was at Clinton in the Adirondack Mountains, near the Canadian border. There was a hill in the prison yard where you could stand and look out at the mountain greenery and see a low valley lake. Naturally, my happiest times were on the trailer visits, those 44-hour visits in little trailer homes within the prison grounds, with my son. The trailers are such a blessing for maintaining and strengthening family love and bonds, but unfortunately only 4 prison systems in the U.S. provide them. Next to the trailers, my happiest moment was a morning in Comstock when I headed out to a visit, and as I walked through the school I saw our peer educators doing an AIDS class in every classroom without me there to lead the work. And in every classroom the students were paying rapt attention. Since prisoners were allowed to get TVs in their cells in the late 1990s, there has been a certain dumbing down of the population. Due to broader changes in society and at least in New York State prisons, there's been a decline in political consciousness and in a sense of community, although that's not completely gone. We lost the best program prison had to offer college in the 1990s, but it has come back in the last few years. Also, there seems to be less violence among prisoners than when I first came in. I don't remember if anything really shocked me. We had been in solidarity with prison struggles for years, so I knew a lot about prisons. What surprised me the most was that even within that most repressive structure, people found ways to form small communities or social networks and to take various initiatives, some good, some not so good, not controlled by the authorities. What I was least prepared for were the various social protocols. Like you don't go onto a particular weight court, or hang out at a particular table, unless you are invited by the group who kind of ran or hung out in that area. There were also protocols in the mess hall, like don't turn your back on anyone. But these weren't much of a problem for me because I got guidance from ex-Panthers. Teddy Yahith, may he rest in power, and Jalil Muntakim, who happily is now free. Naturally, being able to parent from prison has been super important. After that, my proudest achievement was doing pioneering work back in the 1980s to establish peer education programs on AIDS in prison. Our work saved many lives and became a model for similar programs in other prisons, both in the state and nationally. It was also an example of dealing with crisis through education, organizing, and mobilization. Rom below. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I think there were many situations where I would see an injustice, most often racist, and didn't feel able to intervene. So, it's hard not to do something, although there were also times I was able to act. I dealt with that by trying to focus on the best ways to be strategic in doing something about the overall injustice of TH's system. When I first came in, and during a few subsequent periods, I got a fair amount of petty harassment from the COS. Nothing as severe as a beatdown or planting a shank in my cell, but efforts to set me up on various tickets. But I was able to parry those efforts, and after a while the harassment stopped. There've been very few problems with fellow prisoners, mainly I was treated with great respect, even by most of the white guys. In New York State, whites are only about 15% of the prisoners, so while many might be white supremacists, it's not acted out in a physical way. There was one situation where a particularly vehement white supremacist group wanted to move on me, but it was put in check by the other white guys who had a lot of respect for me. So, mainly, or overwhelmingly, I haven't had to worry about violence from other prisoners and even from the COS. When I first came up, the prisoners were pretty segregated, and white guys were cautioned not to hang out or have friendships with black or Latinx prisoners. But no one was going to say that to me, and it wasn't a problem for me. Even with the segregation, there was a fair amount of solidarity, and people would come together around issues of prisoners' rights and safety. Early in my bid, I typically was with one or two other political prisoners, all of them ex-Panthers. In the 1980s, there were about 15 of us, and back then only 8 or 9 Max A prisons. The friendships with various political prisoners were especially precious, with a strong bond and valued political discussions and even occasionally a common project such as a political prisoner calendar. Also, political prisoners who were at the same prison as me provided crucial support for our AIDS education projects, which started because of the death of my co-defendant and best friend, Kawasai Balagoon. When we were getting the first project going at Auburn in the 1980s, the administration did a lot to try to foment opposition to us by various prison groups. Na Washington, may he rest in power, who was so widely respected, played a major role in putting those divisions in check and building support for our project. Once we got it going, he actually completed the first training for peer educators in prison anywhere. Later, when I had a program going at Comstock, Herman Bell played an important role in supporting our effort to see that people did not get vested, did not go off track, because of the prevailing and harmful conspiracy theories. I was able to continue political work in many forms, efforts on AIDS education, prisoner rights issues, and lots of political writing. I got lots of invaluable feedback from the outside and also from other prisoners. One always wishes to have done more or better in providing emotional support for loved ones on the outside, for organizing against prison injustice, for engaging in political work. But overall, I feel pretty good about how ID my bid. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is super important. I know some people endure without it, but it was invaluable to me. Outside people will not always be able to come up with the answers, but the caring and support still matters. Not nearly enough work has happened on either supporting political prisoners or prison abolition, but the efforts people are making are terrific and make a big difference. People facing prison, particularly men's prison, have been inundated with the media portrayal of a very macho, violent culture. Without denying that this can be a problem, it's important to remember that the key to how you do in prison is human relationships, how you carry yourself, how you relate to other people, and being a person of principle are all more important than being a bruiser. The movement needs to understand that even though the majority of prisoners are men, there are many women in prison who face major obstacles and forms of abuse. So, our movement has to pay attention to the reality, needs, and struggles of women in prison. The injustice of the prison industrial complex is not just about the over 2 million people held in cages but also the impact of that on our families and communities. That's why my pamphlet about the criminal injustice system was titled, "Our Commitment is to Our Communities." That's why our struggle to free political prisoners and to abolish the whole punishment paradigm is an essential part of the struggle against white supremacy. 135 This refers to the October 20, 1981, attempted robbery of a Brinks truck in Nyack, New York, in which a guard and 2 police officers were killed, followed by numerous arrests and subsequent murders of underground operatives and their supporters. 136 The Prisoner Education Project on AIDS, a model AIDS peer education program, was created in prison by David Gilbert, Mujahid Fareed, and Papo Nieves at Auburn Prison in New York following the death of Kawesi Balagoon, one of David's co-defendants. Susan Rosenberg. Susan Rosenberg spent 16 years in high-security federal prisons for her involvement in the anti-imperialist armed actions that culminated in the resistance conspiracy case of the mid-1980s. Her sentence was commuted by outgoing President Bill Clinton in 2001. Susan was imprisoned at the Lexington High Security Unit at FCI Lexington, the first maximum security prison for women in Marianna, Florida, and FCI Danbury, and she also spent time in the D.C. jail. She was involved in the May 19 Communist Organization, the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, the movement to ban the box, and the successful fight for the release of longtime political prisoner Dr. Muchalo Shakur. 137. Susan published the book, An American Radical, Political Prisoner in My Own Country. P. Risen Life. When I was first arrested, I was held at MCC New York for almost a year before being transferred to a prison. I had political and legal support in New York while I was on trial. I had movement lawyers, and at that time there were several other political cases going on that enabled a number of us political prisoners to associate with each other. When I was transferred to Tucson, I was held for a year with 3 other women in an all-men's prison. 138. I was not prepared for that. I spent the year trying to deal with the completely repressive conditions. Alejandrina and I were set up when a guard placed a knife in our cell, and as a result of the disciplinary punishment we were sent to the experimental high security unit in Lexington. We were the only women there for the first 3 months. It was extremely hard to live in prison in those conditions. I was considered the highest profile prisoner that they had ever had and was constantly shackled and chained, even to THE showers. When we were in Marianna, we were able to organize together and began one of the early HIV/AIDS peer advocacy efforts. The same kind of organizing happened in Danbury. While on trial in Washington, D.C., for the resistance conspiracy case, all of us in that case organized the first HIV/AIDS program and were, despite the utter criminalizing attempts by the administration, able to fight the horrendous conditions inside THIRD jail. At Lexington in the experimental high-security unit, Sylvia Beraldini, Alejandrina Torres and I made an agreement that, despite our internal conflicts, issues, and challenges, we agreed that fighting the state, the BOP, and the prison authorities was primary over any issues between us. We stuck to that and were able to put together a united front that enabled us to resist the torture we were experiencing. There the outside support was the most important because they refused to be quiet about the conditions we were in and were encouraging us to survive. It was not kumbaya, but it was life-saving and effective. There were very hard and bleak moments. When I was at Lexington SHU for almost 2 years, it was extremely difficult. When I was sexually assaulted by staff at Tucson FCI, it was also very hard. What shocked me the most was the utter contempt and cruelty, the utter disregard for human rights, the deep hatred and misogyny towards women, the relentless degradation by the institution's rules and staff of individuals' very humanity. The only time I was really able to practice anything collective was when I was in general population. I became a writer and poet inside. When in population, I was able to get a master's degree in writing from Antioch University. At that time, I was the first woman to obtain a master's degree at that prison. It was done through independent study and prison visits with different instructors and professors. It was actively opposed by the institution, with only a few individuals from the prison that helped make it possible. My happiest times were during visits, during times with sister prisoners, running on the track, teaching, and organizing as a prisoner peer advocate. Becoming a writer was one of my proudest achievements. And obtaining my degree. But above and beyond those things was the successful organizing of a collective of other women prisoners to teach a course on Black history. This is detailed in my book. An American Radical, Political Prisoner in My and Country. Politics and Priso. And Dynamics. The idea of accepting incarceration and accepting the conditions of life as dictated by the prison system was a never-ending conflict with my personal ethics. Living inside prison was a constant time of acquiescing to a greater power. Every day was a day of constantly making compromising decisions not to rebel. I was with white supremacists and abortion bombers, and there was a lot of conflict with them. I went into prison with a prison jacket of being Black. This meant that I was able to build community with my Black sisters inside. It allowed me to live inside the most repressed but most beautiful community. This community has faced both historical genocide and slavery and all the more current forms that those original circumstances evolved into. The lowering of the expectations of life, whether in terms of education, or family relations, or human solidarity, was one of the most profoundly denigrating things to bear witness to. Women struggled to overcome those things even in the very worst of circumstances and conditions. Women built communities and units and families and continued to try and find love and connection. Women wanted to learn what they didn't know. There was a continual expression for freedom and multiple forms of resistance. It happened in big ways and small ways. Far and away the most difficult things to deal with were the guards. I tried to find sympathetic humans within the guards, and, when I did, I urged them to quit. Racism is the main way that the authorities keep control. That and fear. As an anti-racist white in prison, it was important to stand up to racist attacks on individuals and oppose prison policies that targeted women of color. The issue of language was also a sharp-edged tool that authorities used against Spanish-speaking women prisoners. The forced high school equivalency learning was in English, and those that could not pass the tests were denied good time to their sentences. This was a huge attack on all Latinx women prisoners. The denial of religious rights to Native and Indigenous women was another form of racism. Fighting for religious rights was another thing that I struggled to support. I helped dig pits for Native American sweats that occurred at Danbury after much organizing and legal struggle that Native men waged. I was at MCC when Mutual Shakur and Marilyn Buck were on trial. At that time, Geronimo Pratt, David Gilbert, C. Cow Odinga, the Puerto Rican Macheros, and others were all at MCC. It was an amazing experience to be with all those prisoners at the same time in one prison. We were able to meet together and plan trial strategy and use the time together for political and spiritual solidarity. Joe Doherty was there, and he was a great comrade to us all. 139. The ideological links between the IRA, the Puerto Rican independence movement, and the BLA were also part of the mix. Also, I was in Marianna, Florida, with Laura Whitehorn, Marilyn Buck, and Sylvia Baraldini, and we were able to be together in at prison. My experience was in solitary, in men's prisons, in the experimental high security unit for women, and the first maximum security unit for women prisoners. These were all completely different from the general population that I later experienced. I was directly designated to those units. It was not for disciplinary reasons that I was sent there. All these experiences were not comparable to general population. Lukey. NG forward. Being part of a movement meant that I almost never felt completely alone. I had a lot of support from the movements that existed at that time. I had great support from my parents, and they in turn organized others as well as supported other political prisoners. There was a group of lawyers who engaged with me and with all the political prisoners at that time who were critical in helping us defend ourselves from all the different state attacks. This included Susan Tipograph, Judy Holmes, Sophia Elijah, Nkechi Tefa, Mark Gombiner, Chokwe Lumumba, Lynn Stewart, Jonathan Lubel, Mary O'Melveny, and others for sure. It made all the difference in how doing time could happen. I think that now the political prisoner support movement is more fractured and individual than it was during my imprisonment. That is something that the state has been successful at, reducing people to individuals, and individuals have different strategies for release. However, I work on Dr. Mutual Shakur's legal and political defense and have for the last decade, and it is in the last few years that various groups have come together to create a strategy to obtain his release. I think getting our elders from that earlier generation out of prison is a huge political priority for all social justice activity. So many of our comrades have died while in prison. So, work in defense of the elders and work in defense of more recent political prisoners. Join the efforts. Link any other work with the fight to defend those who have been imprisoned. In the midst of terrible repression and oppression, keep your heart open. Keep learning from the people around you and from the outside as much as that is possible. Build unity wherever you can in all the multiple conflicts that emerge. Stay fit. Don't eat sugar. Keep connected to the outside if possible. When you get out, get as much help as you can. Needing help is not something anyone should be ashamed of. Prison is part of the struggle for a new and different, better world. Every movement in the world has always had and will continue to have people imprisoned. It is the nature of the struggle. It is a part of the overall struggle for radical change. It is both harder and clearer how to fight white supremacy and racial violence in prison. I think that is something that all prisoners need to play a role in. I also believe that the explosion of women's leadership in the Black and Brown and POC movements has changed the nature of the movement. Linking prisoner solidarity work that recognizes the advances that women have made against sexual violence and against the police violence against communities is crucial. And I believe that all our work can and needs to be directly linked to prison abolition and community control of policing. The fight for human rights is international, and in that there is great strength. The recent International Human Rights Tribunal that charged genocide against the U.S. government in its policies and practices against Black, Latinx, and indigenous peoples made it clear that American prisons are on the front line of that genocide. 137 Ban the Box is a campaign that fights to remove the checkbox that asks if applicants have a criminal record from hiring applications. 138 Alejandrina Torres is a Puerto Rican freedom fighter who was a political prisoner for decades due to sedition charges based on her involvement in the Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña. 139 Joe Doherty was a former volunteer with the IRA who escaped Ireland during a 1981 trial and was subsequently captured in New York in 1983, after which he fought an ultimately unsuccessful 9-year legal battle against extradition and deportation. He was imprisoned alongside numerous other political prisoners while in the United States. Danny L. McGowan. Daniel McGowan is a former member of the Earth Liberation Front who spent more than 5 years in federal prison, part of that time in a high-security communication management unit as a result of prosecutions commonly referred to as the Green Scare. Daniel spent the majority of his incarceration at FCI Sandstone and at the CMUs at USP Marion and at FCI Terre Haute, as well as 6 months at a halfway house. He has been involved with political prisoner support for most of his activist life and is currently a member of the Certain Days Collective, New York City Books Through Bars, and numerous political prisoner support committees. He published Exposing Little Guantanamo, Inside the CMU. P. Risen Life. I was very much on the idea of preparing for prison by talking to people who had done time and by educating myself on stuff. The truth is that the materials that are out there about prison, whether it's these federal prison handbooks or otherwise, they're just the standard party line about what it's supposed to be like. But the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons, is completely different from what they say on paper. So, I thought I was prepared, but I clearly wasn't. I think it's hard to prepare yourself for the sort of deprivation that exists in there and to prepare for the kind of way you have to be to get by. I tried to do my time as productively as possible. At Sandstone, I had to go to my job, which was in psychology. I was an orderly, so I just had to sweep and mop pretty much every day to keep the bathrooms clean. Then once a week, the bus would come in and new people from different compounds would have to get a psychology assessment, like a 2-minute assessment. We had to give them forms, but that was Pret. Why much it? At the CMU, there's no work call and no free movement outside the unit. So, essentially your whole life is in your housing unit, except for a few areas where you can actually move, like recreation or education. But it was always just a series of cages, like the rec cage. We had a TV room, and the laundry was in the unit. It was mostly the same, but my vision of doing my time was to be as productive as I could no matter what. So I would focus on doing more educational pursuits during the day. When I did have coursework or education courses, there was lots of reading and writing, so I would do that. I did a few correspondence courses when I was inside. Writing a few letters during the day, working out, playing basketball, things like that too. Keep busy. In some ways, I feel maybe people need to accept the fact that they're in prison and their impact on the outside world is going to perhaps be lessened. It's hard to participate in the movement when you're in there, other than writing. I felt like I had a lot of good support, but it's hard to adjust to the rigidity of the system. The way you relate to people in there is completely different than out here, and I'm generally an inquisitive kind of person with a lot of questions and at times strong opinions. On the inside that doesn't always work out so well because it's perceived as being nosy or in people's business. So I had to check myself with that and keep my judgments to myself more. The adjustment period in prison is sort of like being on a very uncomfortable plane. Your first year is tough. When you're first ascending, you have a period of getting used to everything in there, the social mores, the rigidity of the system, the politics. Then you become acclimated, and you just kind of cruise for a while. Then your last year is kind of tough because you're getting ready to leave that world. The transition is tough on both sides. So, for a while I thought Sandstone sucked. Then there was a period of time where I thought, it's not going to get better than this. I have a cush job, I get visits all the time, I get a shit ton of mail, I get a lot of books, it's not a violent place, there is karaoke, floor hockey, basketball, all of these programs. But at the end of the day, all of that is a distraction from the fact that you're in prison, you're away from your family and your friends, and you're totally sidelined and not able to participate in anything meaningful. I never lost hope. I had moments when I came close to losing hope, though. When I was first arrested, I was at MCC New York, which is now closed and has no one there. It's a shitty, mostly pretrial facility, and I got taken to 9 South. You get off on a floor, and then you go up a tiny little stairway. It feels like a half floor almost, and this is the terror wing. I got taken to the long end of this hallway, and there was a generator near my room. They put me in what's called a dry cell, which is a cell with no access to water. There was a camera on me at all times, and it was like the SHU, or the segregated housing unit. I heard people chanting, doing prayer call, and I realized I was surrounded by Muslim dudes, probably people with so-called terrorism cases because this was around 2005. I remember thinking at that point it was pretty dire. It was December 7th, it was cold, it was snowy, it was right before Christmas, which is a time of year that I really like, and I couldn't believe that this was the start of what was going to be a fucking crazy part of my life. I negotiated with myself and thought there was no need to get hopeless. If you get life in prison and things look horrible, you can kill yourself at some other point, but you don't need to do that now. That was basically a coping mechanism so that I didn't lose hope. But I would never say I lost hope. It's hard to relax in prison, even when you have those good times. You may laugh, but you always have something on your mind that you're in prison. That's why in prison photos, people are often very serious because the idea of making it seem somehow good is tough for people to stomach, the idea that you're going to send out a picture with a big, fat grin on your face. I had a happy moment pretty much every weekday when I went to mail call. There were some moments that were just so ridiculously overwhelming. I'd be walking back to my cell with a handful of books. I happened to be very lucky, people were very supportive, and I have a lot of people who care about me, and they sent me books and letters. Some days I would get like 5 letters. I'm very appreciative of that. And honestly, 5 letters from my good friends are very different than 10 or 15 letters from strangers. Mail call was always a time I was happy. I would love getting visits too. You get all dressed up, you iron your clothes, take a shower, shave, you do whatever you need to do. Going to the visiting room is called going to the dance floor. I was definitely always in my sweats and not particularly concerned about how I looked. I had a short buzz cut for most of my time. But I would gussy up on that day. People were just blown away that I was seeing people that weren't my wife or my mother and my father. It would be friends coming to visit. You go through and have a strip search and take all your clothes off and then put them all the way back on, and then, as soon as they crack the door, there's that moment when you're looking for your visitor. That's always a really good moment when you see them. There's one moment that I thought was great. I think it was the US Sentencing Commission that adjusted some crack sentences. Either that or Obama did something. But they were furiously calling people's names out on the loudspeaker at Sandstone. I think it was this thing called drugs -2, which just meant that the guidelines went down like 2 years. So what happened was people were suddenly eligible for time served. They were calling people to come to R&D, which is receiving and discharge. When you get called to R&D, either you're leaving or a package or something came for you. There were all these fucking people who got called and went home. I think 25. People went home that day, including a guy who I ate lunch with that day. It was mind-blowing. So there were moments like that. I knew I wasn't going to get any relief from the crack law. I mean, I have what the government considers a violent case, arson and terrorism, all that stuff. I knew I was not going to get any play from anything the whole time I was in there. But it's always really nice to see people go home. There was a guy in my unit that made like 50 crocheted elephants for a cancer hospital for kids, and I thought that was amazing. If I had the skills, I would have done that. One thing I did was be the instructor for the greeting card class. We got a lot of contact paper and laminate, and this guy taught me how to make cards that had a door to it and stuff. So, I made a lot of homemade cards, a lot of them, of course, because I sent them out. I read more books and magazines than I care to name. Because I wasn't able to do courses, I would get interested in certain topics, and I would research and read a tremendous amount about it. I'm looking at my bookshelf right now, and I can see some of the topics. I spent months studying and reading everything I could on the environmental and conservation movement. I read a ton of ethnographies, from sociology, everything from gang leader for a day to Emile Durkheim. I read a ton about the Irish Republican freedom struggle. I read every prisoner memoir that I could get my hands on. Any kind of prisoner. If a prisoner wrote a memoir, I read everything about it. I went through a period of time where I read all the classics that I could possibly find. Those were pretty easy to get through the interlibrary loan program. I exhausted everything by authors that I like Dave Eggers. I read a bunch of mass-market paperbacks. I read everything from James Patterson, Patricia Cornwell, David Baldacci, Daniel Silva, Harlan Coben. I read a ton about the Black Panther Party, the Weather Underground, and the Black Liberation Army. I read tons of biographies. I read all the James Bond books. I was reading so much, and I would get ideas with everything I read, and I would then just ask for those books from the outside or ask for them from the library. I read a ton of graphic novels. Every graphic novel that I liked from growing up I reread. And then I read a shit ton of X-Men, Batman, Watchmen, all hat stuff. I did that just to try to keep my mind as active as possible and to come out of prison smarter, so to speak. I don't think reading makes you smarter. I think being discerning and having that sense of discord in your brain, trying to make sense of the different things that are in there, how what you're reading makes sense with reality. So, not parroting what you read but using what you read as fodder or as a tool to sharpen reality. I think sometimes people read things and then just replicate it. That's not what I was trying to do. But I was trying to occupy myself, so I would read nonfiction mostly during the day, then I read fiction at night when I was tired. I feel ultimately it was pretty fruitful, but in a lot of ways it was just to help pass the time because I had so much time available. And I could share the books too, though people didn't always love the political stuff. I remember at Sandstone I was at my job, and I was reading the Durruti biography by Abel Paz that AK Press put out about 15 years ago. 140. It's a huge book, maybe 3 or 4 inches wide, it's like a weapon. If you put it in a pillowcase, you'd be able to knock someone out with it. And I was reading it and trying to explain to this guy why I was reading about this, and it was mind-blowing to him. He was like, "Why are you reading this book?" It made no sense to him. He would be more interested in reading a get rich quick book. And I'm reading this book about this Spanish anarchist, and he doesn't know what anarchist means. But when I was at the CMU, a lot of people had higher education levels, and so I would be able to share books, especially if it was about current events and was meaningful to people's lives. And the potato chip books, the beach reads, were in high demand. At Sandstone, I actually donated all the books to the library. I read so much nonfiction, and we didn't really have a nonfiction section in the prison library, so I established the nonfiction section. I brought like 50 books. Then when I was at CMU, they wouldn't let me donate to the library. We had our own internal library, which was fed from the institution library. So since I couldn't donate the books, I sent them home. I sent home about 15 to 20 copy boxes full of books, about $17 a box to ship home. When I came home and went to eat one day, I looked down and under the kitchen table was like half of the boxes. In time, what I did was, I took them out, and I donated about half of them to Books Through Bars in New York City, and I have the rest of them here. Every once in a while, I'll be at Books Through Bars, and a book from like 8 years ago that I donated is still there, which means that that book is probably never going to get sent out. But, yeah, I donated as much as I could. I lost my mom when I was in prison. She passed away in December 2009, while I was at Marion. Usually at some institutions you can go out on a furlough, like a day pass, to go to the funeral. And then some places they do this thing where they'll let you go out, but you have to pay for the marshals to guard you, and you're chained the whole time. I didn't do that. I was at the CMU at Marion, the Communication Management Unit, and, given my case, I didn't even make the request because I thought it would be denied. Why get your hopes up? Plus, I didn't have the money to contribute to fly back to New York City and essentially be a fucking sideshow at my mother's funeral. So, I didn't do it. I butted heads with the warden, and I got her to give me a bedside phone call with my mother. I was able to talk to my mother when she was partially conscious and say goodbye. Then when she passed, I was able to get a call with my sisters. Usually on the compound the chaplain would arrange all of this. But instead I had to draw on outside support to force the BOP into having the fucking compassion to let me say goodbye to my mom. That definitely sucked, and I don't wish that on anyone. Also, my co-defendant killed himself when we were in the very beginning of our case. 141. I was at Lane County Jail at the time. I remember I got woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I was in a maximum wing. They moved me into the SHU and put me on suicide watch because my co-defendant, Avalon, had killed himself in a county jail in Arizona that night, apparently. They didn't tell me who it was, of course, because they don't care. They just moved me, put me in a gown, and I was put on a 15-minute watch, where a cop would walk by every 15 minutes to check on me. That was December 21st, 2005. I was in this fucking gown with this tiny blanket and it was super cold in Eugene. It was damp in the jail, and I had to be there. I was there for like 10 days. Finally, when the doctor got back from New Year's break, I was let out. I read The Jungle by Upton Sinclair, which was one of the worst books to read in that kind of state because it was so depressing. There was no book cart, the guard just brought me a book. I also read The Road by Cormac McCarthy when I was in prison. Now when I see it at New York City Books Through Bars, I always say to not send this book to someone, it is too depressing. I mean, I'm nobody's nanny, but, seriously, it's depressing. What I saw in the CMU that I didn't see in general population were people who worked for the BOP coming back from Afghanistan and Iraq and then being in a unit of mostly Muslims and expressing hostility to the Muslim population there in all kinds of ways by disrespecting people's Qurans or prayer rugs to comments under their breath to bumper stickers on cars. All kinds of really shitty things that the government can try to say was just First Amendment, you know? It was kind of gross, and I saw a lot of that. It's weird, I'm not a Muslim, but I just thought it was disgusting, like the way they were treating NG people. One thing that was shocking was just how easy it was to become numb to the horror of what goes on in there and how you have to consciously fight that in order to not become a robot. It's like that time in school when someone falls and everyone laughs at them, but it's that to the extreme. Everyone has their own problems, and so it becomes incredibly atomized and insecure, individualistic. And the prison staff and the bureaucrats, and also the system itself, is all about making you just like an atom, like an individual. The idea of any kind of collective struggle is anathema to them. I mean, they're petrified of that, right? So I think that was shocking, how fucking cruel people can be, how fucking shitty they can be about other people's stances. I was also shocked to see the changes in sentencing. There was reform coming. I was watching how people sentenced for meth were getting mandatory minimums of 30 and 35 years, and I didn't understand how that was possible. Also shocking was just how many people were in the BOP that were from Mexico, for instance, that were convicted not of actual crimes but of crossing a line in the desert that the US government has decided is a border. That was really shocking. A lot of the stuff I wrote about in my blog when I first got in was about me adjusting to prison and basically learning about how fucked up the world is. I mean, I had no experience with meth or people that sold or produced meth. It's not as cool, so to speak, as Breaking Bad. Right? It's just people with really bad teeth and really crazy stories, talking about how fucked they were in their case. And, unfortunately, sometimes talking about what they want to do when they get out, which is not always the smartest thing. I think to myself, you're trapped in the cycle of I'm going to do it better next time. On some level, it's like, what else are they going to do? So who am I to judge? All that shit was shocking and eye-opening. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I was dragged into the lieutenant's office once. Well, there were a few times. One time, there was a fight at the CMU, and all of us were dragged in, stripped down, and they checked if we had any marks on us. The person who ended up getting in trouble was a Muslim guy, and the Muslims asked the non-Muslims to write cop-outs, to write letters to the staff, saying that this person is a good person, he's a calming person in the unit, and we would appreciate if he could come out. So that was strange because I wasn't snitching, but I felt like, I'm sending off a cop-out. A kite to the cops, advocating for someone. 142. It definitely was like crossing some racial, maybe ethnic, lines that are pretty uncommon. In prison. I definitely had a few conflicts with prisoners. I got into a pushing match in the CMU over the TV, but it was really just tempers between decent people. It was between me and a Muslim, which was a fucking big deal with the other Muslims because I was totally unsanctioned. I didn't have a crew or car, the whites in the unit were old-timers. And a Nazi. And so this guy was telling me I couldn't be getting into a fight with a Muslim. And I told him, I'm not trying to get in a fight with anyone. I remember having this ridiculous conversation where I had to talk to the imam and basically say, it's cool. Everything's cool with us. We made peace. He was actually a friend, and he's out now and we're still friends. But, other than that, there's tension and shit, there is a bit of a dog world there. I just made sure that people didn't touch my shit or step to me or anything like that. As far as conflicts with guards, I didn't get into any physical conflicts, but there's always this derision. I caught a lot of shit. I'd get things like, McGowan, how do you wipe your ass and go to the bathroom when toilet paper is made out of trees? Stuff like that. Or, how do you justify getting so much mail? And I'd ask if they understood the concept of recycling and how that works, that I don't actually use toilet paper that comes from trees. I mean, I do here because I have no fucking choice. But I would always go to great lengths to try not to use too much paper. I wrote so many letters on the back of old flyers because I was trying desperately to not use paper. It would also save me money at commissary. But there would be tons of old flyers after an event, and I would grab those. There was one recycling bin in the cop's office and in the library, and I would literally have a bag of fucking paper and I would dump it in there. But it looked so suspicious I was essentially sneaking to recycle. I mean, it was ridiculous. Racism is just like a fact of life in prison. The politics about it are really intense, and you can get yourself into a lot of shit. I basically fucked with whoever I wanted to. At the low security prison, it's less of an issue. But people are pretty fucking racist. And you'll hear all kinds of crazy shit. I learned new words in prison that I didn't know before. I was in the CMU with an old Nazi, a pagan that was in for like 25 years. He and I would sometimes get into arguments, but it was pretty chill. I always had to remind myself that this guy was accused of assassinating someone, so I should probably act accordingly. He considered me a communist. He knew Ray-Luc Levasseur from Marion or from ADX 20 years ago. He'd say, "You're a communist, just like Levasseur." It almost seemed pointless trying to explain to the Nazi that I'm not a communist. For the most part, we got along, though. He tried to tell me that Hitler was a vegetarian, which I told him was the most cliché, Nazi thing to say. And technically not true, but, also, who cares? It doesn't matter to me. For the most part, this is alt-right. This is pre-Trump. So it's like simmering racism. You'd see some shit like when I was in transit. So, when you go into any DOJ facility, the president and the vice president are on the wall, and when I went back to Marion in transit once, the Obama photo. It was like 4 months into Obama's term, and it was still just blank. I remember thinking to myself, that is so fucking obvious. Racist. The whites are like garden variety racists in federal prison. They're good old boy peckerwoods. They just have regressive ideas. They don't think of themselves as haters. They're not politicized, necessarily. They just are acting it out. Being from New York, I would obviously seek out people from New York, and none of those people from New York were white. If I saw somebody on the call-out sheet that you check in the morning and they had an 053 registered number, I'd be like, oh, that's a homie. At Sandstone, it ended up being a lot of sex offenders who got arrested at JFK Airport for sex tourism, or their computers had porn on it. Those weren't my homies, because they were just people arrested at JFK Airport, which is ironically very close to where I grew up. But, yeah, not people that I necessarily wanted to fuck with. The CMU was full of different people. It was a mixture of Muslims who were entrapped by the federal government. There was no case, they were just approached by FBI agents or whatever in order to do something, usually something against people. Those people were kind of hard to do time with because they had such a sense of outrage at what happened to them, and they were very much stuck in, whether they were innocent or not. They were clearly fucked with and entrapped, and so I understand their sense of outrage, but it also makes for a very singular, narcissistic thing. Whereas the guys who were arrested pre-9/11, they had already done a lot of time and so were pretty acclimated to the prison system. So, they had a sense of perspective. They had already done time at ADX. They'd already done time at a compound. They were used to dealing with Americans and cultural stuff, whereas some of the guys that were entrapped were straight up coming from the street. It was basically street, county, compound. They saw everything in CMU as so horrible, whereas some of the guys who had been in ADX said it's not actually that horrible. You'd be surprised we don't have to deal with this, we don't have to deal with that. You don't have to wear boots to the shower. You don't have to fight. You don't have to carry a knife. So, those guys re harder. As far as the guys who had been in for a while, I was friendly with one of the people who was in for the World Trade Center 1993 incident, somebody who was actually in custody at the time that happened. He was convicted of the conspiracy but was not actually involved. He is doing a life sentence. I was in with people that were in for basically fundraising, for just doing charity. I was in with 4 of the 5 members of the Holy Land Foundation, and I got along really well with a few of them. 143. I didn't know most of them, but I knew 2 of them. The 2 men that I liked are doing 65 year sentences. I was in with the Somali pirate. His last name is Muse. Is a really funny kid who just learned English from TV and was really interested in pop culture and sports stuff. He was very goofy. He would just throw the basketball all crazy because he had no idea how to play basketball. He was very cool and very generous, always lending me magazines and stuff. I was in with John Walker Lind, the so-called American Taliban. 144. He seemed like a nice guy but didn't really talk to most people. A lot of people I knew were convicted of material aid to support terrorism. But there were those people, and then there were sovereign citizens, people that put out billion-dollar liens on federal judges and are part of that whole posse comitatus right-wing thing. 145. And that's interesting because it's multiracial, so you get black folks on that tip, you've got white folks that are on that tip, some of them are part of the Moorish Science Temple, and they take different names and stuff. 146. So they were a pretty interesting group. I was in the CMU with some people who were accused of going into training camps for Al-Qaeda and for the Taliban. And then you have these random groups of people. I was the tree hugger, and he was an animal rights person. 147. There was a Native American man who they thought was going to blow up the 6th Circuit Court of Appeals or 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. There was a guy who was part of what they called the Dixie Mafia, like a southern gangster who had done a bunch of time at Angola in the 1970s. 148. Like I said, you had a bunch of these sovereign citizen types who are filing false liens and refusing to carry driver's licenses. Some of them are vaguely right-wing. The Montana Freeman people were there. 149. You had some people who had used phone and communications to send threats to people. You had a few high-profile sex offenders like this one con man who actually died in custody. He was some sort of a Mormon who was married to young girls, basically 13-year-olds. And he was Jewish by birth but apparently was a Christian. He ran a ministry called Tony Alamo Ministries, and he made all this money. It was really fascinating. He was a RD person. Other people in the CMU at Marion who I knew included a FARC arms dealer and member and a Russian arms dealer. 150. There was a guy from Baltimore who was accused of calling in threats and killing witnesses. I have no idea whether he did it or not, but he had a life sentence. I was in with one of the Fort Dix 5, one of the Albanian brothers. 151. I was with some PFLP people who were accused of taking down airplanes. 152. There is the case out of JFK Airport, that guy that was accused of wanting to blow that up. I was in there with him. I mean, I don't know about the veracity of most of these cases. You know, most people said they were innocent. I was in there with the co-defendant of the so-called Millennium Bomber. I was with the Imam from Albany, Yassin Aref, who was entrapped. The Virginia Jihad case, the paintball case. Adam Hassan, whose co-defendant is Jose Padilla. 153. Yeah, just lots of differa. Anti-people. Tsutomu Shirosaki, with the Japanese Red Army, was at Terre Haute when I was there, and he was in contact with 4 Struggle Meg. And the Certain Days Calendar. 154. I used to get the New York City ABC updates and distribute them to people, and people liked those because it was all information about prisons and stuff. But political organizing was kind of tough. I would often ask that my crew do benefits that benefited forest defense and things that I was in for, basically. It's just hard to be politically involved. I wrote for magazines, I wrote articles, I wrote letters, I tried to be involved in political back and forth, basically. But it's super challenging, and there were times that it was much harder than others. You know? I didn't really have a lot of lockdowns. Sandstone was locked down a few times because of severe snow. I was always in the shoe when I was in transit, and that sucked because I'd be 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. When I went to Oklahoma, I almost invariably was in the shoe because of my case, and I would leave there with the black box on. The black box is a device that goes over your handcuffs and really limits your movement. We were locked down for half the day after Bin Laden was murdered by the Navy SEALs, which happened to be my birthday, in Terre Haute. You don't really have much of a choice, you just deal with it. You just try to work out, you try to get up, you try to not be in bed all the time. That's Pret. Why much it? I experienced being in segregation while I was in transit, which is definitely annoying. I probably did about 100 days in the shoe then. Besides that, I was only in the shoe for like 1 day when I was in general population at Marion. They said I tried to circumvent the mail monitoring on the phone somehow. They put me in the shoe and then drove me to Terre Haute, the other CMU, the next day. So I was only in the shoe overnight. But mostly I was in the shoe, what they consider ADSEG, when I was in transit. I've been at the transit centers for weeks at a time, moving from point A to point B. At the CMU, people were much easier to talk to, and I had more in common with them. They were very politically engaged and were fighting their cases. But everything was just tighter at the CMU. When I first got there, you got 1 phone call a week, and it was only 15 minutes. So, the communication is severely sharpened, whereas on the compound you can use the phone like 300 minutes a month. And then for December, around the holidays, they give you like an extra 100 minutes. And so that's one thing. And then with visits, at Sandstone I was getting 2 visits a month, 2 weekends a month, so like 32 hours. And then at CMU you can only get 4 hours a month, and it was non-contact, and it was in this tiny little space. So it was just complete. Ely bogus. And at the CMU you don't interact with everyone. You just interact with the people who live in your housing unit. This could be 20 people, could be 50 people. Everybody comes to you, so you're completely dependent on the food coming to you, the commissary coming to you. At the CMU, for commissary they just come with bags, and you get what you ordered, hopefully. It's always a problem, you always get shortchanged. So, everything is in the unit. And in order for you to leave the unit, like to go to dental or medical, the whole compound has to shut down while you are in the hallway. I think it was inevitable that I was going to end up at a CMU because the CMU was criticized for basically being a Muslim unit. So here I was, a non-Muslim, at this place in the Midwest. I think a major problem for them was that I was doing this education program, so I was using their computers. The funny thing is it was a sociology degree, and I was basically being critical about stuff I was involved in and trying to find a different way of handling environmental resistance. But they just couldn't read that, and they saw it more as just being pro-elf. But that's not what I was doing. In fact, my papers would have fucking ultimately ended up pissing off people, I think, in that I was critical and I was trying to come up with other ways of doing things that were not necessarily destroying shit belonging to your enemies. So, I was disgusted by that they used that against me. I think the only thing I would have was, when I went to court, I asked the judge to assign me to a local prison, and the judge doesn't have the capacity to do that. My lawyers should have known that the judge has no say, because judges are in the judicial branch and the BOP is in the executive branch. So, I wish I would have just been a little more ambivalent about that. People told me they're not sending you near your house, and you need to get over that. Susan Rosenberg told me, they're going to fuck with you so bad, you just need to get used to that. And I was like, nah, I was believing what they said in the paper, like it's not like that. Now, oh my God, I've told her numerous times just how right she was. Because she said, they're going to fuck with you. They're going to look at you as a race traitor. And you just need to know that, and the BOP is full of shit. And I was really naive, super naive, you know? So, I think I would have just had my eyes a little more open, had less hope that things would change. I mean, I spent a lot of time at Sandstone thinking I just want to get closer to home. But, meanwhile, what I ended up getting was transferred further from home and also to a RSE place. Lukey. NG forward. For me, outside support kept me grounded, it kept me connected to my life back east. I think outside support is essential. How would you get money on your books, and how would you get visits without outside support? Visits are important, letters are important, books are important. I think most political prisoners read a lot, and I think it's important to have outside support. Also, when medical issues come up, when transfer issues come up, if people are fucked with by the guards, it's always important, I think, for people to have someone to reach out to. Otherwise, you're just in there on your own. We've seen what happens when people are forgotten about, crazy shit happens to them, and then no one even knows. You just search the inmate locator one day and find out they died. That's happened to me multiple times. It's kind of crazy. I felt supported 100%, all the time. The truth is that the system is set up in a way to make you not feel supported. It's set up in a way that basically you have to have faith that people support you. You really have to believe that the support is there even if you don't see it, because they can hold your mail or put you in transit where your mail can't catch up with you. And you don't actually know that you're being supported. I think some people get a lot of support because they're well known, and other people don't get as much support. And I think it begs the question of why people get supported in the first place. I don't think political prisoners should be supported because they're elderly, per se. But what has happened is that the prisoners from the 1970s and 1980s. The general political prisoner list is roughly 32, 35 people right now. But when it was 100, there were always people who were never going to get that much support. And I ask, why is that? Why? Our basis for support should not be about how old or infirm the person is. The basis should be rooted in supporting movement people because you're in agreement with what they did, or you're in agreement with their values and the movements they come from, or that they're coming from your actual movement itself. And why would we not support the people that come from our movement? So, is enough being done? You have high-profile political prisoners like Mumia, Abu Jamal, and Leonard Peltier, and now you have a much smaller political prisoner list. 155. But, I don't want to presume that Mumia and Peltier are getting a ton of support. I mean, it certainly seems that they are, but what something looks like is not always what it actually is. Then you take people on the list now, like Jojo Bowen or Bill Dunn or the Virgin Island 3, and those people aren't getting any kind of level of support. And I think it's challenging in some ways why Jojo is on a life sentence. he was already in prison and killed a warden of a prison, so maybe people feel like it's just not worth supporting him. I don't know. Not to say he doesn't get any support. He was in the SHU for like 20 years, and the Abolitionist Law Center got him out, I believe. 156. So that's great. But, I think it's always hard to tell who's getting supported and who's not. There are a fair amount of the younger prisoners who I find didn't get a lot of support. Does Eric King get a lot of support? I don't know. It's a disparate group of like 20 people around the country that support him. I think a lot more could be done as a baseline for the people inside. Make sure they have money on commissary, make sure they have books and letters, make sure they have visits, work with them on publishing things together. Things like that are important. I think any aspect of doing political prisoner support should be concerned with the freedom of the people there and understanding that not everyone is going to get out. I don't believe that everyone on this list of 30 people is going to get out, and I think it's foolish to think they will. I think you need to work on campaigns that will lift all boats. I think a lot of the work that happened in New York State with release aging people in prison, Parole Preparation Project, and many other groups, created a situation that got political prisoners out. 157. I'm specifically thinking of Herman Bell, Jalil Muntakim, C. Cow Odinga, Maliki Shakur Latin, Robert Seth Hayes. 158. All these people got out on parole. A lot of that has to do with the fact that the parole board composition has changed dramatically. There are more parole commissioners, there are way less people in prison, and I think that people actually have a fairer shot at parole. They're not just getting denials over and over, and that has to do with advocates. That doesn't have to do with the governor doing better, it just has to do with advocates. I would want the past me to understand and to be reminded of the fact that people on the outside have lives and are dealing with real things and real issues themselves, and that the world doesn't revolve around you. There are moments with some of the newer prisoners, in the way that they engage people on the outside, that make me feel like some new political prisoners are forgetting that people on the outside actually have lives and jobs and are not able to drop everything they're doing just to meet their needs. That so much of what they need to do needs to be on their own, to be a little more self-sufficient about stuff. There's definitely times when I feel like there's a certain amount of narcissism that takes place. So, I would want younger me to realize that the world doesn't stop because of the super intense thing that's happening in your life, and that you need to do what you can on your own to be self-sufficient. And ask for help when it's needed but not rely on people as much as I did. I'm pretty sure that I was a big drain on people. I gave a lot, but I also asked for a lot. And it was, I think, pretty challenging. And I'm experiencing this now, not necessarily with someone I'm working with, but I'm adjacent to a few situations where I'm watching people on the inside ask what I might consider too much from those on the outside. I don't think it's a situation where we have to do exactly what people ask us to. It should be a mutual working relationship. Sometimes it becomes one way. And I think that's wrong. People should be more mindful of T dynamic. Since I've gotten out, as a recipient of such good fortune and solidarity, I've tried to pay it forward. My goal is to be a force of fucking will, someone who got out of the system and refused to give up, who continues fighting for people's freedom, for people to be treated properly, and for us to be able to support captives from our movements. The experience of being in prison extracts something from you. People that get out are not to be treated like delicate flowers, but there is a cost that you pay, and people need to deal with that when they get out. They need to deal with how prison affects personal relationships and how you view very thing. I think political prisoner support has gotten pretty refined in recent years. Part of that is because of less people in prison, in general, but also less political prisoners. There's been so many people that have gotten out in the last 5 to 10 years. But I feel like what's happening is people think the support is covered, you know? But in my interactions with even some of the high-profile political prisoners, I realize that there are way less people involved than anyone thinks. Even people like Sundiata Akalai and Mutulu Shakur have very small crews. Sundiata is a New Jersey prisoner held at the feds, and it's very challenging to get him out. We're asking the New Jersey state governor to commute his sentence against the will of the full law enforcement community. So, it's really challenging. I support those efforts to get Mutulu and Sundiata out. I also think that there is a basis for supporting newer prisoners, people like Jessica Resnicek, Daniel Baker, and Daniel Hale. I think that just because there's not a large amount of political prisoners entering the system, they shouldn't be forgotten. My fear is that as the list gets smaller, the people that worked on the campaigns of people who were freed will retire. A lot of the people who are involved are in their 60s and 70s, so I'm fearful that those people will retire. And then what will happen to the newer prisoners, you know? Part of my efforts in the ABCF is to grow the ABCF with younger folks so that we have new collectives made up of people who are not all 47 years old. Ike I am 140. Buenaventura Durruti was a Spanish insurrectionary anarchist who played a significant role in the Spanish Revolution and worked with the Federación Anarquista Ibérica and the Confederación Nacional del Trabajo before being killed in battle. The book mentioned is Durruti in the Spanish Revolution. 141. Bill Rogers, or Avalon, was a co-defendant of McGowan's and over a dozen others in the FBI's Operation Backfire, which targeted activists related to the ELF and the ALF. Many of these individuals were arrested on December 7, 2005, including McGowan and Rogers. Rogers was found dead in his jail cell on December 21, 2005, the winter solstice, of an apparent suicide. 142. A kite is a message or note that is secretly passed between prisoners or between prisoners and guards. 143. The Holy Land Foundation 5 are 5 former leaders of a Dallas-based Muslim charity who were unjustly convicted in 2009 of funneling millions of dollars to Palestinian militants. Each of the 5 were given sentences of between 15 to 65 years in prison. See glossary. 144. John Walker Lind is an American-born man who was captured in Afghanistan when the U.S. invaded in 2001, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison for aiding the Taliban. He was released from prison in 2019. 145. The Sovereign Citizens Movement covers a wide range of right-wing activists, tax protesters, conspiracy theorists, and armed anti-government militias that spawned, at least in part, out of Posse Comitatus, a far-right, white supremacist, armed group that gained traction in the 1960s and 1970s. The practice of filing bogus liens against the property of government employees ties up time, money, and resources in an act of anti-government protest. 146. The Moorish Science Temple of America is an Islamic organization founded by Noble Drew Ali in 1913 that teaches that human beings are capable of being redeemed. 147. Andy Stepanian is a former animal rights political prisoner who was a defendant in the SHAC 7 case. 148. The Dixie Mafia is a Southern-based criminal organization that was most active in the 1970s and recruits heavily in prisons. Angola refers to Angola State Prison in Louisiana. 149. The Montana Freemen was an anti-government militia that started in Montana in the 1990s. Several of their members received prison sentences after an armed standoff with the FBI. Their founder died in prison in 2011. 150. Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia is the People's Army of Colombia that was active in armed struggle against the state from the mid-1960s until 2017, when they disarmed in favor of more legal tactics. 151. The Fort Dix 5 are 5 immigrant men who were convicted of planning to attack a U.S. military station at Fort Dix, New Jersey. As of 2023, 4 of the 5 remain in prison. 152 The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine was a revolutionary socialist Palestinian nationalist organization founded in 1967 that was most prominent in the 1970s when it engaged in airplane hijackings and sensationalist actions with other revolutionary groups around the world. 153 Adam Hassan and Jose Padilla were arrested in 2002 and in 2007 were convicted of conspiring to commit murder and fund terrorism. Hassan was released from prison in 2020, and Padilla is scheduled to be released from prison in 2026. 154 Tsutomu Shirosaki was imprisoned in the United States until 2015 for his involvement in the Japanese Red Army, an armed and militant Japanese revolutionary organization that was active for 30 years starting in the early 1970s. 155 This is a reference to the fact that many long-term political prisoners had either been released or died behind bars, and incoming political prisoners are less frequent now than in the 1960s and 1970s. 156 The Abolitionist Law Center is a law firm based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that focuses on political cases and support of political prisoners who have spent decades in prison. Attorneys with the ALC have worked on the cases of Mumia Abu-Jamal and Russell Maroon-Shoatz, among many others. 157 The Parole Preparation Project is an advocacy and support organization in New York that works to ease the parole release process for incarcerated people serving life sentences. 158 Maliki Shakur Latin is a former political prisoner from the BLA who gained his freedom after decades of incarceration with the help of the above-mentioned organizations. L. Linda Evans. Linda Evans was an anti-imperialist political prisoner for 16 years, and before her imprisonment she was involved in many organizations, including Students for a Democratic Society, the Weather Underground, and the May 19th Communist Organization. She was captured in 1985 and convicted for her part in the Brinks expropriation and also in the resistance conspiracy case. She served 16 years in prison before her sentence was commuted by outgoing President Bill Clinton in 2001. Linda was imprisoned at various jails, including the DC Jail and FCI Dublin. Since her release, she has co-founded All of Us or None, a grassroots civil rights organization of formerly incarcerated people and their families, and she works tirelessly with California Coalition for Women Prisoners, the Drop LWOP Coalition, the Immigrant Defense Task Force of North Bay Organizing Project in Santa Rosa, and the successful campaign to free Dr. Mutulu Shakur. 159. Along with her partner Eve Goldberg, Linda wrote The Prison Industrial Complex and the Global Economy. P. Rison Life. We were surprised by the FBI, so we had no real opportunity to get mentally prepared. I don't think it's possible to be mentally prepared to be arrested while you're trying to evade the police. We had some support from close comrades who helped us, great support from radical lawyers, who defended us in court, but little support from the broader polit. Eichel left. I hated never seeing any distances, and so many prisons I was in, all you could see past the razor wire were more prisons. It was the same at Dublin. There's no way I could be comfortable with someone controlling every tiny detail of my life, buttoning the top button of my shirt, being required to wear a bra, being subjected to searches whenever some cop fell. Like it? Every day I walked the track or lifted weights. Eventually, at Dublin, the rec director bought some sewing machines, and I learned to quilt, then spent time in the rec barn quilting. We created an AIDS education group called Place Pleasant and AIDS Counseling and Education. The group was inspired by ACE at Bedford Hills Women's Prison in New York State, which was also started by political prisoners Kathy Boudin and Judy Clark. 160. Work for Place was ongoing. We were an official club while they were legal in the prisons, so we held meetings, organized prisoners fight AIDS walkathons, distributed an educational comic to every cell, and brought the AIDS quilt to FCI Dublin. So every week I might have work associated either with Place or with other activities. No prison or jail is fit for human beings. Putting people in cages is never a solution to our society's social problems. Yes, people develop relationships and even families while they're inside that continue beyond the bars. We create our own social dynamics to make any institution even vaguely tolerable, I would say survivable. For me, being with those comrades was an honor and a privilege because we supported each other in maintaining our political relationships with movements outside, and we had similar worldviews, which reduced the isolation everyone feels. In prison, the presence of my comrades made it tolerable to the degree it ever was. I did years of time with Dulcia Pagan, Carmen Valentin, Lucy and Alicia Rodriguez, Marilyn Buck and Laura Whitehorn. During our trial preparation, all of us on trial had day-long legal visits together. My cellmate Ida McCrae Robinson was also a political prisoner, locked up for hijacking a plan to Cuba. I was on trial with Marilyn Buck, Susan Rosenberg, Laura Whitehorn, Tim Blunk, and Alan Berkman in the resistance conspiracy trial, so we were all in the D.C. jail together for over a year. The D.C. jail was and is full of black people who can't post bail, who are waiting for trial or for transfer to federal prison. All the resistance conspiracy defendants were placed in solitary on different living units. The men's units were told that Alan and Tim had tried to kill Jesse Jackson in order to turn the other prisoners against them. But the solitary cells were simply locked cells at the front of long tiers of cells, so people were curious and talked to us whenever they could. We all connected with other people inside the jail, and eventually they knew who we were and why we were there, that we were political prisoners. People supported us, shared contraband coffee, and showed us how to make smokeless fires from toilet paper. They shared dog-eared paperback books, and we shared information about HIV/AIDS, which was newly discovered and ravaging the black community. Our lawyers petitioned the court for the right for us to have day-long visits together to prepare for trial. We had decided that Alan would represent himself so we would have a direct voice in court. This also allowed us to visit together without an outside lawyer coming in. The D.C. jail was required by the court to put aside an unused classroom for this purpose, and most days we left our cells and spent many hours of the day together analyzing the boxes of evidence the state planned to use in their case against us. Not all of our time was spent on trial preparation, of course. For example, Tim Blunk, an accomplished artist, taught us all how to paint sunsets because we were held in solitary and on different units for so many months. This time together was really precious. We had been arrested a few years before and subjected to individual trials in various jurisdictions. Now we were back together being tried for the resistance conspiracy, so it felt like an opportunity to explain our politics to a broader audience. The small number of women's prisons prevented the U.S. government from effectively separating the women political prisoners. Alejandrina Torres, Sylvia Beraldini, and Susan Rosenberg were all housed in an experiment in small group isolation at FCI Lexington. Laura Whitehorn was being held in solitary at FCI Alderson. The rest of us, the remaining Puerto Rican women POWs, the anti-imperialist women prisoners, and a Plowshares prisoner, were housed at FCI Dublin. Ida McCrae Robinson was also a political person, a member of the Republic of New Africa who was convicted of hijacking an airplane, but Ida didn't call herself a political prisoner. She knew who I was and rescued me by claiming me as a cellmate. Ida lived in a coveted two-person cell, and we became lifelong friends / comrades. At FCI Dublin, as soon as our cells opened in the morning, Marilyn Buck mentored a young black woman who hadn't graduated high school and had 2 life sentences plus 40 years. They huddled in a corner of the unit lobby over their books every morning until work call. Marilyn's love and friendship meant that young woman had the chance to learn, reflect, and transform herself. Today that young woman is free because of a clemency grant from President Obama, and she just testified to Congress. My happiest moments inside were the collective achievements we achieved, Like all the AIDS education and service I was engaged in and the walkathons and fundraising we did inside for AIDS services and the Oakland Children's Hospital. Friendships with the other political prisoners and OT. Hers also. My father died while I was locked up. I was allowed time off work, and I walked the track a lot. Grieved that I couldn't be with my mother. Generally, I deal with stress and grief through action. I have tried to integrate the slogan of the Vietnamese into my life, hatred into energy. 161. I didn't meditate or do yoga in prison, but those are also excellent ways to deal with stress. I was really lucky to have lots of visitors, which kept me connected with life and the world outside, introduced me to new ideas and new people, and helped me feel relevant. Many of these visitors form my chosen family now, as we develop deep, meaningful relationships through tea. He visits. I feel confident that both Alan and Marilyn would want their lives celebrated through action to fight white supremacy and build a society based on equality and liberation. In women's prisons and jails, community is generally very vibrant and strong. The resilience and real community that women create collectively was remarkable. People are usually greeted with offers of shared commissary and hygiene items until your commissary account opens, shared food, cautious questions, and lots of shared opinions and advice. Because medical care is so abysmal in prisons and jails, women take care of each other when we're sick. A friend of mine was diagnosed and was receiving chemotherapy in an outside hospital. Between her treatments, she was extremely sick, vomiting and unable to hold down food. Helping her survive the chemotherapy required a lot of care shifts of friends checking on her, getting ice, or cleaning her cell. Another way we built community was through our HIV/AIDS awareness organizing and other educational efforts that also build leadership skills and friendships. Some of these efforts actually benefit the institution, so wardens may be inclined to allow them as a way to keep people occupied and positive. At FCI Dublin, prisoners formed a council against racism to combat white preferential hiring at Unicor and to request translation of important prison documents into Spanish. We also organized an international festival with performances of music and poetry from every country with someone on the compound. But we lost our staff sponsor, and the club was disbanded by prison administration. Eventually, all the inmate clubs in the federal system were disbanded and are no longer allowed. The AIDS work was crucial at that time to break through the stigma attached to being HIV+ and to educate people who were in such close contact with each other that they weren't in danger. It was empowering, gave people something important to do to help others, and connected us with the outside world in a significant way, showing that women in prison could share their time, energy, and resources to fight AIDS and support people living with AIDS. Politics and priso. And dynamics. Everywhere I went I was friendly to everyone, inclusive in every way, and never tolerated people saying racist things in my presence. Place was always associated with counseling and services for the entire population. I'd be surprised if any long-term prisoner wasn't in a shoe at some point. It's impossible not to break one of their stupid rules just during the course of life. Life in SHU was unbearable, not solitary confinement but living in a 4-person cell. 23.5 hours a day, never knowing who would be put in that cell, including people with emotional problems and people who were detoxing from drugs. While in SHU, I stopped my cellie from committing suicide, but she obviously needed trauma-informed care she wasn't receiving. During a regular prison day, you can maintain your own schedule as long as you go to work and allow a million indignities. You can possibly cook your own dinner, take a walk or run on the track and enjoy some fresh air, possibly have control over the lights in your cell. Within the huge limitations of the prison and prison regulations, you can determine some aspects of your life. In the SHU, you are at the total mercy of the guards, including a request for a simple cup of hot water. Lukey. NG forward. To maintain one's sanity, political commitment, and hope, nothing is more important than outside support. People react to prison differently, and some people get really depressed inside. Contact with the outside with people who know and love you and support you for your actions, critical reinforcement for our political identity. As political prisoners, we are captives, captured by our mutual enemy on totally alien territory, and prison feels like another planet for everyone. Outside support reminds us of the outside world, our families, the reasons we are in struggle and took the actions that led to our imprisonment. I felt supported both as a political prisoner and as a lesbian political prisoner. Naming myself as a lesbian political prisoner was a serious political decision for myself at that time, because I was fearful that coming out would further erode the very little political support that we had. Of course, what actually happened was increased support and the opportunity to reach out to the lesbian and gay community with anti-imperialist, anti-racist politics, which we tried to do both in DC during our trial and afterward in partnership with Out of Control, Lesbian Committee to Support Women Political Prisoners. 162. Occasionally someone would say they had mailed us something or had accomplished some task we requested of them when it wasn't true. We would wait for the mail, or the expected outcome, with no way of verifying whether something had happened as we hoped. Absolute honesty is key in relating with PEOP. LE inside. Little analysis has been done of who our current political prisoners are. There's an older generation of political prisoners that the state refuses to release: Leonard Peltier, Muchala Shakur, Mumia Abu Jamal, Ed Poindexter, others listed on the Jericho website, and others more recently incarcerated for other political actions, some taken outside of supporting political movement structures or struggles. 163. Partly because of the nature of state versus federal incarceration and the fact that defenses must be mounted on behalf of individual people, the political prisoner support movement is decentralized. De facto unity of purpose exists: free them all. Free and all political prisoners. But the legal work of getting people out has been prioritized above building a unified and powerful support movement for all the political prisoners. Above all, be humble and respectful. Listen a lot, and let your empathy guide you. Look at going inside as an opportunity to experience what millions of people experience along with you: captivity and how to survive it. Maintain a goal of coming out stronger and smarter about life. Learn about the direct oppression of the state apparatus. Learn about other people coming from backgrounds different than your own. Thank you to the many people who supported me during the 16+ years I was in prison, when I got out, and ever since. My life partner, Eve Goldberg, is someone who visited me in prison. We fell in love and now have lived together in freedom for over 20 years. I developed lifelong friendships with other political supporters who visited me in prison and with some wonderful women I met inside. I learned enduring life lessons about oppression and resistance subjected to the total bodily control of imprisonment. We built community, took care of each other, and broke every stupid rule that we could. Prison is another place to learn about why we so desperately need a political, economic, and social revolution in TH's country. 159. All of Us or None is a grassroots civil rights organization of formerly incarcerated people and their families. The California Coalition for Women Prisoners, the DROP LWOP Coalition, and the Immigrant Defense Task Force of North Bay Organizing Project in Santa Rosa all work to challenge mass incarceration and improve the lives and chances of those behind bars. 160. Kathy Boudin and Judy Clark were political prisoners who spent decades in prison before gaining their release. Both were incarcerated as a result of the failed Brinks expropriation mentioned in the footnote above. 161. This is a line from a 1966 song by Lun Wen and Long Hung called The March of Liberation. 162. The Out of Control, Lesbian Committee to Support Women Political Prisoners was a self-supporting committee formed in 1987 to organize resistance to the Lexington Control Unit for Women. The 10 women of OOC struggled for 10 years to expose the brutality of this federal penitentiary, culminating in a lawsuit and the closure of Lexington. 163 Ed Poindexter is a former Black Panther who has been wrongfully imprisoned since 1970. His co-defendant, Mondo Wilonga, died of medical neglect in prison in 2016, and Poindexter's leg was amputated in prison in 2023 after decades without medical attention. H. Herman Bell. Herman Bell is a former member of both the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, and he was imprisoned for 45 years. Herman was captured in New Orleans in 1973, and eventually he, Jalil Muntakim, and Albert Na Washington were convicted of attacks on police. Herman was also implicated in the San Francisco 8 case and pleaded guilty to a lesser offense. He spent 5 years imprisoned in the federal system, in the Marion Control Unit for 2 of those years, before spending decades in various New York State maximum security prisons. While imprisoned he was committed to community work, and he is a founding member of the Victory Gardens Project and the Certain Days Collective. He was released in 2018, after his 8th parole. E-hearing. P. Risen life. I had never had an acquaintance with prison in and of itself before. I was in a county jail just briefly in my young life. I had heard conversations about prisons and prison conditions and all of that. It's not like I encountered something unexpectedly. But there's a difference between a county jail and a prison. They have 2 different rhythms. Prisons are really dangerous places. There's a culture, and it used to be more strict back in the day. If your name becomes dirty in the prison, you got problems. Like if you're a snitch, if you're a coward, and on and on and on. It's almost in some ways like a big schoolyard. Those things come back to haunt us behind bars. So, anyway, it's an interesting and a dangerous place. You have to keep your wits about you in prison, otherwise you'll be consumed by prison. It eats you, it eats at your soul, it eats at your very being. And the longer you're in there, the deeper the bites. You know? I think I was mentally prepared. Even so, the actual living that experience out is different than what one may have imagined it to be. You're living it, you're breathing it, and you're feeling it. You feel hungry. Hunger is something that's really real. How do I eat? Where's the food? And the people holding the keys are the ones holding the food. It kind of really shrinks things in many respects. So in theory, yeah, this is what's going on and this is how I see myself carrying out my day-to-day life under those circumstances. But to live it, I must say, my dear brother, is different. My adjustment came, I think, largely through observation. I just surveyed my surroundings, my environment. I took note of who was who and what went on, and I paid particular attention to those who sometimes asked too many questions or who had a reputation of being an informant. Eventually you encounter individuals who are the movers and shakers on the tier or in the prison itself. That's part of the culture. And when you do, you size them up, you determine if this person is decent or not, what kind of leader he is or enforcer he is. Because they had enforcers in there too, very dangerous men. You observe a lot of the so-called extra-legal illegal activity going on in the jail. It's like an orchestra because there's so much drama that's really going on. Then there are issues that come up in the prison culture that require some accounting. For example, when guys want to strike, lock down in their cells in protest. As you proceed on your journey, you take it all in, and you learn from it. As I reflect on it now, I was probably more like a fly on the wall, an observer, and doing it within the context of my social consciousness and my politics. But you run across some interesting people in prison because you've got all walks of life inside the prisons, whether you're in a federal prison or a state prison. And some people you grow fond of, you acquire a certain amount of respect for those people. For some, you walk around a corner and you run into the man you always thought you were. There's some significant revelations that go on in that place. It tests your very fiber every day if you're going to survive all of T.S., though. The guys that run things, they're always lurking about looking to bust you and throw you in the box and just prolong your agony and time in prison and damage your reputation. They beat you up. But I've seen some really kind gestures performed by people in there too. I met some really decent people in there. Usually they bounced me around a lot. Every 2 years, they transferred me from one jail to the other. They could do it, and they did it. So when I got in these cells, I always looked for some pictures, some posters. They would only let you have posters of a certain size. I used to use those posters like a seascape, some meadow, or whatever as my escape. I could go hang out for a moment and transport myself, beam me up, Scotty, and it helped a little bit. Your daily life and your day-to-day routine, these things have to come about in order to survive. Because if not, not only the cell will eat you up, you will go insane. So you have to have a routine. In the early to mid-1980s, I was at Clinton, Dannemora. They threw me out of Attica, and I got sent up to Clinton. It was the winter time too, and it was cold. Clinton is in the mountains, maybe 50 miles or so from the Canadian border. It gets so cold up there at Clinton that when you are out in the yard, there is such a silence that it's almost deafening. Everything just shuts down. I had heard about Clinton when I was in the feds because some New York guys were telling me about the winter sports that they have up there in the jail. They told me they even ski at Clinton. I'd heard about skiing and seen pictures of skiing, but I had never skied. Some parts of the prison are flat, but it sits on the side of a mountain, almost like a cone. There were service roads that go down like inclines, and so you get your skis and you huff and puff and go up to the top. No ski lifts there, and you get in your skis and then you go down. That was cool. In prison, it's good to take your mind off things, and skiing helped. Everybody did it because the prison gave you skis and boots. They didn't give you any poles, though. My first time on skis, I'm going down, and I was told to keep my feet straight, and there's this guy in front of me. He's going slow and I'm picking up speed. I'm going downhill, and this guy is in my way and nobody had told me how to stop. So I fell. At least I stopped, right? So I picked up my skis and I went back to the top and I asked someone how to stop on the SE things. The other joint where I went that was kind of soft was Eastern. Some called it Napanock. I got sent there from Shawangunk, which was not far from Eastern. Shawangunk was kind of modeled after Marion in that Shawangunk had a fence with this razor wire as the perimeter. There are no walls or towers. It had an attitude, Shawangunk did. And so I managed to get out of there and wound up in Eastern. Eastern at that time was like the mecca of the New York State prison system. Eastern was soft. I heard about it and said, count me in. They always threw me in these dungeons, these bad places, where you're miserable. So, I went Eastern. So, I got into the reception area at Eastern, and it was like I peeled off a layer of skin. I didn't realize the amount of tension that I was under at the other jail. There was a tremendous amount of tension there because we had locked the place down for a whole year, locked it all the way down. So we were all locked in our cells. Basically, the state had the walls and we had prison. I never lost hope that I would get out. It was unthinkable. It never crossed my mind. What did cross my mind is that they would hold me inside for so long that getting out wouldn't matter that much. That's the reality of it. In that movie, The Shawshank Redemption, this guy named Jake, they had him living inside so long that he just couldn't relate to the outside world at all. It was alien to him. People give up hope when you hold them in confinement for so long. And when you give up hope, you have nothing left. Sometimes people just go and lie down and never wake up, and that's a sad commentary. It says something about the state of the human condition because we could do better, and we can be better people. This whole business with these prisons, these jails, those things have to go away. We have to make it so they go away. But people have to feel it, though, too, because our loved ones are in these places. It's true, you have people that have done some really, really horribly mean things to people, that is true. But they weren't born that way. They weren't born to do that. And that's no justification either. It's sad. There was a tiny little piece of joy in there in regards to people's kindness toward one another inside. It's touching when you see it because you know that it's genuine. Most people are destitute in prison, and the only means of making it inside is from what few pennies a state job may pay, or if he's handy with some kind of craft and can sell something. Other than that, a person like that has absolutely nothing. No loved ones, they may have all passed away. That happens too. So, there's no one there, no visits, nothing. That person may have something, and he unselfishly shares what he has with someone else. To me, that's like a giant. You see that, and you celebrate that, and that also gives you hope that we aren't all bad. In a way, it was like the baby boomers suddenly appeared in human society. At the end of the war, there was an explosion of births. The population just ballooned, and I'm a product of that. Prior to the crack epidemic hitting the prisons, the things that prisoners did in order to survive, including leaning on snitches, were pretty much firm and well respected. Guys had established a pattern that enabled them to survive with some modicum of dignity. Guys used to take pride in how they dressed with creases in their pants when they had visits. I've heard people say that sometimes they go into a prison visiting room and the prisoners look nicer than their visitors. Guys used to really tidy up when they went to visit their loved ones. They made moves out of sight of the guards that were admirable, very smooth. And it worked well until this explosion of young people coming in, crack babies really. When they came in, they would carry razors in their mouths, and they would spit the razor out and slice each other up. All of that came from the young people coming in. That created a lot of tension. It's like a new kid on the block, but he's no good because he's too young and impatient to learn. So, you have to keep them at a distance and maintain a firm line with regards to them. Sometimes in prison you have to be firm. They eventually learn to stay in their lane and carry on a lot of what they do, but among their own crowd. But in the process, they brought a lot of heat on everybody else because we had to put up with that bullshit. So, I saw the change almost like the passing of the guards, where the old traditions of surviving inside were slowly giving way to this new population that's coming in. It was heartbreaking to see, especially in New York State, which is where I was in all of these prisons. Everywhere I went, I saw nothing but blacks and Puerto Ricans inside. I wish prison on no one in truth, but that's what I observed. It was very hurtful to see. I also observed society's failures in other ways too. Our society has failed these young men in terms of being more supportive in their nurturing and upbringing. Basically, these kids had to survive the best way they could in an environment that was very hostile in many ways. So there was a change, and I imagine there's a continuous change, but I can't say today what it's like. There now. Guys have shown me some respect inside the joint. That has been a constant thing with me, in that throughout my imprisonment, I always thought that I had to comport myself in a certain way because this is what I want people to see as one who represents our struggle. So I maintained a very firm posture in that regard, unwaveringly. I think somehow that caught on. People saw that and they observed the consistency in that, and they respected that. So I got a lot of respect inside the prisons. I like to think of it as not because of what is said of me but what is thought of me. If you add all that up, I'd say that's something I feel really good about. We were on the front line, and we have to be consistent in that. People appreciated that because, in some ways, I think they saw themselves in us, except that we just happened to be in different circumstances. I remember when I went to the parole board, just before I got notice that I was going to be released, every time the guys would leave the block and then come back in the evenings or afternoons from their programs, they'd pass my spot, and they would ask me, "Did you hear anything yet?" I'd say, "No, I'm waiting to." They were asking me as if they were waiting for a decision too, because in their minds if I got out, they certainly. Wow. Get out. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. I never even thought of having a physical conflict with anybody inside, and I'm really, really glad that I never did. I can't recall having to raise my voice, for the most part. We probably wouldn't be speaking here today had I not encouraged myself to find a better way around things. I always was a peacemaker whenever I could be, as opposed to instigating. The guards will play you and will try to intimidate you, and they will use the least pretext available to assault you. And when they do it in gangs. It's not one or two of them, it's a gang of them. Except for the latter part of my imprisonment, I never had a confrontation with a prison guard. I mean, they've gotten some looks from me, but I've never had a direct confrontation. And I am so happy that I didn't, because I wouldn't be here speaking with you today. I have met a few guards who were on duty who I regard as decent. I thought of them as decent, and I thought of them as being well raised by their parents. The reason I did so is based on my observation of how they treated other men, if they treated them with appropriate respect and kindness. Not in a paternalistic way, but I think it's because that's just who they are. That's how they are. I think the whole world can applaud that. I respect that. I've received respect from them too. I mean, they may not like me, some of them probably hated my guts, but they didn't go over the line with regards to me because it's just the way it is. I live a certain way, and I'm not going to change. And I'm no tough guy. I'm a softie. In New York, Dave Gilbert and I spent 6 months, maybe a year, together at Comstock. Jalil, my co-defendant, and I never spent time together. They always kept us separate. Sometimes he'd get on the same transportation that I'd come in on and they'd put me in the same cell that he had just left. The only time I spent with Jalil in New York was in 1995 or so, when we were brought down to the city for a hearing on some technical matters related to ballistics. So they brought us down and I think we spent about 5 days together then. It was Jalil and Na, my other co-defendant, and we spent about 5 days together. We'd have legal conferences, so we were able to hang out that way. But other than that, since the time that we were sentenced, we were scattered. And then, when the San Francisco 8 case came along, Jalil and I got sent to California and spent time with other comrades. We were there for almost 2.5 years. Oh, that was a miserable place. I suffered more in that jail than in any of the other places I'd been. It was miserable. They turned on the air conditioning on our floor, and it was always chilly up there. But that was nothing compared to the rest of the stuff. There were guys there swept up off the street who were on psychotropic medications, and they would stay up for 5 days in a row without going to sleep. That was their thing. So we had to fight all this, read our court documents, we're exhausted. Those guys sniffed instant coffee and did all sorts of things. Even the guards weren't tough enough for these cats. I complained to everybody, and they still wouldn't move me. I spent 2.5 years there. You think I wasn't ready to get up out of there? I was at Marion with Peltier and also Rafael Cancel Miranda, one of the Puerto Rican 164. Rafael was teaching me how to play guitar. That was my early Marion experience. I liked both of those guys right away. Rafael, of course, had his history, and he'd done a long stretch in Leavenworth, Kansas, and then, in the latter part of his imprisonment, he came to Marion. So he was finishing out his years there. I think he was sentenced to 25 years, but there may have been extenuating circumstances. As if to say, well, according to the law, you're not going to get out. I think it was Jimmy Carter who released the Puerto Rican Five. I used to correspond with Lolita Lebron as well and sent shout-outs to the remaining Puerto Rican Five. They're really wonderful people, very peace tending. This other brother and I started this cultural group in Attica. This was actually in 1979 when I came to New York State Prison, and it was called the Afro-American Cultures and Studies Group. It was a Black Studies class. We started that, and it was very popular among the guys. You couldn't get any more in the classroom. It provided light and sustenance, encouragement, a sense of self for a good many of these young men that they found newly discovered, as it were. These were young guys, for the most part, guys our age who identified with the struggle and appreciated knowing and learning even more about it. Then I played football with these guys because I felt that football was something universal that guys could relate to in a way similar to Victory Gardens, with food as a means to bring people together. Nobody's going to beef over food unless maybe it's the taste. So in playing sports, football in particular, guys could identify with me. They'd feel like I'm the guy they can go talk to. It was a good way to get close to people inside. And eventually you might sidle up to me and strike up a conversation, and so on and so forth. That worked for me in two ways, in that I could approach these guys without them feeling talked down to, and I found myself in a position in relation to them that I could also scold them for the things that I see them doing and things that they should be doing for themselves and their families. Since you're in, make good use of the time that you have. You owe that to yourself and to your family. Go get your GED. Go to some kind of vocational program. But you're not going to hang around here and let me see you just sitting around doing absolutely nothing. It ain't happening. I used my presence and my time doing things like that. And passing on books, checking up on people to see whether or not they read them, and then go and collect my books. I had a gang of these guys running backward and forward, so there was a connection. This is kind of like ongoing political work that never really ceased with me, and I dare say David and Jalil as well. We moved on in our journey. I like to think that I have grown as a result of the experience. I wasn't stagnant. I didn't feel like I was unproductive. And then eventually, I got out. Certain days actually sprang out of the community we had in Victory Gardens. I wanted to create a calendar that would be supportive of political prisoners but also to serve as a kind of repository or a reminder of important names and important dates in our history. I also envisioned it to not only look professionally produced but to be professionally produced. That was important. To get the project going, I talked to Tynan Jarrett, Helen Hudson, and I can't even remember all the names, but we had a core group. We talked about how this thing is going to go. I explained some of the things that I especially wanted to see because it's a reflection of us and our can-do attitude towards anything. Then, of course, it would be a source of pride because we produced it. It wasn't you. We produced it. TS is ours. The hope was that it would gain a special place in people's hearts in the community. My sales pitch was always, if you don't have a certain day's calendar in your home or in your office or wherever you happen to be hanging out, consider yourself a square. And nobody wants to be a square. So we got it going, and it's still going. And I take great pride in being a part of creating that calendar. It's a beautiful calendar, and people who have the calendar or who on occasion speak of the calendar, they love the calendar too. They speak highly of the calendar. So I say, kudos to that. All things considered, I didn't do bad. I did okay. My lifelong passion is to be the best person I can possibly be and treat people with respect, and in the process try to be the living message I bring. Lukey. NG forward. I think that folks should think about community projects, think about that long and hard. I think folks should maybe even envision organizing a community center because you can get the people there. You start out with the kids because the adults are going to follow the kids. When you have the kids, you bring them up to speed, turn them into little gardeners or whatever. But I think that will help solidify the community. I think prisoners will always be prisoners, and prison guards will always be prison guards. I hope in the process of being prisoners, since they are prisoners, that they try to be the best people they can be and care for one another. I think that's important. It's just as important for people to be concerned about family members of those who are imprisoned and their children. They shouldn't be forgotten because they're doing time right along with their loved ones. I think overall, when we talk about support, we need to rethink all those things because there's only so many people to do so many things. Whereas oftentimes things that need to be done go undone simply because there's not enough people there helping to provide the services needed. It doesn't require a lot. We don't have to have a whole lot. We can just take a little bit, do a little bit. That's okay. You get somebody else to pitch in, and we're good. We've got to go in that direction. If not, we'll just be spinning or wheels. I ran across this quote the other day that says, "The process of liberation is irresistible." That's strong, it's irresistible. So eventually we're going to get there unless these fools let go of some of these nukes and do us all in. But we keep the faith and keep moving on. I think the activism out in the communities and the streets is going to intensify because the social contradictions are going to intensify. So there will be those who are imprisoned. Don't be faint of heart. The struggle doesn't end when you happen to be in prison. By the same token, you have to be cognizant of your environment because we're all human and we are all susceptible. We all have our demons. But we also have our strengths. There are younger people out there now who are getting their law degrees because you're definitely going to need legal assistance in some form or fashion. We were fortunate at the time that we were in prison because there were a fair number of radical lawyers out there holding us down, representing us. So, as things intensify, we're going to need more people like that on the front line fighting for our loved ones who have been imprisoned. By the same token, folks got to do what they got to do, you know. This is a protracted struggle, so let's not get too serious about ourselves. 164 Rafael Cancel Miranda, Lolita Lebron, Andres Figueroa Cordero, and Irvin Flores Rodriguez were imprisoned for attacking the U.S. House of Representatives in 1954. Oscar Collazo was another Puerto Rican imprisoned for a failed assassination attempt on President Harry Truman in 1950. Together they were known as the Puerto Rican Five. Jennifer Rose. Jennifer Rose is an anarchist and trans woman who was originally sentenced to 7 years in prison in 1990 on charges of armed robbery. Jennifer has been incarcerated in over a dozen California state prisons. Since becoming politicized during the 1991 Folsom prison strike, Jennifer has become a talented jailhouse lawyer and prison activist, engaging in protests, strikes, and other forms of direct action. While imprisoned, Jennifer was charged with additional offenses and sentenced to multiple 25 years to life terms and has survived over a decade in solitary confinement in the Pelican Bay SHU. Jennifer is active in anarchist organizing, continues educating and mentoring from behind bars, and is also a member of the Fire and Sea Elective. P. Risen Life. How does one prepare for brutality and torture? Or Jim Crow racial segregation? I was offered support by racist skinheads and woodpiles as a white identified prisoner from Orange County, which I'm ashamed and regretful to admit I went along with initially. The mandatory program, or racial segregation, was strictly enforced by the state policy and prison gang politics. I had to defend myself from sexual abuse, guard brutality, and racialized gladiator fights. It was all pretty scary and traumatizing. It's hypervigilant, militarized, racist, sexist, toxic masculinity, and dehumanizing. It was disorienting, violent, and unsafe. The reality is pretty ugly and worse than most people could imagine. I did what I had to, I stood my ground, fought back, and resisted my captivity by going to the law library and filing grievances. I became a jailhouse lawyer and began corresponding with social justice advocates, abolitionist groups, the anarchist Black Cross, and Love and Rage newspaper. 165. This is what led to my eventual politicization as a revolutionary prisoner and my total disassociation from the racist whites, for which the AB put a hit out on me for being a anti-racist. I loved being involved and having played a part in the 1991 Folsom prison food strike, the 2011 and subsequent prisoner hunger strikes, which reached from across California to Guantanamo Bay to Palestine. More recently, I was able to play a part in the annual #National Prison Strike with my Fire Ant comrades, Sean Swain and Michael Kimball. 166. In 2016, I was viciously attacked and seriously injured by 4 pigs twice my size at Kern Valley State Prison. Since then, the last 5 years spent at Salinas Valley have been some of my best years. I was proud to play a part in co-founding the Fire Ant Collective in 2017 and have been able to focus on my college studies and self-development, while continuing various organizing work and writing projects. Now I'm an undergrad student at Blackstone Paralegal Studies Program, Coastline College and Hartnell College, Rising Scholars Program. My daily routine includes schoolwork, letter writing, legal advocacy, my clemency campaign, and parole prep for my next Board of Parole hearing in July 2025. My boyfriend and cellmate of 2.5 years, Peter, is solid and a proud black man incarcerated on an LWOP. Death by incarceration sentence for a youth offense as an ex-gang member from the LA area. I also participate in rehabilitative programs and self-help groups offered within the prison, while doing poetry workshops and writing mentorship with Empowerment Avenue, Prison Renaissance Project, and Prison Journalists Project. I became a jailhouse lawyer advocate and politicized and revolutionary prisoner/abolitionist early in my incarceration. I've litigated pro se in federal civil rights cases and state court criminal cases and habeas corpus proceedings. I've been successful in obtaining 3 settlement agreements, and won a writ of habeas corpus in 2002, resulting in my release from Pelican Bay SHU after 10 years of solitary confinement. I'm also certified as an inside organizer by Initiate Justice and am doing similar work for TGI Justice Project and Prisoner Correspondence Project. 167. I'm the transgender rep for my facility Inmate Advisory Council, a member of the IWW/IWOC, and National Lawyers Guild. I have done legislative advocacy work to repeal extreme sentencing laws and advocate for #mass release and decarceration. Besides my college/paralegal studies and my coming out as trans/queer, I have told people that my proudest achievement is the collaborative work of co-founding and contributing to the Fire Ant Collective, with Rob Cat and Bria, Eric King, Sean Swain, Michael Kimball, and Nadia with the Bloomington ABC crew, all of whom are part of what I consider my Fire Ant family. I also have been proud of building up the Red Roses, a direct action trans feminist prison collective, and our work with TGI Justice Project and Black and Pink toward queer/trans/women's liberation and prison abolition. 168. I've definitely lost hope while in prison. As an abuse and torture survivor, I can look back to 2002 and 2003 when I was actively suicidal after over a decade in solitary confinement. At that time, I had been through so much insanity, had been both implicated with and simultaneously targeted by the AB and skinheads, but in reality was coming out to my therapists as a trans woman and anti-racist with absolutely zero support. Other than my pen pal correspondence at GIC of Colorado, ABC, A Plan/Green Anarchy, and others in the revolutionary abolitionist movement, I was at the deepest, darkest moment of despair with seemingly no hope and no light at the end of the tunnel. 169. I had begun to convince myself that death be a better alternative than a miserable life in long-term solitary confinement at Pelican Bayshore, surrounded by psychopaths and haters. I attempted suicide by cutting my neck and hanging myself. I was then removed from Pelican Bayshore per the federal court injunction in Madrid v. Gomez, and was twice placed in the Department of Mental Health at CMF Vacaville to undergo acute psychiatric care and recovery. The queer/trans prisoners in California have gained significant legal and legislative reform victories/success, including uniform, statewide medical policies for treatment of transgender persons, an expanded and updated care guide, Gender Dysphoria, which conforms to standards of care, with supplemental guidelines for evaluation of sex reassignment surgery requests. This was the result of landmark court decisions in the cases of two incarcerated trans women, Michelle Norsworthy and Shiloh Quine, who both have spent decades serving and surviving life sentences. They have both completed their surgical care and moved to the women's facilities. Other victories include obtaining gender-appropriate clothing, feminine cosmetics/hygiene products, and an authorized property for transgender inmates matrix for trans women in men's facilities and trans men in women's facilities. These are limited reasonable accommodations compared to cisgender male and female prisoners due to separate/different prison cultures and security concerns between male and female institutions. More legislative reforms, which I actually had some input/involvement with drafting, include SB 310, the Name Dignity Act, and SB 132, the Transgender Respect, Agency, and Dignity Act, which addressed PREA loopholes and non-compliance, or nullification, by clearly mandating statutory rights and duties applicable to all transgender, non-binary, or intersex prisoners based on their stated preferences. But what good are laws and legal rights which can routinely be ignored or nullified and are routinely violated by the pigs with impunity? It's an uphill battle, with rare and limited success. What has changed since the COINTELPRO assassinations of Bobby Hutton and Fred Hampton and George Jackson? 170. Not much. Hundreds of political prisoners like Leonard Peltier and Mumia Abu Jamal remain in prison, along with a whole new generation of anarchist and anti-fascist prisoners, journalists, and whistleblowers, along with migrant women and children, asylum seekers, or refugees. Politics and priso and dynamics. When I first came to prison, I was not yet politicized, as a white-identified young person. I didn't see any options but to go along with the mandatory program of strictly enforced Jim Crow racial segregation that existed in California prisons as a matter of state policy at the time of my initial incarceration in 1988 to 1989. I made the mistake of falling in line with the white racist program of the UB and skinheads, which I had grown up around in the suburbs of Southern California. Big regrets, and I've long since changed my personal stance as an openly anti-racist white who associates mainly with the black and queer/trans prison communities, and am double cell housed with black or queer/trans cellmates to avoid the annoying racist/homophobe. See haters. 171. My first year or two, I had a couple racial fights but only out of necessity of self-defense. I've been attacked and targeted by other prisoners due to an ongoing gang or racial conflict when I was in New Folsom, Osu in the EA. RLY 1990s. but nearly all of my conflicts after that point in my incarceration were with pigs as part of the prisoner resistance. Most of these incidents were resisting solitary confinement, torture, and prison captivity. Some incidents resulted in additional prison terms for assaults or weapon possessions, including my 25 years. 2. Life sentence under California's 3 Ike's Law. In more recent years, I've been in fights or riots either in self-defense or community defense against hate-motivated, racial or transphobic gang violence, such as the 2015 prison riot at Kern Valley, where I rode with a dozen black prisoners against some gang members who targeted my sis Jasmine Jones, a black TRANS Wonkson. Also, in March 2017, I was in a fight with an individual here at Salinas Valley who killed an incarcerated trans Wonkson, Carmen Guerrero, in 2013 at Kern Valley. 172. He's now on death row. These days I do my best to avoid conflict and violence with any prisoners or officials. I've made a commitment to nonviolence and prisoners' human rights. Advocacy. I'm no longer part of the white car, I'm part of the multiracial queer/trans car. I don't even identify as white because I'm part Cherokee/Native. And there's only one race, Hunkson. I'm currently in a 3-year long intimate relationship with a black cisgender male cellmate, and I associate mainly with the black and queer/trans communities with no problems. Of course, this is on an SNY yard. If I was on a GP yard, I'd probably be killed by the Woodpile or skinheads, as a race traitor. Foo. CK racism. My politicalization began with learning about abolitionist struggles from before the Civil War against white supremacy and the African slave trade in the antebellum South's plantation system, and continued with becoming a jailhouse lawyer and prisoner human rights advocate. Then I participated in the 1991 Folsom prison food strike protest against proposed visiting regulations by CDCR to cut our visits from 4 days a week to 2 days. This resulted in me being targeted for placement in the hole, or ADSEG control units, or solitary confinement, and a bogus rule violation for inciting. In fact, the pig Sergeant Rimple is the one who violated rules and the law by illegally opening and obstructing my confidential legal mail. For that reason, my rule violation was dismissed after spending 2 months in punitive segregation, in spite of which I was placed in a more restricted facility at New Folsom rather than returned to a LD Folsom. Around this time, I began corresponding with the Prisoners' Rights Union in Sacramento, the Anarchist Black Cross, and Love and Rage in New York. This was the beginning of my development and political education as part of the revolutionary prisoner movement. I wrote inmate grievances and filed writs of habeas corpus and civil rights lawsuits, most of which were summarily dismissed until I won a couple of monetary settlements for $1,000 and $3,000 in the U.S. Eastern District of California for brutality and an auto accident injury in an illegally modified prisoner transport vehicle without seat belts or safety compliance. Then another legal victory when my petition for writ of habeas corpus was granted in Del Norte County Superior Court, ordering my release from Pelican Bay SHU after more than 10 years in solitary confinement due to violation of my due process rights by a classification committee. I was proud of these wins and also encouraged that I now realized it was possible to sometimes win significant legal victories and political battles that advance our collective revolutionary struggles for liberation and prisoners' human rights against slavery, torture, unjust systemic racial oppression, gender violence, and class-based social divisions or inequality. When it comes to extended lockdowns, one has no choice but to handle it and cope with it. The best way I learned to survive the harm and trauma of prison torture and violence is to always stay productive and engage in positive self-development. Physical exercise routines, some form of self-care, or spiritual study and practice like yoga, Taoism, or native spirituality and traditional cultures. It takes time to learn how to navigate, avoid, and cope with the everyday casual, random violence of prison captivity. At first I simply embraced it, but as we age, we mature, we find wisdom, and we reclaim our humanity. Some of us will never fully recover from the harm and trauma caused by our prison captivity, especially as survivors of abuse and torture who spent many years and decades in long-term solitary confinement, control units like Pelican Bay SHU, or who suffered beatings and brutality by the pigs, or who were shot at with semi-automatic assault rifles during gladiator fights, and / or witnessed the murders of other incarcerated people by gang members or guards. I'm working on my own trauma, healing, and self-care practice. My first time in control units was in Folsom ASU, where I spent a couple of years before I was transferred to the Pelican Bay SHU, where I spent the next decade. At first, it was depressing isolation in nearly 24/7 cell confinement with little or no property. Then it became dangerous when I experienced the gladiator fights, and guards shooting, maiming, and murdering incarcerated people for unarmed fist fights. Prisoners stabbed and sliced each other with weapons. I eventually learned to survive this state-sanctioned terror and torture. I entered Folsom ASU in August 1992, engaged in a lot of individual and collective prisoner resistance by barricading or sabotaging our cells in protest, fighting back against guard brutality, and jailhouse lawyer advocacy in He courts. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is crucial to prisoners' sense of humanity and inherent self-worth, especially if they don't have any family support or friendship. I haven't always felt supported. When I first came to these slave plantations at California Institution for Men in Chino, I was not prepared for the cold, hard reality of gun towers, razor wire, and inhumane conditions of confinement behind those concrete walls and steel bars. Most people in 1989 American society would probably be surprised that Jim Crow racial segregation was still strictly enforced per state policy and under threat of violent retaliation by prison gangs or prison officials of the CDCR. At that time, I didn't have any outside support, and I was feeling alone and vulnerable as a young, feminine-looking white boy with long hair from the Orange County suburbs, just south of Los Angeles. Also, I feel prisoner supporters need to understand or do more to connect with incarcerated people or POWs/political prisoners on a genuine friendship level or a humpson level. Stay consistent and solid in responding to the prisoners' letters, don't just slack off and become non-responsive without explanation. Inquire about their health and safety, living conditions, and material support needs. Real solidarity is shown by actions, not just words. We have our own problems, and we're not trying to hear about others' problems in the FR. world. I think that there should be a well-funded legal team of progressive lawyers and human rights advocates pursuing every legal remedy or obscure technicality that could open up a pathway to freedom. Every prisoner supporter should consider ways they could help revolutionary prisoners organize solidarity campaigns or support teams of committed comrades, family members, movement attorneys, human rights lawyers, and legal advocates who might be able to petition international human rights agencies such as the United Nations and Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to address issues of state-sanctioned terror and torture of political dissidents and to respond to the needs of political prisoners for solidarity actions and campaigns, online fundraisers and petitions, material aid support, and trauma-informed care. Also, POWs/political prisoners and other incarcerated people often become starved for intimacy with another person, for love and affection that is mutual to share with someone as a lifelong partner or lover. My advice to those entering the prison/slave plantation/POW camps is to maintain your individuality and self-autonomy. Begin your educational and rehabilitative self-development by reading abolitionist newspapers, building community and dialogue, educating family and friends, and learning the law and legal remedies through consulting jailhouse lawyers. Learn how to be a self-advocate. Avoid bullshit, bullies, drugs, and gangs, and limit your interaction with pigs and prisoners alike. I'd want past me to not learn the hard way about autonomy and authenticity of being, to come out as queer and trans sooner in life, to understand the one life, one hunksnity of this living earth, Mother Nature. The beautiful idea of anarchy and autonomy of land/space. No law but natural law. My life inside is not typical, as a femme/queer/trans wonks in a men's prison. It's been a hard struggle yet increasingly rewarding. It's not without heartache and hard-fought steps forward. I've enjoyed the affection and intimacy of lovers, the authenticity and genuineness of comrades and friends who continue to act in solidarity with me and other anarchist prisoners through letter writing, material assistance, mutual aid funds, advocacy, and organizing. I'm so proud and hopeful for the potentialities and continued development of the international anarchist and anti-fascist actions and insurrections. 165. Love and Rage. Began in 1989 as an anarchist newspaper and became a network of local collectives of anarchists and anti-authoritarians in the early 1990s. 166 Their stories are included here. 167 Initiate Justice is a collaborative effort by people in and out of prison who advocate for criminal justice reform in California. The Transgender Gender Variant and Intersex Justice Project is an organization that works to end human rights abuses against transgender, intersex, and gender variant people, particularly trans women of color in the California prison system. The Prisoner Correspondence Project shows solidarity by connecting gay, lesbian, transsexual, transgender, gender variant, two-spirit, intersex, bisexual, and queer prisoners in Canada and the United States with similar communities outside of prison. 168 Black and Pink is a prison abolitionist organization supporting LGBTQ and HIV-positive prisoners that organizes a pen pal program, distributes a prisoner-written newspaper, and provides Know Your Rights educational materials to those incarcerated. 169 The Gender Identity Center of Colorado is an organization that formerly provided support, direct services, and safe spaces for communities in need. The Anarchist Prisoners Legal Aid Network organizes and supports anarchist prisoners and produces a newsletter of the same name. Green Anarchy was an anarchist magazine and anti-civilization journal produced in the Pacific Northwest between 2000 and 2008. 170 Lil Bobby Hutton was the first and youngest recruit to the BPP and was killed by the police before his 18th birthday. 171 Double cell housed refers to two prisoners being held in a cell meant for one. This is often done because of overcrowding but also for punishment or to incite conflict. 172 In 2013, Miguel Crespo was housed with Carmen Guerrero for just 8 hours before he bound, gagged, tortured, and murdered her in their shared cell. Ed Mead. Ed Mead was a member of the George Jackson Brigade in the Pacific Northwest during the 1970s. As a result, he spent 35 years of his life in prisons around the United States, 18 of which were due to his political activities. While in prison for his part in the armed struggle of the GJB, he helped to found Men Against Sexism at Walla Walla State Penitentiary in Washington. Ed served time in numerous state and federal prisons, notably Marion, Arizona State Penitentiary, Washington State Penitentiary, and Brushy Mountain Prison in Tennessee. In addition to the George Jackson Brigade, he has also been involved with the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, the Attica Brothers Legal Defense Committee, the National Lawyers Guild, Prison Legal News, and California Prison Focus. 173. Ed wrote The Theory and Practice of Armed Struggle in the Northwest, a Historical Analysis, and the book Lumpen, the Autobiography of Ed Mead. P. Rison Life. I had such a time alone. Unlike many other political prisoners who had hope of being released one day, I had no hope. One of the first things I did was to dismiss my appeal. And so there were only two directions for me to go. One was over the wall, and I was working on that all the time. And the other was up against my captors. I did a lot of that, so they transferred me a lot. As a result of that, I was in a lot of prisons in a lot of states. I never adapted, so that was my problem. The prison is just really a sick environment, and I always figured that if you adjusted to it, what did that make you? There were good times, and there were bad times. There were some of the worst people I ever met and some of the best people I ever met. And when dealing with the worst people, to get on that list, you had to be someone trying to kill me. What I would do during those times is direct myself, and as many of those as I could bring along, and smash them up against the administration. When my friends and I are in struggle with the prison administration, it's very difficult for these reactionary, Aryan Brotherhood types to attack us from the rear. It exposes them as the collaborators that they are, and they don't like that kind of exposure. So in the end, they generally wind up helping us, not that they want to but because of CIRC. Stances. I learned how to use computers in prison. I had a computer in my cell, and with a pair of tweezers and nail clippers, I would tear it down to the motherboard and put it back together, like a 16-year-old kid in their first car just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of it than it was willing to give. And so when I got out, I was able to get a job in the computer industry and make enough money to live okay when I retired. Prison has gotten worse because of constant budget cuts, staff shortages, food quality, just everything got worse. They're charging you to get medical attention, just every step of the way they're squeezing money out of you and your family. I have two proudest achievements. At just about every prison, there's ways that you distinguish yourself in the prison's hierarchy, in the pecking order. At Marion Federal Prison, for example, they sell regular T-shirts in the commissary, but the T-shirts they call wife beaters are contraband. So if you have a wife beater, then you're somebody. At another prison, say Brushy Mountain, they issued jockey shorts, and if you wore boxer shorts, then you were cool. At Walla Walla, the way you established yourself was by raping vulnerable or gay prisoners. That was a well-known and widespread practice. Young, vulnerable prisoners would come in, and they would be glommed onto by predators. They would be sexually abused and then sold to another cell full of people. So, I organized Men Against Sexism at the Washington State Penitentiary at Walla Walla. That put an end to the prisoner rape and the buying and selling of prisoners. We did that through a whole lot of means, including 6 homemade shotguns. That was my second proudest achievement. My proudest achievement was at the Arizona State Prison in Florence. There are very big industries at that facility, many industries. The first thing I did was organize a group called the Committee to Safeguard Prisoners' Rights, or CSPR. We put out a statewide newsletter that went to prisons all over the state. We filed litigation on behalf of prisoners with mental challenges. We did a lot. But we also won paid vacations for industrial workers. We were getting ready to launch an initiative that would have increased prisoner pay, industrial pay, by 100%. The Aryan Brotherhood kind of ran the joint, and this was a case where they had to join us. In this particular instance, we had dual power, and the prisoners walked proud. They had a sense of themselves and their strength. Of course, that situation was intolerable to the pigs, so they yanked me out of there, and the next day I was on my way back to Washington. The Committee to Safeguard Prisoners' Rights slowly went downhill because it was a mass organization, it wasn't a cadre organization, and finally dissipated. But that moment of dual power, when it could go either way, was my proud st moment. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. Okay, personal ethics. I arrived at Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla in the late 1970s. And because I was part of a group that had bombed the headquarters of the Department of Corrections in the state capital, they locked me up immediately. It was called the IMU, or Intensive Management Unit. As I'm being processed, booked in, there's a kid in front of me, about 20 years old. I don't talk to him, and he doesn't talk to me, we're each in our own drama going through this. So, they give us some coveralls and he gets put in cell 11. I get put in cell 10, a filthy cell, dirty water, fecal matter smeared on the walls, boogers on the bars, just nasty. So I'm there bemoaning my fate, and a gang of 5 or 6 prisoners tried to get into the cell next to me, after this young kid. It's pretty obvious they want to rape him. There is a guard down at the end of the tier trying to open the kid's cell. Well, the kid sticks a book in between the bars and prevents the door from opening. The predators try and grab the book, he pulls it out, the guard tries to open the door, he sticks it back in. This goes on for a little while, and I'm having a terrible crisis of conscience. I know I need to say, "Stop, you villains, what you are doing is wrong," or something else equally stupid. But I'm afraid they'll come to my cell next. So, I'm struggling with this dilemma when the predators go down to the end of the tier and get pitchers of hot water to throw on this kid. That doesn't work, either, and the guard tires of the whole thing, and so it's over. And I'm just disgusted with myself and the situation. In 18 years of confinement, that was my morale crisis. Of course, anytime you're trying to move, no matter what direction you try to move in, you're going to run into conflicts. And if you're a progressive or communist, there's only one direction for you to move, and that's up against the administration. Well, the administration's first line of defense is the racist groups like the Aryan Brotherhood. And so there's conflicts with these groups. As far as conflict with the administration, that goes with the territory. Unless there's a point of conflict, there exists a state of class peace. There can never be a revolution as long as that condition exists. So, our job as communists is to develop that struggle, to develop that conflict. In the process of doing this, we make enemies of those who have administration sanctioned perks. They have the drug business and things like that. You come in conflict with that element. So, not only are you facing bitterness from the administration, you're also facing bitterness from your rear. The struggle against racism and sexism on the inside is an ongoing issue. At the U.S. prison at Marion, the mess hall was segregated. The blacks ate on one side, the whites ate on another. I tried to integrate it. I had my black friends eat with me on the white side, and I and 2 of my white friends would eat on the black side. One of my 2 friends showed up once, the other one never showed up, so it was just me. I got death threats. So I just ate on the black side for the rest of my time over there. The struggle against racism is a constant one. The contradiction between the keepers and the kept is the primary contradiction. Racism and sexism are sub-issues that you work on all the time, but they aren't the primary issue. So here's the thing, from our perspective, you fight the class enemy from wherever you find yourself on their soil. So it's not time out. When you go to prison, you continue your political work in whatever form that might take. Whether it's publishing an underground newsletter for prisoners or whatever. For most of these prisoners on the inside, the political prisoner is the only communist these people are ever going to meet or ever going to see. That's a big responsibility on our shoulders to be the kind of people that generate respect because of the work we do. If you're an activist on the inside, you do a lot of whole time, and that comes with the territory. When I was transferred out of the hole at USP Marion, they shipped me out on the 5th day of a hunger strike. Shit on the walls, feathers torn out of pillows, papers lit on fire. I mean, we were down to our underwear in a struggle in a lockdown. Your one human power is what you and those in that unit have, and that's what you're throwing up against them. I was transferred out of there and sent to Leavenworth, where I had a whole tier to myself. That's where Mark and I were able to hook up again. So, yeah, we do a lot of hole time, and, even when we're in the hole, we still resist. Flooding, fires, noise, any advantage we can use, we fight even from the hole. If you're not making them lock it down, you're doing something wrong. It's right to rebel. Don. T. Adjust. Lukey. NG forward. There are different kinds of outside support. The best outside support I had brought me pounds of gunpowder, ammunition, and a pistol. Things that I could use, and not mere hand-holding. That was my definition of outside support. So, there are different definitions of outside support. Listen to the prisoners. What do they need? If you're lucky, you won't be listening to a prison. Are like me. Things are really, really bad. In the mid-1970s, when I went to prison, there was no homelessness. People and communities hitchhiked across the nation without fear. Since then, the fear has just penetrated every level of society. As that happened, the homelessness increased, the disparity in income, everything has gotten worse and worse. Yet the left is totally atomized and appears powerless. We're on the verge of going to war in Eastern and Western Europe right now. Where's the anti-war movement? I'm not even talking revolution here. And if I was talking revolution, where's that at? It's sad. The prison is a microcosm of the outside. And everybody's looking out for their own self-interests. I don't think that they're unified at all against the administration. I communicate with a lot of prisoners, and the most advanced, the most progressive prisoners, do not see themselves as the little motor that starts the big engine of social change. Their mindset, when talking about outside support, is to write to this legislature for this change. They're looking for other people to do what needs to be done and don't see themselves as the focal point of change. The big problem is that they're looking for someone else to do their struggle for them. 173 The Attica Brothers Legal Defense Committee was a diverse group of Attica survivors, their families, formerly incarcerated people, lawyers, law students, and others that sought to provide some sense of justice to those prisoners traumatized by the massacre at Attica Prison in 1971. The National Lawyers Guild was founded in 1937 to provide legal assistance to communities that need it most. Jerry Cook. Gerald Jerry Cook is an anarchist and legal activist who in 2009 was subpoenaed by a grand jury investigating the bombing of a Times Square Army recruitment center the year prior. Jerry refused to cooperate, and in 2013 he was imprisoned, ultimately spending 241 days in federal custody at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan and the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Since his grand jury resistance, Jerry has taken up the legal profession as a way to assist those who, like himself, have come up against the criminal leg. Al system. P. Risen life. What's weird about a federal grand jury is it's just like a quirk in the legal system where coercive detention is actually allowed, explicitly. Which is both draconian and Kafkaesque, and both of those are words that tend to be overused but I think very definitively apply in this instance. How it works for a subpoena to a federal grand jury is you come in and refuse to testify. Your strongest argument is actually the Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Even though I didn't know anything about what they were nominally investigating. The whole thing is secret. They don't have to tell anyone what's going on. Your lawyer is not allowed in there. It's just a total black box. Obviously, grand juries have a long history of being used against activists and anarchists going back really to the second Red Scare, arguably going back to the first Red Scare and all the anti-anarchist stuff in the 1910s. But you really started to see it come to the fore during the McCarthy era, then against the Black Panthers and other activists in the 1960s and 1970s. Then, of course, later with the Green Scare and the targeting of anti-racists and anti-fascists, anarchists and activists. But, point being, I refused to cooperate. I had an old Reagan appointee as the judge, and he was furious at me, screaming at me in court. Like he was personally offended by my existence. His later order ordering my release, a big chunk of it, was just him personally insulting me. Then they told me I'd be put in jail unless I cooperated, and I said, well, do what you got to do. But with a federal grand jury, because you're not charged with anything or even suspected of anything, you're in until you cooperate or until the grand jury expires. In the feds, grand juries are impaneled for 18 months regularly. Special grand juries can actually be extended up to, I think, 9 months. You're in until the grand jury expires. You cooperate or this other rather ironically named Grumbles motion works, which is an argument basically that it's so clear you're never going to cooperate that the coercive detention has now become punitive. 174. Because there's just no chance of coercive detention working, which is ultimately what got me released after 8 months and even days. But with a grand jury, because you're not charged with anything, you don't know how long you're going to be in for. There's no sentencing guidelines because you're not sentenced to anything, which adds an emotional difficulty to it. I mean, look, anyone doing time, there's a lot of emotional difficulty and pain. And in comparison to many, I did comparatively short time. But it's really difficult to have no idea how long you're going to be in for. That lack of surety to fall back on is kind of a second little extra twist of the knife. So I was taken in by the marshals, and at first I was in MDC Brooklyn, which is a rather infamous facility. It was called Little Guantanamo by some folks who were in there. I was in the SHU for a little while by myself and then with a cellie. Then I was in a different unit, and they started to get pissed after the first 2 weeks because I wasn't folding immediately. Then they moved me at like 5 in the morning, with no heads up, to MCC in Lower Manhattan, which, if anything, is perhaps an even more infamous facility. For a long time it was where they kept really high-level terror suspects. It is this just hellish little high-rise in Lower Manhattan. Now it's really famous because that's where Epstein killed himself. 175. But it has a long history of holding political folks. I was there for the rest of my time in Gen Pop. Then in the SHU for a little while. For Gen Pop, they put me into a unit known as the Snitch Unit. I was surrounded by people who were cooperating and didn't have super great feelings about my refusal to cooperate. They clearly did that posefully. There was a lot of really encouraging and supportive activism around my incarceration. Folks were doing demos outside of the facility and all sorts of really cool stuff. The administration of that facility started to get really pissy about it and started to actually follow my support website. It got to the point where they would know that a demo was coming, and they would preemptively put me in the SHU by myself for 5 days with no explanation, no nothing, which was really scary because I had no idea how long I was going to be there, on top of not knowing how long I was going to be in prison for. That was pretty nasty and a pretty scary part of prison. Then they put me back in Gen Pop, and that's where I finished up the rest of my time in jail, until this Grumbles motion worked, and then they abruptly cut me loose in the middle of a blizzard in late January in Manhattan with no heads up. No one knew I was getting out, not even my lawyers. The marshals just kind of dumped me in the lobby of the courthouse. I asked if I got a phone call, and they told me to go away. So, I called my mom collect from the vestibule of the federal court, and I'm like, I think I'm out. I don't know what to do. I just stood there trying to figure out what to do for a while, and the marshals were standing there with their hands on their guns, just staring at me. I'm dressed in my 3XL marshal's jumpsuit, no ID, nothing, standing in federal court. Everyone's there in a suit. No one gets released directly from the MCC. So everyone's just like, what the fuck are you doing? I eventually got sick of waiting there with all these people just staring at me, so I went outside. I didn't get to say a proper goodbye to my friends in the unit, since I didn't know I was getting released. I stood outside of MCC for a while, just waving in the hopes that folks inside could see me and know that I wasn't leaving them behind or abandoning them. I did that until I was just shaking so bad from the cold that I couldn't do IT anymore. Then I booked it, and I just ran, which probably looked really weird that a person in prison gear is just running full speed away from a federal prison. I booked it through Lower Manhattan to my lawyer's office, in a blizzard, wearing shitty, thin sweats and the little prison shoes that are like knockoff Vans. I showed up at my lawyer's office, and the people there were very surprised because they didn't know I was being released. I think their first thought might have been like, oh, Jerry escaped. What the fuck is he doing here? So yeah, that's how that went. First, obviously, prisons are really scary. When I went in, Jeremy Hammond, a very well-known and amazing political prisoner, was also in MCC. Actually, when the marshals took me in from the courtroom, the judge had ordered me to MCC but then decided to take me to MDC. I tried to argue with the marshals because I wanted to link up with Jeremy at MCC. That didn't work at first, but, actually, later we ended up meeting each other and started becoming friends. I can't say enough good things about Jeremy. As a white guy, people assumed that I would run with the other white guys. I made it very clear that that's not how that worked for me at all. People tried to call me White Jerry and I was like, not happening, no. I'm just Jerry. That's just not going down. I'm lucky that in New York feds, there's not a lot of neo-Nazi shit. Of course, there's some. One co actually asked if I was Aryan Brotherhood and I said I was actually the exact opposite. I ended up rolling with a pretty diverse crew, with some Bloods adjacent friends, some Latin Kings folks. Then I got in with the Muslims because my cellie, whom I spent most of my time with, was a very devout Muslim. Then there was one triad guy and one or two other white folks. 176. I ended up having a good crew, and I'd be able to go to some of them if I thought I was going to have a problem or thought I was in danger. I could ask them to watch my back. That's kinda routine. I had great support. I have an incredibly supportive community here. There's a really good anarchist scene in New York, so I had a ton of support in that respect. I don't think anyone's really prepared. In some ways, the hardest day of the entire thing was the 24 hours before I went in because it felt kind of like you're facing a firing squad and you just don't know what's going to happen. Of course, at that point, you're running through every worst case scenario. And you face that shit. But once you're in, you learn how to deal with stuff, whereas, before, you're running through all the worst case scenarios about UT prison. I was friends with folks who had done time. I talked to a friend of mine, Dave, who had done some time. I talked to Daniel McGowan a lot about it, because he had just gotten out. I had done some support work for him, then meeting him in person right before I went was pretty weird. But I'd actually done noise demos outside of MCC before I went to MCC, so there was a very weird reversal. I've since done a lot of noise demos outside of MCC and MDC, and now I really know what it's like when you're in there, what you can hear and what you can't hear, stuff like that. For a lot of noise demos, you've really got to keep the chants simple. Complicated chants are hard for folks to hear. I'd done political prisoner support and a lot of jail support and arrest support for a number of years before that went down, especially for the radical and anarchist community here. I spent so much time in court before then that people thought I was a lawyer. Now, ironically, I've become a lawyer. At first, there's definitely a learning curve. But once you get a crew, you have folks to work out with, you have a workout schedule, you have time when you're just reading and writing letters. There's folks you cook with when you make food after dinner because the dinners there are disgusting and it's not enough calories to really survive on. People don't understand that commissary is actually a necessity, not just a nice plus. I was in facilities that are predominantly pre-trial. MDC and MCC are interesting because they're both jails and prisons because you can also serve your time there if you're doing much shorter time or at the end of your bid. I preferred MDC, but I was there only for like 2 weeks. It's possible I just never got the real nastiness. I was in the SHU there, and the SHU there had a shower. I'm a very clean person, so that was nice. The first night they leave you alone, and you cry for 6 hours and then fall asleep out of exhaustion. My first cellie there was a Russian mob guy who was really nice. He helped explain stuff to me. We were talking about ourselves, and I told him I'm a radical, and he asked from which side. It just never occurred to me that people inside might think I'm far right. When I say something like that because from our communities when I say radical, it's very clear what hat means. A lot of folks don't realize that. Short-term facilities and jails are really brutal. People think about the upstate prisons, but there you have a proper yard and slightly better food and stuff. I mean, you can't make generalizations quite like that. I'm not trying to fall in the trap of saying my time was harder or easier than someone else's. Everyone does their own time. But of the two, I guess MDC was better-ish. Also, fuck MCC, I hope that shit collapses in on itself. But I was in some ways lucky because I was in for something that was a very easy decision. Refusing to cooperate was a really quick, easy decision. I never second-guessed it, even at my lowest. And I never have since. The consequences are brutal, but I would make the same decision again in a heartbeat. When I was contacted by one of my old lawyers for the second grand jury, he said, "You've been subpoenaed." The first words out of my mouth were, "Okay, I'm not going to cooperate." So, I had that to fall back on and draw strength from. It's kind of perverse to say that I was lucky, but in comparison to a lot of other folks, it was like, I know what I'm here for. It was the right decision. It's an easy decision. I'm never going to put someone else in a cage. And I had an incredibly supportive community and family, with some caveats. I mean, there's moments of hopelessness. I think anyone who says they don't have moments of hopelessness is probably putting on a straw and your face. Being inside for noise demos was really amazing. The first one, it was like a fucking monsoon outside. People are in these thick-ass raincoats, and there's still like 50 people outside chanting with banners. Inside everyone was asking me, who are you and why are these people here? That was a really great feeling, knowing these people really have my back. The real moments of beauty are seeing people work together and find each other and learn from each other and understand that we have a common foe, which is the prison system. People refusing food together, people teaching each other, people just hanging out together and having both easy conversations and sometimes really hard conversations. Prisoners aren't the revolutionary subject or whatever, they are people just like everyone else. I don't want to put anyone on a pedestal. I don't want to lionize people, whether they are political prisoners or anyone else. That said, there are some true moments of beauty and solidarity and care that I saw inside. It was all the more meaningful that people were doing this while being in this hellish situation, while being brutalized and tortured physically, psychologically, and emotionally, and still getting through each day and talking to each other and supporting each other. There's a number of moments of beauty. It's just hard to convey because beauty trapped inside concrete and rusty steel isn't what most people would think of as beauty. I think of myself as an empathetic person, but I do think that that was heightened and developed while being inside. It's also what set me on the path to being a lawyer. I did legal work for years before doing my time, and I was always, like, fuck lawyers, I'm never going to be one. I'm never going to legitimize the system. Doing my time and looking around, I realized the best way I can think of to get these folks out is to be a lawyer. If I thought that there was a different best way to do that, I will do that. It's not exactly the most radical thing, right? It's the rearguard of any kind of social change. It's harm reduction. But I think of it as putting myself and my abilities as a shield in front of our clients. Not to be self-aggrandizing. It's the client that matters, not us. But you protect them as best you can from the worst excesses of the state. So I came out with that skill, although it took me a number of years to accept that. I came out and was really fucked up for a while, and then I was a teacher for a few years, and I ended up going to law school. So obliquely, I guess I got that skill out of it. Overall, I think I gained more friends and comrades. You see the truth of people when you go away. Some people are there for you and then are abruptly not, they're just in this for the show. For some reason, people think that supporting folks inside is a thing to show off with. There's this weird power dynamic in doing support. No, they are the person doing the time, we're just here to help. But there are folks who went to bat for me from all over the world, some of whom I met later. I was pretty lucky in that regard. There's the violence too, and the threats of violence and all that stuff. I experienced some of that, and I dealt with it. I was pretty lucky that, by the time I was really dealing with the nasty parts of that, I had a good crew who would watch my back. I was threatened with stuff, and I stood up to them, and I was like, nah, it's not going down this way. But seeing people being brutalized, being taken advantage of, is tough. Even when you think you're prepared for it, seeing it, trying to help, and then not necessarily always being able to help, I think is kind of surprising. I knew that people were going to snitch, but I didn't expect the extent to which people were snitching on each other all over the place, especially in the feds. A lot of people cooperate, and they purposely put me in the snitch unit to deny me as much solidarity and support as I would have had in other units. That was kind of hard, and you don't really realize it's the snitches who run the gambling, it's the snitches who run the drugs, it's the snitches who run the unit, and all this kind of shit. And how many people are trying to jump on each other's cases all the time, calling up other people's prosecutors to be like, oh, I talked to this guy. One of the most brutal things I found was this one guy who was snitching on his entire family, which is really crazy. He was in with his cellie, this guy named Bodega, who was fighting his case. I thought they were a crew. It turned out every time Bodega was leaving the cell, this guy was going through all of his legal paperwork in the cell and calling the prosecutor and going through his papers. That's both surprising and unsurprising. But you're never really prepared for it. Politics and preso. And dynamics. I got threatened by some other inmates and obliquely threatened by guards. I thought I was a tough guy going in, and then I realized that what a real tough guy means is you end up doing life in the shoe. You end up doing life in the hole because you're going to get arrested for something and then you're going to be in and you're not going to be able to take any shit from anyone, ever. But I was able to stick up for myself. I got threatened by this guy who I later found out had some bodies on his case, like murder stuff. I got pissed with him about something and I told him to come to my cell where I screamed at him a bunch, which made him back down. Only later did I realize that was a dumb fuck. King idea. Another time this guy threatened me for sticking up for another guy who, I think, was being sexually assaulted. He threatened me with some nasty shit, and I had to make sure that I was not in parts of the unit for a little while. I had to check in with a couple of people and be like, I need you to watch my back. But I was able to get through it without having to get in physic. Al fights. Society is racist as fuck, prison, even more so. Shocker, I know. I was able to deal with that by saying, look, I don't run with the white guys. That's just not what I'm about. Once people knew who I was, what I was about, and respected me, then I made friendships. I was able to run with folks from all sorts of different crews. Often in jail, color sticks with its own or looks after its own. People kind of crew up by race, ethnicity, skin color. One of the really cool things in the feds, at least where I was when there's new people in the unit, people take up a collection for them because they haven't been able to get commissary yet. Seeing that was always really amazing. People just giving stuff that the new people are going to need that you have extra of and not expecting anything back. It's really beautiful. Often it's the Muslims taking care of the Muslims, and so when I would throw in for the new Muslim guys, that would surprise people. It was kind of expected that the white folks would take care of the white folks. So we would do the collection and I'd bring it to the new people and say, look, I'm bringing you this stuff because you're going to need it to get started. There's this assumption that white people are going to look after white people, and I need you to know that that's not what I'm about. I just want you to have this stuff because you're going to need it. But this is not a we are allies by virtue of our skin color kind of deal. Obviously, I witnessed a lot of that kind of stuff. Straight up. Race riot almost happened over a missing domino. But I was able to make friends and hang out with a lot of non-white folks from different groups and crews. I was able to be an anti-racist, an anti-fascist, an anarchist. That's why I was there, after all, and I talked about that shit. I think people could kind of see that when looking at me, and I think that made things a little easy. For me. Obviously, the system is structurally racist, the legal system is structurally racist, prisons are structurally racist, and they really try to get folks who are incarcerated to perpetuate that stuff. Just like any group of people that exists in there, not everyone, not even necessarily the majority, but just any group of people, that kind of stuff exists. It's hard to see those things play out. I talked to folks about stuff, and I think I turned a few folks onto anarchist ideas. Setting up a lending library, including a political section, I think was really good. I corresponded with a lot of folks outside. Some of my support committee set up something called Inside Out. At the time it was a reading circle where different folks inside would read and write reviews and then communicate with other folks who were reading the same books and writing reviews and stuff. I think that project kind of trailed off. I wasn't organizing riots and shit, but I would like to think in my own way I was doing some political work. But a lot of my time was spent trying to be a really good boy because the grand jury stuff was just so weird. Having some of the more aggro texts, like the Ward Churchill stuff, for example, or Sean Swain, passing that kind of stuff around inside would shock people. 177. They would read it and say, you can't say this. Like chickens coming home to roost in a 9/11 essay. 178. Pass that essay to Muslim folks inside, and they're like, no, you're not allowed, you can't have this, you can't say this. But it's also just other political texts like No Gods No Masters, which is like a great starter, and other anarchist history stuff. 179. Sharing the anarchist Black Cross news, since they do a lot of support. There's some amazing folks. People should check out ABC. They'd send me the updates, and passing those around to folks inside really turned a lot of people onto anarchism and political organizing and connecting with others who were doing time. The first time you pass it to people, they're like, what the fuck is that? And then by the second or third time, they're like, wow, this is awesome. Let me get tea. Hat next. I think it's good for your support committee to be friends but not family. It should be political comrades. My mom wasn't on my support committee, but I think, just in general, it's better for family not to be involved because they have enough stuff. Also, folks who are involved in an intimate relationship, or partner, should not be part of the support committee. You want that to be a separate thing because there's so much emotional stuff happen. There. Lukey. NG forward. Don't lionize or valorize folks in prison. They're people just like any other people who have needs, who have hearts, who have imperfections. Political prisoners aren't superheroes, they're just people, and they need help and they need conversation just like people. Commissary is really important, like I said earlier, making sure people have money on the books. It's not extra money to go shopping with. It's not the equivalent of ordering in rather than making food. These are necessities, really. Understanding that prisoner support, and political prisoner support especially, is in it for the long haul. I think it's tough, and certainly I'm guilty of this as well, of getting into stuff full speed ahead and then after a while realizing that the day of this is actually a lot of work. That's one of the reasons I have so much love and respect for ABC. They've held it down for years and years and years and will continue to. So, I think those are all RTS of it. I would highly recommend looking into your local anarchist Black Cross. They not only organize letter writings but also disseminate really up-to-date info on how to support political prisoners. I also like a lot of the discourse that was happening here in New York during the George Floyd uprisings around no new jails. Noise demos outside of prisons are a huge way to support folks inside and send direct messages of solidarity to folks trapped behind those walls. Honestly, the New Year's noise demo here in New York is among my favorite events of the year. If you haven't been to a noise demo, I can't recommend it highly enough. If you're heading to prison, remember, 1, you're going to get through it. It's going to fucking suck, but you're going to get through. 2, whatever you're imagining in the days right before you go in is probably worse than what's actually going to happen. Some bad shit will happen, but whatever you're doing to yourself is probably worse than what's going to happen. I developed a method which seemed to work for me, and I've walked and talked other people through this, and it seemed to help them because I've done support stuff for a number of other folks after I got out. I call it the firsts method because you're not sure how to start your time right and how to get through that first week. That first week just seems like it's going to go forever. So, the way to think about it is to just get to your first ___________. Get to your first meal, get through your first full day, get to your first shower, get your first piece of mail, get to your first rec time, get to your first game of spades. Then get to your first workout, your first commissary. Then get to your first whatever it is, whether a legal visit or being able to send mail. Just plot it out by you getting your first ___________, and then you think about what's the next first __________. By the time you've covered all the firsts, you've got your routine. And that's the way to think about it. Don't think about it as only being in for 2 days when you've got years and years and years ahead. Think about the next first thing, and by the time you've gotten through all the possible firsts, then you know what's going on. I never get this quote right, but my old cellie told it to me, and it goes something like, someone's talking to another person, and the person's brother is going through hell in prison. And the question is, how does your brother do that? How do they get through it? And the answer is because they have to. At first, I didn't really understand that, and I reflected on it a lot. You just have to get through it because you have to, and the meaning of that, I think, is hard to really conceptualize if you haven't had to do it. But that's how you deal with an impossible situation. You get through it because you have to. 174A Grumble's motion is a memorandum of law in support of motion to release, arguing that one's continued incarceration is punitive. 175 Jeffrey Epstein was a financier who was arrested in 2019 and charged with running a sex trafficking operation that catered to wealthy and prominent people around the world. He was found dead in his cell at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in August 2019. 176 The Triads are a Chinese organized crime syndicate. 177 Ward Churchill is an author, historian, and activist who has published significant books on government repression. 178 Churchill's book On the Justice of Roosting Chickens, Reflections on the Consequences of U.S. Imperial Arrogance and Criminality, includes an essay published on September 12, 2001, that claims that the 4 suicide plane attacks orchestrated by Al-Qaeda the day prior were retribution for the violence and imperialism of the U.S. government. 179. No Gods No Masters, an Anthology of Anarchism. Edited by Daniel Guerin. Mitch A.E.L. Kimball. Michael Kimball is a politicized prisoner and an anarchist from Birmingham, Alabama. At the age of 21. He and a male friend were holding hands in public one night and were violently attacked by a known racist and homophobe. Kimball defended himself and his friend, which resulted in the attacker being killed. He is serving a life sentence and has now been held in Alabama's prison system since 1985. Michael was assaulted by Officer Thomas at Easterling Correctional in June 2021 and had both arms broken in 4 different areas. Michael has served time in 7 different prisons in Alabama. He is a member of the Fire and Co. Lective. P. Risen Life. I've served 36 years to date and became politicized while in prison, first as a revolutionary nationalist, and then I became and embraced anarchy in 1994 and have been on that path ever since. It was difficult for me to adapt to prison routine and structure because I've been used to doing basically what I wanted to do on the outside. And even though society is structured in a way similar to prison, prison is more direct as far as control is concerned. Even to this day I've been unable to adapt to the strict regime and hierarchy of prison. I've always been a rebel. I've always made it a cardinal rule to fight against adapting to prison culture, which is death. Around 2014 to 2019 at Holman was the best time, and the resistance that had sprung up there against the forces of control made things more tolerable. And 1994 to 1998 at Donaldson, the solidarity and camaraderie made things more tolerable. Collective struggle has, in my experience, created relationships of solidarity that last from one prison to the next and for many years. In the last 36 years of prison, I've learned how to do woodwork, hobbycraft, leatherwork, read music, learn Swahili, and go jogging. But now there are so many restrictions on hobbycraft and leatherwork that it's not even worth doing at most prisons. Here at Donaldson, there are no outlets for either. At most prisons, you must be assigned to a faith-based dorm to participate in hobbycraft, politics and and dynamics. I've had verbal and physical conflicts with other prisoners. I've had to stab a few prisoners in self-defense. I've had conflicts with the Southern Brotherhood, a white supremacist prison gang. 180. And most definitely had problems with admin where I was placed in lockup. And have been assaulted on numerous occasions by guards and have taken the initiative against guards. The outcome has been lockup, more time, etc. I've navigated the racial tension through confronting it. I've never been the victim of racial violence from prisoners, but I have been the focus of racial violence from guards who hated my activism on the inside. I ran across a couple of anti-racists years ago at one prison, but the only anti-racism going on is simple survival. Richard Mayfundi Lake and I were very close for many years. 181. We also had family relations. Mayfundi was a mentor to me and many other prisoners. He's transitioned now, and I really do miss him. And the struggle is less without him. I'm constantly doing some work to educate, agitate, and organize, and I do try to involve those comrades on the outside. Fire Ant is a project that emerged from anarchist political prisoner Jennifer Rose networking with free roaming anarchists in the so-called free world. It's to generate material support for anarchist prisoners who may or may not have material support from the outside. In my case, it has been a big help so I can go to commissary to purchase things to supplement the awful food being served and also help others who find themselves in debt and can't pay. This has been able to stop some of the violence and also made it possible for me to make phone calls, send emails, and fund social/cultural events on the inside in efforts to build solidarity among prisoners. To be truthful, I think Fire Ant can be better. This is our publication and an avenue to educate people on what's going down in the prisons and what we think needs to be done. It gives us a voice, and I don't think we are putting much into it. So, I'd like to see it just a little more. All of those involved are excellent writers and I'd like more content from them. I learn from them, and I'm inspired by them. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is so important because the system will fuck you over if they see you have no support. To have outside support can mean the difference between life and death. Stay away from the gangs and educate as much as possible. Use prison as a university, and use this time to mend broken relationships. My life is in constant danger from other prisoners and guards. It really is. My life is one that screams against the injustices on the inside and that brings me constant pain. Understand that I'm constantly in danger, that this shit is real. Understand that being an anarchist only escalates my pain because I'm always bucking these backward notions from prisoners and RDS alike. 180 The Southern Brotherhood is a large and deadly white supremacist prison gang based in Alabama. 181 Richard Mayfundi Lake was a longtime organizer and activist against police brutality who was imprisoned in the post-9/11 period when anti-Muslim hysteria was rampant. He died in prison in 2018. B. Bill Harris. Bill Harris was a member of the Symbionese Liberation Army and was arrested in the mid-1970s. Along with other members of the group following the kidnapping of Patty Hearst. After 8 years of imprisonment, Bill was released. In 2002, due to new forensic evidence, Bill and other members of the SLA were again arrested and charged with a 1975 murder during an SLA bank expropriation. Bill was sentenced to 7 years in prison and was released on parole in 2006. Bill served his sentences in California in various county jails, including LA County Jail's Sirhan Unit, the San Quentin Adjustment Center, and CSP Solano in Vacaville, CA. California. 182. P. Prison life. In a way, it's like getting thrown into the briar patch. The harder they did things, the more things opened up for us to attack them and to eventually win most of our cases, really. It's a miracle that any of us got out, but there is that white skin privilege. I had 2 prison sentences, 20 years apart. They totaled 11 years, 7 months. 26 days of actual time. I did just under 8 years starting in 1975 and then just under 4 years starting in 2003. I was housed all over. First night in jail I spent in the San Mateo County Jail. After that I got transferred to the old courthouse jail in LA. I spent a year there, first in what was called the Sirhan module, along with my wife. The first time I did time, I was in the LA County Jail, then Palm Hall SHU at California Institute for Men, which is like a reception center from LA County. We all went straight to the hole. Emily went to death row, Russ and Joe were on death row before they were even arraigned. 183. They even got taken out of the cell one night and put down in the gas chamber and were threatened with being gassed for some silly shit. A lot of weird things happened to us back then. In county jail, the sheriffs are horrible, none of them go to heaven. They're all going straight to fucking hell. I was in the courthouse jail too. Then San Quentin Adjustment Center. I went from Palm Hall, which is the same thing as Chino, and then I went to San Quentin and spent about the better part of 3 years in the adjustment center. I had to sue them to get out of there, since we hadn't done anything to earn isolation. Everybody's in there for killing other prisoners or doing something seriously bad on the main line. And we hadn't done shit, we hadn't committed any offenses yet. I think I got busted with a joint one time, but I didn't even get it a referral. But the guy next to me was Geronimo Pratt. Geronimo got busted with a joint, and he actually had a trial. So again, there's that white skin privilege. That was at the adjustment center at San Quentin. Then 10 years later, the second time, I was at Sacramento County Jail, DVI in Tracy, and I did the rest of my time at CSP Solano in Vacaville, California. Because they always came down hard on us, that opened the door for us to respond. And they really weren't ready for us. First of all, they didn't know how to deal with anybody who went proper. And they allowed us to have co-counsel of our choice. I was interviewing some of the best lawyers in the world who wanted to come work for free for me as my backup counsel, as my co-counsel, with me running my own case. Imagine that. No lawyer would do that today. But because they were going to come down on us so hard, and because we were all educated, and because we had good lawyers that we got to help us. I mean, check it out, I was my own lawyer for a year, and I had Leonard Weinglass for my co-counsel because he was representing my wife. 184. WH. At a deal. It was wild and crazy back then, really. There are so many things that gave us an edge. And when I got busted, it just so happened they were on a change of venue in the LA County Jail, so when Emily and I got busted we got shipped to LA right away to get us away from Hearst because the Hearsts were trying to sever her off and get her a good deal. So, we ended up in the same jail with Joe and Russ down in LA. We ended up together, and, the next thing you know, they wanted to keep her across town in Sybil Brand, the county jail for women, and they got me in the old courthouse jail. So, when I go proper, I tell them you've got to bring her over here every day. To solve that problem, they brought her and kept her in the jail with me. Back in the BR. Your patch. That's what really got me into the whole concept of the criminal justice system because I really had no plan to have a trial. I thought they were going to kill us, like they did our comrades in LA. I didn't even have a lawyer in mind to talk to when I first got busted. I couldn't afford a lawyer. Luckily, everything worked right. We got put together at a time where we could strategize, instead of being isolated and played off against each other. I'd already been visiting, so I was mentally prepared. I knew what to expect, but it was more than I expected. But by knowing what I expected, it helped me navigate what I didn't expect. Plus, I had been in the USMC in Vietnam. The fucked up racial drama in the military prepared me for prison. Everything was just unique. Everything was hard just because it was us. Then, when we responded, they didn't have remedies for some of the stuff that we did, like going proper and things like that. The Ferrata decision came down right before we were getting busted, which is the decision that allows you to be your own lawyer. Now most people would be foolish to do such a thing. But what could we possibly lose? We'd already been monsterized and Mansonized. 185. So, when we become effectively involved in the court process in front of a jury, not some enigma sitting at the defense table, and we can handle the theater of the courtroom, we don't look so fucking crazy and weird and mean as everybody's portrayed us to be. And it really works to our advantage because the jury is going, wait a minute here, they told us that and it's really this. Why would you try to frame a guilty guy when you can just do it legit and probably win? That's how you end up with OJ and stuff like that. 186. I had political contacts when I first came in. Otherwise, I was so totally out of pocket I wouldn't have survived 5 days. I was 5 foot and 6 inches, 145 pounds, hella good shape, but I was around these monsters, just huge fighters. Many of them are oddly twisted. Anyway, I was really lucky. I had great luck. I had a good reputation. I never fucking backed down. I never did the easy shit. I demanded that I get to relate to whomever I wanted to relate to, whether they be white, black, brown, Asian, or indigenous. And I always got that privilege. That's huge. And I was consistent, nobody could ever say that I took a side. They knew my politics were that I was anti-racist, but when things are going on politically, that's how we unify to get guards' boots off our necks. I was one of the few people who could handle that. There weren't many white guys doing that shit. Most white prisoners were too scared to go that direction, it's too isolating and dangerous, and maybe they wouldn't survive taking those stands. It's funny, even while I already knew people in the prisons and visited, I assumed that there were much more solid individuals, more people of integrity, in prison than there really are. I learned right away that's just not true. And then, as a private investigator who worked on a couple hundred criminal cases, who's read hundreds of incident reports, I learned that most everybody talks to the police. Everybody's fucking talking to the man. This was a big change because, before, you didn't do that. The criminals that are successful, they understand the arena. They know they're going to get busted. They know they have to have an exit strategy. They know they have to have a bondsman. They have to have a lawyer they can work with. They know they're gonna get busted because, first of all, they're not a mystery to anybody. The cops know about them, they're mostly just getting by because the cops aren't good enough to catch them. But they're going to, even if they have to make shit up, so they have to be ready for it. Nowadays it's not like that. Guys don't know what they're going to do once they get busted, they just don't have a clue. Another thing that made it easy for me was that I understood the criminal justice process, and so I was really an asset. Like lawyers going to prison, nobody's going to get nasty with that lawyer because he's got value, because he can do legal work for people inside prison. He can actually train and help other people figure out shit. So, in my case I wasn't a lawyer, but everybody knew I got myself out of shit. I should have been buried under the prison, and I'm not. I'm in prison for a while, but I'm going home. That's always valuable, somebody telling the truth about what to do. So that made it easy. As well. We fought back, and we fought in every way we could. We had nothing to lose. So in that way it really worked to our advantage. We wore them down to the point where they couldn't do what they originally tried to do. And now there was a trend, and so it became scary in a way, if you're the district attorney who's getting approached by these powerful backdoor motherfuckers, and at the same time sees that we're prevailing in some of these cases that we should lose. Part of it is because we're charming, the jury likes us, and we're not acting crazy in the courtroom in front of the jury. We save that for when the jury is gone. I could antagonize the fuck out of the judge when the jury wasn't there. I used to hate that shit because I would be obstreperous when there's no jury there, and then I'd be very charming when the jury's there, and they had no idea what an asshole I could be. We had literally nothing to lose. It was a gift almost to be able to proceed that way. Now, if I was Bobby Seale, I'd have been bound and gagged and kicked out of court. 187. I got beat up a few times in court, but I never got totally banned from the courtroom. It was an easy transition for us, we weren't youngsters. I was 30 when I got to the pen. It's different than being a kid, and it's different if you've got people that you know in there, even if they're not your race, because that's always a challenge. I was pretty much a gang of one the whole fucking time, and I had serious enemies who definitely wanted to kill my ass, people who were in league with the guards and who were white nationalists in one form or another. That was a challenge. It was both hard and easy. They make it hard, but we had advantages, so it could have been way worse. I know a few white guys for whom white privilege didn't help them all that much. Because if you don't choose to ride with the whites, you're on your own, it doesn't matter. The blacks aren't going to back you necessarily. They're going to admire you from afar and say this is one crazy Peckerwood here. He's cool, but he's crazy. It's a challenge. You've got to be really on your toes to maintain your principles. You know what prepared me for prison more than anything else? Vietnam. The USMC and Vietnam prepared me for prison because that was worse. That was actually worse. I got to Vietnam in June of 1966. Imagine this. It's June 1966. So, the beginning of the second year of us being there in great numbers. I'm in the Marine Corps, and there's not that many guys, a much smaller force than the Army. They were desperate to get people, so they even came up with a 2-year enlistment, and they started snatching people out of the criminal courts in the big cities. Back then nobody knew anybody that went to jail. The prisons had hardly anybody in them. It was long before fucking mass incarceration. Back then, they didn't see prisoners as an asset or prisons as a way to make money. You had to spend money to keep people locked up. As a matter of fact, in some states, particularly in California, being black didn't get you sent to the penitentiary. It got you sent to the county jail. You filled up the county jail, but it was mostly white guys, a few Mexicans, and blacks in the prisons back before the 1960s. There weren't that many people in because they had to spend a lot of money on you. Even now, you could send a guy to Stanford for the same cost of keeping him in fucking prison every year. So, go figure. When I was in Vietnam, it was worse than prison because there was all the self-segregation. There's all kinds of race drama, because most of the white guys are from the South, and most of the black guys got sent to Vietnam because of some court case where the judge gave them an offer before they even got arraigned. You could do 2 years in the Marine Corps or 1 year in county. Take your choice. So, I'd say 8 out of 10 black guys that I met, who were from mostly major cities in the US, had that option. They're just as disgruntled as any draftee. And, on top of this, it's the middle of the civil rights movement, which was on the television for everyone to witness. Most of the military bases are in the South, and so there's all this great racial tension anyway, and everybody's armed to the fucking gills. So, if you think prison is gnarly, those casual companies were the shits, man, because there were fucking murders and shit all the time. I was a gang of one because I couldn't ride with the white supremacists. And I wasn't black or brown. So, I got grudging respect from some cats, but I didn't have real comrades. So, I was prepared for prison. I'd felt I'd already been there, I'd seen how bad that could be, and Vietnam was really much worse. I was 21. And scared as shit. I never was as scared of the Vietnamese as I was of the fucking Marines. I got shot at more times by Marines, not counting mortars and shit. I wasn't a grunt, so I wasn't in the bush all the time. and I wouldn't have volunteered for that shit because I already was an anti-war person before I left Vietnam. I quickly and seriously became anti-war while in Vietnam. Because of the time, they hadn't really prosecuted many middle class or lower middle class educated white revolutionaries. They'd been dealing with blacks most of the time, and other people of color. They hadn't caught any of the weather underground yet. We didn't get tortured with cattle prods like those cats, like the Panthers and the Black revolutionaries who got busted in New Orleans. We always thought they were going to do all that shit to us, but they never did. White skin privilege really is a big deal. It was very obvious to me that we got treated differently, but part of it was because there was so much notoriety that they didn't want to get caught fucking NG around. I got beat up there a number of times by sheriff's deputies and a court bailiff, but we found ways to move it to our advantage. Really, if you've read the books on how to struggle with power, if you've got some insights into it, there are ways to maneuver. And besides, they didn't separate us that well. To save them money and to make it easier to control us, they put us all together. That's the only time I've ever heard of political prisoners getting their own little space during that time we were in LA, which made it easy because we mostly won all of our cases there. It made it easier for us to navigate the system. And we had the privilege of getting a lot of lawyers wanting to help us. And we were in California, we weren't in some other fucked up state where the criminal justice system is horrific. So, we benefited anyway, and it made it easier for us to win, made it easier for us to get to the point where they wanted to deal our cases out. It didn't hurt at all that the whole Hearst Empire was also behind this, in a kind of back-assed way, because to help her their efforts also helped us. So it was easier to navigate a cruel, unfair IR system. Reagan was governor of California when the slaw started. Jerry Brown got elected right after we got busted, which didn't help because the FBI came up with a COINTELPRO move right away, saying that we were going to kidnap Sister and a busload of prison guards kids at Folsom to get Geronimo and a whole bunch of other people out of prison. They did a lot of things trying to set us up, but it never worked. The good thing was we weren't on most prisoners' bad sides, even though they tried to put us on the white supremacist enemy lists. They tried so many ways to set us up with prison gangs and stuff like that. But part of the deal is sometimes in prison it's not a good idea to come in with a high publicity profile. If you're just an individual and you get a lot of spectacular news, you get a lot of people not liking you just for being in the news. Prison's a pettiest place when you really get down to it, in a lot of ways. I could give you a balance sheet with a lot of cool things and a lot of fucked up things. Basically that's the deal with prison. I don't mean to denigrate prisoners, generally I'm for almost all of them because locking human beings up isn't my thing. I'm not for that, there's other remedies to putting people in cages. They just made it so much easier for us. In 1974, 1975, 1976, the things that we did to defend ourselves were often cutting edge things. We could try stuff because we didn't have anything to lose. In the beginning, they weren't cutting us any breaks, our offers were life without parole. They tried to give us the death penalty when there wasn't even a death penalty right at that moment. They were trying to figure out ways to do that, but they couldn't. Then, luckily, when we got busted, the legislature was already in the process of passing a new sentencing law, which totally benefited us. We went from 10 to life in all of our cases to fixed terms because of a change in the law, not because of anything we did. If it was about us, it never would have happened. But we just rolled along with the tide, which really benefited you. Totally. We used all these things to our advantage just to fuck with them and make it hard for them, and it worked out because we picked up on how the criminal justice system works a lot quicker than the average person does. But we were all older too. I had 2 university degrees already by that time. All of us have been to college somewhat, except for DeFries, so we were quick studies on how to challenge the criminal justice CE system. We were active. Russ, me, and Geronimo were the voices of unity and reason. I didn't go to prison to radicalize the prisons. First of all, I'm a white dude, I'm not running anything in there. I'm not really with any of the white dudes. They'd have to be radical white guys like me. There were a few of those guys. There were some guys that left the Aryan Brotherhood. They had a lot of swastikas and ink all over their bodies, but now they were allied more with the blacks than with the racist whites. In the hole at San Quentin, the yard was a segregated situation. The blacks had their own yard, but the BGF ran it. 188. There were some cats on the yard like Geronimo, who weren't in the BGF and who'd been in the party, and he was one of the guys training the black originally, who could be independent. But that always was an issue. Gangs want you to be in their gang, they need bodies. So, somebody like Geronimo, not being in a gang, he had to be concerned about treachery just like we were. Our yard group was me and Russ, the 2 slaw guys, and then the Aryan Brotherhood and the Mexican Mafia were on one yard together. 189. So, their enemies were our allies. There was a gang from El Paso called the Texas Syndicate, which was mostly locked up in the hole at San Quentin because there were fewer members than the guys from Southern California. 190. We were even an international yard, we even had one gnarly old black guy who had killed a bunch of guys in prison and refused to join the BGF. So, everybody's afraid of him. But he told the organized blacks to go fuck themselves. He was an independent, so we invited him to our yard so he could be outside. We took anarchists, we had an anarchist from Argentina who was a bit of a total lunatic. He tried to jump over the double fence to get in the yard just to have a talk with the Aryan Brotherhood because he wanted to convince them that they were wrong about racism. It was weird. So, the difference between the first term and second term, the first term, it wasn't as crowded, didn't have as many people. Second term, it was horrible. It was during the peak of mass incarceration, before they started changing a little bit. It was very overcrowded. 3 guys in triple bunks, and shit like that in dorms. I was always in more restricted housing during my second term. I always had higher custody because of my background, but it also afforded me to have single cells almost the whole first term, for almost 8 years. Single cells were not uncommon when there were only 20,000 guys in the system. Back then there were just 11 institutions. They built like 20 more within the next 20 years. So, the second time around, there were no programs. I was lucky to get a job, and then that ended too. I was there during the time they fired prisoners from prison jobs. Then most people were just locked down all the time, it was just horrible. No school, and it was really hard to do self-study. You couldn't even work that out. They tried to make it hard for me, and there were several years when I didn't know if I was going to make it through the next day, but I did. Overall, I was pretty lucky a lot of the time, and it was good to have a solid reputation. We made so much noise that it was not lost on anybody in the prison who the fuck we were. I wasn't really a targeted person. The only times I ever got really close to having to defend myself seriously, somebody always intervened and told the dumbass to back off, that it was not in their interest to do that. Without me even asking, without me even doing anything. Really, I shouldn't ever have gotten through this. But it helped because there were a lot of people who admired me. Here's the thing, remember this, we didn't get paid. We didn't do this for money. The prisoners think we're insane. And in prison, you don't fuck with crazy people. Crazy people you leave alone because you never know what they're going to do. So, we got labeled as crazy people because we didn't do it for money. Most of us got killed. It could have been way worse, and it just wasn't because things fell into place. I don't want to ever do it again. It was horrible in so many ways. It's mostly lonely in there, but loneliness just makes you aspire to. Oh, get out. It was horrible the second time. Thank God I only had a fixed term, I didn't have to go to the board or anything. I was going to get out. The prisons were overcrowded, prisoner politics were gone, and it was like all for one and one for one. The guys like me, they just kept to themselves, they didn't make any effort to try to change it. It was too daunting. As soon as somebody stepped up, they got stabbed, they got narked. It was horrible. I had to keep my independence, and that was hard. I got to Solano after being locked down for a couple weeks while they tried to figure me out. I got on the yard, and right away I ran into two guys I'd been in with 20 years earlier. They were lifers, and they were African American. They're doing indeterminate life, and they're still there 2 decades after I'd left. They've got nobody advocating for them, and they've got shitty lawyers doing their parole hearings that they don't choose or can't afford. After kicking it with them for an hour catching up, I was told I couldn't hang with he blacks. I think what shocked me the most was how many rats there are and how many untrustworthy prisoners and collaborators there are. It was worse the second time around. Before I went to prison, I had this notion that there was a certain amount of honor among convicts. But there really isn't, because these guys are desperate. A lot of cats in the underworld have gotten by talking with the man every time they get busted. Out of thousands of cases I've worked on, I swear I've only had a couple of clients who just said, "Take me to my cage, fuck you, I'm not talking to you." Everybody thinks they can say something to get out of jail. It's unusual for people not to cooperate. That's what I learned, and it was reaffirmed when I became an investigator. Fortunately, when we were forming the SLA, we had contact with convicts, but none of the convicts knew what we were up to. They didn't know about the SLA, they were as shocked as everybody else. They didn't have anything to do with the formation of it or anything. They had influences on some of our perspectives, and we had their backs in any way that we could, but we didn't trust them. They were in prison. They had a reason to cooperate, and if we'd have been in that kind of situation with them, we'd have probably been busted right away. The thing about prison, there are no whodunits in prison. In prison everybody knows who committed any murders. You pretty much know in the beginning who's probably responsible just based on who the victim is. But it's not unusual for gangs to contract with their enemies to make it look like their enemy did something rather than themselves when they're trying to rub out one of their own. There's all kinds of treachery that goes on when dope is involved and certain payments are made. If you've got any kind of organizational abilities, you could organize a prison to be a place where people get on with their lives, where all this internecine bullshit is not even happening, regardless of politics. If they're trying to lower the population in prisons, they get bogged down with trying to figure out which so-called nonviolent offenders they want to let out. To be honest with you, many of those guys are not the ones who I'd immediately choose to get out of prison. I would let the guys who have done a bunch of time for murder out first. In fact, you'd be better off in the community if the killers came home and moved into your neighborhood rather than the nonviolent offenders, because many of the nonviolent offenders are addicted to narcotics, and they're fucking professional thieves. Meanwhile, the guys that have been convicted of murder, most of them have done one murder in their fucking life, and it was some kind of crime of passion. Now they've had years to introspectively go over all this shit in their mind, and the only way they can get out is to take programs and get their life together. I don't support endless punishment. I don't support caging most humans. If you've got time to get a vocation, to maybe finish some of your education if they have these kinds of programs, that's all it takes. You don't need a whole bunch of prison time. I don't even know if you need any prison time on most crimes. Guys are doing way too much time in there, and most of the shit they did was when they were young, and now they're older, and they're not that guy anymore. Most people, if they have been to prison or even done a little time, they would come away thinking most people don't need to be in there. They need to be out here getting their lives together, and they need to have had opportunities to do that while they were in prison, which they used to do, and it can be one again. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I never had to do anything I regretted. I usually struggled to calm shit down, and that usually worked. Generally, here's what I find: psychopaths like violence, but really most people would just like to avoid it, and people avoid violence like crazy inside prison. You'd be surprised. When you consider who's in prison and what violence they may have committed in their lives, the amount of violence in prison isn't all that remarkable compared to the violence in the streets. So what I found is, if there are other remedies to solving conflicts without violence, prisoners are happy to do that because it makes their lives easier. Violence on the street you can escape from; in prison you've got to stay there in the middle of it. There's so much racism, obviously. You've got blood feuds that go back all the way to the middle 1960s and beyond. It's complicated, but, generally speaking, I find that guys are able to accept, maintain, and sustain much better living circumstances given the opportunity. It's not human nature to be violent, it's survival to be violent. A lot of times you don't have to go there. It's helpful when there's people like myself, Russ Little, Geronimo Pratt, who were good at calming shit down, figuring out ways to make everybody happy. How does everybody come out of this hole? It's the whole restorative concept. We learned really early, because we had a lot of connections, that it was possible to elevate your quality of living in prison by using your head, without compromising your principles. You had to figure out who to talk to among the convicts to get jobs somewhere. And, back then, prisoners ran the prisons, basically. They had all the jobs. The prison wouldn't run without the prisoners. So there was a lot of supervision, but there weren't that many guards. Not like now. In a lot of the places, there was an effort on the part of the different racial groups to keep shit down because it just made it impossible to make a living, or to get visits or to do what you wanted to do. Usually the violence was stuff that was well earned by the victim and contracted. Say the whites didn't want to kill one of their own, or not be known to have killed their own guy, they may contract with some other group to do it to make it look like they did it. But they didn't lock everybody down back then. They didn't use collective punishment as much. There weren't mass riots, per se. Occasionally, there was some race drama. I remember right after I got to San Quentin, in the honor unit in San Quentin, a bunch of bikers attacked some guys from the Nation of Islam, and 4 white guys got killed. They started it, and they got killed, and the black guys that they suspected to be involved, they went to the hole. That was the kind of people who I was around. But they didn't lock down the whole fucking prison forever. They might lock down that unit for a while until they figured it out, but it wasn't like all this mass shit going on. Usually there was always some kind of logical reason why shit would happen. It wasn't on the mass scale that it became later. Usually the people who like to talk a lot of shit about rats and pedophiles and rapists in the prison are usually those people you need to look at as being one of those people. That's creating an illusion because you're worried about yourself. It's mostly treacherous, all that shit about omerta. We had issues with gangs that emulated gangsterism. All for one and one for all. Gang leaders often cooperated with the guards and administration if they got a benefit. I was very clear, and everybody knew what my politics were. But the thing that saved me from being killed was that I was generally respected by most other prisoners for sticking to my principles and not aligning with any gang. We're all here. We're in the same gang basically, whether we like it or not. They're the ones that are keeping us here, we aren't keeping each other here. There's way more of us than there are of them. But when it comes to fighting for our rights and our privileges and making what they call privileges our rights, that's our fight. There are some people on the outside that help us, but if we're not unified on these issues inside. There's more unification now than before, but it's flimsy. We do things differently here, we don't have special prisons for political prisoners. We dump all our political prisoners in with everybody else. It would have been easier for us if we had our own unit just for political prisoners. That would have been great, simpler and easy. We probably would still have some drama because we'd have commies and nationalists and anarchists, this and that. They're not on the same page most of the time. That was our whole point, trying to get everybody to come together. 8 cents. I learned this early, I don't need any more fucking enemies. I've already got enough with the administration and guards, and a few of these nuts that don't like the fact that I had black comrades. Too fucking bad. I'm not changing that for you. I don't care. I'm not going to live here knowing that I compromised those politics just because you guys outnumber me. Even though I was on my own, a gang of one, I got a lot of respect for that. The first time I was in general population, they threw me in with a bunch of black guys, thinking I was going to get my ass kicked. It was funny, I mean, one of the guys in my tank was a guy I used to visit at San Quentin. And he's one of the leaders of the BGF. It always turned out easy for me, it was always serendipitous for me. I had good luck. At the bleakest times when some crazy shit happened, I'd get my ass saved, without even having to compromise a principle. I never had a fight in 12 years. Imagine that. And mostly in general population. Regarding violence from deputies and guards, for me it only happened in the jails but not in prison. I stopped fighting with them by that time. I got tired of that shit. I always got beat up. Many years later, I've had guards ask me if I remember them. I'd say no and they tell me, I got paid a lot of money after we beat your ass because we all claimed injuries. We all said we got beat up by the slaw. If I were black, I'd be dead. I wouldn't have made it to prison. No question about it. It's phenomenal how that works because it wasn't like we had fans in the criminal justice system at all. They hated our guts and tried to kill us various times. It's just hard when you got all this notoriety, you know. They'd think, I'm going to lose my job if I get caught. They always had to rely on other prisoners to try to do it for them. I had plenty of enemies among the racists, but in general the prisoners weren't my enemies. I wasn't about that, and I had a history of not being about that. So smart people got it, some dumbass didn't. Russ, me, Geronimo Pratt, we were among a handful of people in the hole at the San Quentin Adjustment Center. Angelil Montequim, he was my next door neighbor. I was with him in the Alameda County Jail and also in San Quentin for a while. The Black and us, we were comradely. They were the most political of the blacks. They weren't in the BGF. They weren't a prison gang. They were ex-Panthers who got kicked out of the party by Newton back in 1969 or 1970 and eventually formed the Black. Na wasn't with us. They had some separate cases. I was never with Na, but he was with Joe at Folsom, however. But we were with the cats that got arrested in New Orleans, who shared the hole at LA County with Joe Remiro, me, and Emily for a while. It was Herman Bell, John Bowman, and Ray Boudreau. 191. We got a chance to meet each other for the first time while doing time, since they were operating on the East Coast and we were on the West Coast. These cats knew that we formed at a time, we kind of jumped off somewhat prematurely, but it was largely to kind of open another front since they were the ones getting attacked the most. Blowing up bathrooms and shit in Washington, D.C., wasn't getting the fucking FBI off the Panthers at all. So, we decided okay, let's get their attention, and we did. And they appreciated that, so they always had our back. We were always cool with them. It was a perfect match because they respected us because they knew we were putting it all on the line, that we were probably going to die. So, they respected that shit, and we got along just fine. The second time I did time was at Solano. None of the Panthers I used to know were there ever. I was pretty isolated. I met a couple guys I trusted. One is the cat from Vence Ramos who was with me, Bob Seabach. 192. He had been in prison for a long time when they were accused and convicted of killing a PRI. Sun Guard. I corresponded with people, though, including Ed Mead. He's a fantastic one. He'll go down in my memory as one of the all-time greatest, most interesting guys. He did all kinds of radical shit, man. Ed Mead was state-raised. Started out, I think, parlaying car thefts into life sentences, almost. Even before he got political, he was a bit of a rebel. It was always hard for him to go along with the program. But he did a bunch of time and got out right around the time all this stuff was jumping off, and he actually came down to the Bay Area trying to find us, to sign up, which was impossible by then. By the time I'm busted for a bank robbery up in Seattle, and we started corresponding. He'd done time all over, in Alaska and all kinds of fucked up places. He'd done a bunch of time at McNeil Island and Walla Walla. So, he gets sent back to Walla Walla essentially doing life in the state prison and 35 years in federal prison. So Ed and I corresponded, and the thing about Ed that was really fascinating to me was, they got busted in this bank robbery, they got convicted of murder of a comrade who was killed by the police, so they got a vicarious liability homicide for that, which gave them life in state prison, and back then there was no murder statute in the federal system. So, Ed Mead goes back to prison at Walla Walla. His comrades were a number of women, some lesbians. His politics were thoroughly anti-sexist. And so forth, imagining what that might be like in 1975. Ed was not a half-stepper or a pretender. So, he gets to Walla Walla, and he has at least one comrade with him, I think it was Mark Cook. Anyway, so they're there, and some other guys get into reading political theory, and Ed was a big proponent of that. He was writing publications from inside. He formed this group called Men Against Sexism. And he came out as a homosexual, but I think he was just bullshitting, you know what I mean. I don't know if it's real or not, maybe he's bisexual, I don't know. The point is, he pointed out I'm homosexual to say we're going to protect anybody that people are pressuring for sex. All you have to do is come with us and we will protect you, and if they keep fucking with you, we're going to blow them up in their cell. Well, they all ended up in the hole, obviously, because of all this drama that had commenced. But I thought that was the boldest move of anybody I've ever heard of. That is really putting it out there in a prison setting. He's one of the more interesting cats that I've ever come across. For sure. Corresponding with people made it easier, and it helps to have friends. If you're isolated, it's really a challenge. It's hard to do, you have to clique up almost to save your own ass. But I didn't have to do that. I saw right away how you get respect in prison without challenging anybody's manhood. I already had a good reputation with most people. It's like at least this guy had something to believe in. When people operate on their beliefs, no matter what anyone says, they get respect for that. When they don't back down, when they stick with the politics, in spite of being captured or whatever. I never presented a defeated individual. Some of it is just general male machismo. But the one thing I was never going to do if I was captured, which I didn't expect to happen, was to put a coat over my head. I think the first picture of me is me being dragged into the courthouse for my first appearance. There's a great photo of me cuffed in the front with my raised fists. I needed people to feel positive, and I always felt like I had a reputation to uphold, which was another thing. But I was good with groups in prison, the anarchists in particular. I got letters from all over the world from comrades. It's hard to do time without becoming an abolitionist. I am not a supporter of locking people in cages. Lukey. NG forward. I was privileged, I always had visitors, I always had money, and I had people supporting me from all over the world both times I was imprisoned. My family never had to do shit for me. I had other people handle that. I had people sending me books, and I just mostly read books and wrote letters. Outside support is invaluable. I got involved in prison support early on. I didn't communicate with prisoners or visit prisons until I got to California, but that was just a few years before all the slaw drama jumped off. I got hooked up with certain guys in prison. We got selected to go see certain people because most of us were white and most of them were not. So that's already an issue. You just can't send any old motherfucker that the guy can't relate to. It has to be somebody that's fairly conscious already. You're taking a risk, you're trying to build trust. But when you're in prison, you don't have much choice if you don't have family or friends outside this. Hiding you. Support's everything, man. I was extraordinarily privileged to have lots of it. We had so much support that we sent people to help other guys who had none. For instance, when the Guild came out with that No Lawyers for the Slaw, Stuart Hanlon, who was a young, brand new lawyer at the time, in fact, he was finishing up his third year when the Guild came out with that, he immediately got involved in helping Joe and Russ, volunteering to work on their case for free as an intern. 193. And they told him that we really appreciate it, but you need to go see Geronimo Pratt because he needs somebody like you right now. So, he ended up working with Geronimo for 27 years and eventually got him out. We had the privilege of being able to send people to help other people because we knew how important it was. We had people knowing what was happening to us, and it was getting out, it was being published in the underground newspapers every day. So, you could find out what really happened in court. And we were our own lawyer, so we were getting lots of visits, and you could come talk to us, and we would help folks know what was happening to us. We were in the most privileged of positions, considering how it is for most folks fighting cases and doing time. The government was too nervous to do to us what they'd already done to some others, like George Jackson. Or like they did to the RAF in Germany. When they tried to kill us, when they killed everybody in LA because it was thought that Hearst was actually in the house, that really did it for Randolph Hearst Trustin. The FBI. To fight for ourselves, as the SLA did, being abandoned by the left, the organized left, was hard. They had the leaders, the main Marxist-Leninists of the left, denouncing us, from Dennis Banks and Russell Means, the AIM leadership, to Angela Davis and Bruce Franklin. 194. They got all these people to denounce us and try to get us to release her. We were kind of the bastard stepchildren of the left for a while. But it actually worked to our advantage because people that helped us, they didn't give a shit about politics. It was solidarity. And it didn't hurt us that they'd murdered 6 of our comrades already, and people had seen it on TV. That was to let people know that this is what we're going to do to you if you get out of line. Do this radical shit, and this is what happens. That was not lost on folks. I've even had 2 prison guards, 2 black guys, come up to me and thank me and say, if you need anything, let me know, because I was a little boy standing in line for food, and I appreciate all that you did. 195. It's not lost on all kinds of folks. A lot of things have happened over the years that have changed, little things here and there. It used to be that prisoners had no voice. You had to write a book in prison, which was not easy to do, and get somebody to publish it in order to have a voice. And those people got jumped on, they got blocked at every turn. It took a movement, a minority prison movement, to have an impact. It's daunting because the average person thinks everybody in prison is some psychopath because all they ever know about is the most heinous of all crimes, and so everybody is a heinous criminal. To be able to enhance the voice of people in prison, so people can understand it without them getting locked up themselves, is a daunting task. And I've always been about that. That's why I chose to be a criminal defense investigator. That was the best thing I could do to help people, but it's on a small scale. I'm helping one person at a time stay out of prison. Talk to somebody who's been there recently that's knowledgeable. Get a beat on it. I've often thought about getting paid a lot of money by white-collar criminals to help people learn about doing time. I don't see it as a money-making thing, though. I see it as a non-profit kind of deal where everybody has access to it and they don't have to pay a lot of money to find out how to navigate prison. I think that's important, and I wouldn't mind doing it. For somebody like me to school a person who's about to go to prison on how to navigate prison is theoretically good for prisons too, because I'm trying to tell people how to get through prison without drama. Those of us who were political, more times than not, we would keep the drama down, and everybody would be satisfied. We weren't working with the man, because they need the drama to control us. They like the drama because they can lock us down, and they don't have to work as hard. Most people don't understand how this really works. It's counterintuitive since most prisoners don't want drama, they'd rather have their normal routine. I did my time and kept my mouth shut. But I didn't keep my mouth shut when there were injustices going on. I stepped up on that, and I wasn't silent. I always advocated for prisoners and always tried to make our lives better in any way that I could. I figured the better it was for us, the more peace we would have. I came out with less enemies than I went in with, so I figure that's good. I don't encourage anybody to learn what I learned the way I learned it. I don't want anybody to go to prison. More times than not, people who go to prison come out better than they were, if they set their minds to that. Some people are just so locked out of the economy that they'll never be able to be anything but a criminal of some kind. The options are not there. That's the deal. It's really not simple to deal with. If you give people opportunities to learn new things and get an education, they're captive audiences. Prison is so boring and fucked up, getting a chance to get a decent education, even online, would be something people would jump at, especially when they know they're getting out, and they're not being kept in there forever and ever and ever. We could have a prison system just like some of these European countries. And why not? 182 Sirhan is a Palestinian man convicted of the 1968 assassination of U.S. politician Robert F. Kennedy in Los Angeles. He was granted parole in August 2021, though his release has been blocked by Governor Gavin Newsom. 183 Russ Little and Joe Remiro were Bay Area radicals and early members of the SLA who were captured and given life sentences for the 1973 murder of Oakland School Superintendent Marcus Foster. Little was retried and acquitted of the murder in 1981, but, as of 2023, Remiro remains incarcerated, denied parole more than 10 times, the final SLA member to remain behind bars. Emily Harris was Bill's co-defendant and wife at the time. 184 Leonard Weinglass was a criminal defense attorney and constitutional law advocate. He represented many radicals over his long career, including the Chicago 7 defendants, the Cuban 5, whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg, White Panther Party Chairman John Sinclair, political prisoners Kathy Boudin and Mumia Abu-Jamal, and many others. Weinglass died in 2011. 185 Mansonized is a reference to Charles Manson and his family, a California-based cult, many of whose members were convicted for the brutal murders of 9 people in the summer of 1969 with the intention of causing a race war. Manson's involvement in these murders received unprecedented international attention. He died in prison in 2017. 186 O.J. Simpson is a former football player and actor who was acquitted in an internationally publicized trial of the 1994 murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman, in Los Angeles. 187 Bobby Seale co-founded the Black Panther Party in Oakland, California, in 1966, was a defendant in the infamous Chicago 8 case following the police riots at the 1968 Democratic National Convention, was charged but ultimately acquitted in the New Haven Black Panther trials in 1970, and ran an unsuccessful campaign for mayor of Oakland in 1973. He continues to be active and influential as of 2023. 188 The Black Guerrilla Family is a black prison-based organization started by imprisoned intellectual George Jackson in 1966 in San Quentin Prison in California. The BGF remains fairly prominent in prisons as of 2023, though is much less political than when initially founded. 189 The Mexican Mafia is a Mexican-American crime syndicate that originated in the 1970s and has become one of the most feared and most dangerous of those operating in 2023. 190 The Texas Syndicate is a Mexican-American crime syndicate established at Folsom Prison in California in 1978. TS is active both inside and outside of prisons, and its membership is primarily Mexican immigrants. 191 Herman Bell, John Bowman, and Ray Boudreaux were members of the San Francisco 8. 192 Vence Ramos was a revolutionary organization active in the Bay Area in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Members were primarily Chicano and advocated armed self-defense, community education, and prison reform, amongst other things. Seabach was a Vence Ramos member who received a life sentence after being convicted of a 1972 murder of a prison guard. 193 Stuart Hanlon is a radical attorney based in San Francisco who has defended former Black political prisoner Geronimo Pratt, as well as former members of the SLA. 194 Dennis Banks and Russell Means were indigenous rights activists and leaders in the American Indian movement. Angela Y. Davis is a prominent educator, activist, and former political prisoner who has advocated for liberation struggles around the world. H. Bruce Franklin is a scholar and activist who was involved in the Revolutionary Union and Vence Ramos, was terminated from Stanford University due to his anti-war protesting, and has always been an advocate for the incarcerated. 195 In February 1974, the SLA demanded that the Hearst Corporation undertake a massive food distribution program for people in need throughout California as a precondition for the release of the kidnapped heiress, Patty Hearst. J. On Lahman. John Lahman was a member of the United Freedom Front who spent over 4 decades in prison. The group known as the Ohio Seven: John, Patricia Groh-Levasseur, Barbara Kurtzy Lahman, Carol Saucier Manning, Tom Manning, Ray Luke Levasseur and Richard Williams were working class revolutionaries charged with actions against U.S. military facilities, recruitment centers, and corporate headquarters. These actions were done in solidarity with the people of South Africa and Central America, who were bearing the brunt of U.S. imperialism. John spent just over 45 years in prison. 37 years of which were spent in the federal system for his actions with the UF before being released on parole in May 2021. John served time in various state prisons and numerous federal prisons during his more than 4 decades of incarceration. P. Rison life. In 1972, I was captured and taken to trial for some anti-Vietnam War activities, specifically for bombing a Nixon re-election headquarters and the Manchester Police headquarters. These were late-night actions targeting property only, not humans. Back then, New Hampshire was the first state to hold primary elections. It was the beginning of the presidential election season, and Nixon came up to Manchester, New Hampshire, to open up his first national re-election headquarters. He was met with a peaceful protest of over 3,000 people, not just student activists and radicals but parents with little children were all marching. The newspapers directly quoted Nixon saying he did not want to see any anti-war protesters. So they ordered the cops to beat the people off the streets, even though they had a permit. In the process, there was a young woman, hippie girl, as they were often called back then, a 16 or 17-year-old girl who was pregnant and was hit in the stomach by a police club and fell to the ground and aborted her fetus right there in the middle of the street. So, 3 days later, police headquarters was bombed, and Nixon's re-election headquarters was bombed. Unfortunately, I was arrested for that shortly thereafter, myself and another sister, and we were sent to prison. I did about 7 years on that situation. I was originally given 20 years, but then I won an appeal, and I did almost 7 years and got OUT in 1978. As a youth, at first I lived in Boston, but then I spent a lot of my teenage years growing up in Buffalo, New York. Around 17, I was arrested for assault, kind of a fight with some guy. There was no political aspect to it or anything, and I did about 20 months in prison in New York State. In fact, it was there in New York State, as an 18-year-old. In the prison system in 1966 and 1967, that I first started to develop any kind of consciousness about anything besides cars and girlfriends and hanging out on the corner, which, as a young teen, that's where my mind was at mostly. So, I started developing some political consciousness. I got out at the beginning of 1968, and at first I went to Cornell, and then I went to the University of New Hampshire. Naturally, I was politically active in SDS, the Students for a Democratic Society, and anti-war activities and so on. When Kent State happened, there was a nationwide strike of students and young people across the country. 196. Literally, most universities and colleges were shut down. Hundreds and hundreds, at least, of high schools were also involved in it and were shut down. So, we shut down the University of New Hampshire, and the year ended with the school shut down. I was one of the leaders of the SDS chapter up there, and I got notified that my scholarship had ended. Not that it was being taken away for any political reasons, but that it was being ended. So I went back to New York, and, when I went back to my old neighborhood, I saw lots and lots of activities going on. Back when I was in SDS, we were working with the Black Student Union up there, and they were associated with the Black Panther Party. So we had contacts and coordinated activities and worked with both of them and the Puerto Rican independence movement, the Young Lords, things like that. 197. So when I got to Buffalo, I was surprised and pleased to see that there was both a Panther presence and a Young Lords presence in the city. There were also young people, mainly affiliated with the University of Buffalo, doing activism and organizing on the streets. So I got involved in that, especially in my own neighborhood, where a lot of the younger kids knew me. In that kind of neighborhood, if you'd done a little time in prison, people thought that you were someone that they should listen to. So, I went there and started telling them about revolution and the freedom struggle. Of course, we were quite successful in building some good multinational unity among the youth in the different neighborhoods and from different backgrounds. And, of course, also keeping up with the anti-war work. There was a big anti-war demonstration in Buffalo, and I spoke at the demonstration. It wasn't a spontaneous demonstration, there were permits, and there was a rally and all that. I spoke there, and about 2 days later I was arrested by the parole authorities because I was still on parole from the original Youth Act thing. I was arrested for public speaking in a public area, and I had 5 or 6 months left on the original youth sentence. So I was sent to Attica for public speaking in a public area, and I did about 5 months there as well. That was before the uprising. 198. And as I say to people often totally seriously, not trying to sound like a wise guy or something, the reason why I'm here speaking to you is because I was released before the Attica uprising happened. I was released in May, and in September the Attica uprising happened. I'm sure that I wouldn't be here speaking today if I had been there, because people were randomly shot and killed, but people were also targeted and executed. This has been proven. In particular, Sam Melville, a man I was very close to while I was in Attica, was seen alive by reporters and the negotiating committee, but after the uprising was put down by the cops and the prison guards, by gunfire, basically. 199. They just shot, wounded, and killed lots of people. But Sam was seen alive afterwards when they were clearing the yard. 1 by -1 of individuals. People up and down the hallway who were part of this outside negotiating committee said, "Oh, there's Sam, he's here. He made it. He made it." 2 days later, the county coroner up in western New York State released a list of all the people that were shot and killed, and Sam Melville was on that list. Sam and I were close comrades when I was there. I mean, I wasn't there for a long time, but from the first day we met each other we were close. I, of course, knew who he was and had known about him and heard about him before. I told him about myself, as an SDS activist and all that. We just spent our time, when we had it, in the yard on a daily basis, talking, hanging around, and doing some political work together. Of all the political prisoners I've met, from all the different areas of struggle and movements and so forth, the Black liberation struggle, the Puerto Rican independence struggle, Native American struggles for sovereignty and independence, the anti-war struggle, the anti-imperialist struggle, the labor movement, and also, in more recent years, the ELF and ALF, the animal rights and earth protectors, all these people, certainly the anti-fascist kids and all that, the one thing everybody knew and lived by and continued their life by was that being in captivity was a terrible thing. The busts, the specifics, the trials and impacts on families and friends, and all the rest of it are all serious, harsh, hard things. Being captured and then being thrown into captivity was just another front in the struggle. It didn't end the commitment, the need for, the desire to, or the urgency for activism and activity just because you were behind a prison wall. If anything, the need was there even more because now you're also combining just pure survival struggle to stay alive. Coming into the prison, first and foremost, certainly you had to get your bearings and see who's there, what's up, and all the rest of it. It's like you find yourself in another place and ask yourself, how do we continue to struggle here? When I left being a student in New Hampshire and went back to Buffalo and started doing community street organizing, many things changed, but the work and the commitment to the struggle and to the need for it wasn't impacted at all. Going in, the captivity was exactly the same situation. I have never met one comrade yet who coming into prison somehow broke them or made them question who they were and what they were or the need to do the things they had been doing and that still needed to be done. It became a question of how do I continue to struggle here, and how do I survive here? What level of activity, what level of security, and just survival do I have to act on? And all those things, of course, change between being in captivity and not. But the basic need and continuation of activism as a freedom fighter, as a person involved in the freedom struggle, that always remains the same. So the question becomes, what can I do here? What's most needed to be done here, and how can I be helpful in that? Who are the other people that I'm working with, and what are the other forces involved? Of course, when we're speaking about the reality of the prison struggle, certainly in this country, but also around the world, we're talking about fascism. We're not just talking about different rules but open fascism in and under what we all understand as a white supremacist, ideologically based, capitalist, and more so, police state. The prison system is the harshest and most extreme part of that. We were captured in November 1984. At that time, the underground movement in this country had been quite active and varied, from the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army to other formations and anti-imperialist forces like the United Freedom Front, Red Guerrilla Resistance, the Puerto Rican Independence Movement, the FALN, and Los Macheros, various native struggles and issues. AIM, of course, was always a major organization, although they were not a clandestine organization. 200. Underground activism had been not only prevalent but significant from the middle to late 1970s through the middle of the 1980s, at least. So, one of the unfortunate realities was that there were quite a few underground revolutionary guerrillas in captivity. When we were first captured, shortly afterwards, all my comrades, men and women, were sent to MCC New York in Manhattan, the federal pretrial detention place. It was a big, high-rise, 20-story building with cages built one on top of the other. At the time we were there, the New York 8 was there, Joe Doherty was there, Blah people, FALN people, Macheros people, they were all there. 201. So, naturally, if we didn't know each other from previous places and times and struggles, we certainly knew each other there. It didn't matter what organization you were from, captured guerrillas always function and relate to each other as close comrades across the board and set up whatever structure might be needed to do the necessary things that had to be done. At MCC they put us in the highest security cell block, and that's where they kept all the other guerrillas too. So, they put us all together, and that's the good part of it. My co-defendants and I went to trial for about 5 years, so that was kind of a drawn-out process. We weren't always at MCC, but wherever we were, in most cases, there were other political prisoners there too on other cases. So, there was always that. Once the trials finally ended, they dispersed us out to various federal penitentiaries. I, for example, got sent out to Leavenworth out in Kansas. When I got out there, I was greeted by people like Sundiata Acoli, Leonard Peltier, Bill Dunn. I mean, there were about a dozen political prisoners who had been there for quite a while. So, naturally, first and foremost, I stepped in with them, and they helped me acclimate to what's up, gave me a pair of sneakers and whatever else I might have needed to survive. Actually, because of my own history too, I ran into other people who I met in prison before, non-political people, mob dudes and such. You know, it's a shocking experience. After a while, it becomes the reality, and everything real in the streets becomes the unreal thing. It's a shocking reality. The cops, of course, hate you to some extent at least. They always have at least some concern and worry about political prisoners, maybe not fear but always concern and worry. And other prisoners kind of look at political prisoners a little differently, like, well, these guys are not just out there trying to make a dollar, selling some crack or robbing a bank. But they do stuff that is as serious as any other bank robber might do and so on. So there was a certain amount of not really interest but a little curiosity about us, and they looked at us as pretty serious people and not someone to be checked and seen what they could get away with. Not that most people, even in prison, would do that, but there certainly are some that would. So, I never had a real problem entering a place and getting my feet on the ground and learning the ropes about that spicy FIC joint. Being in captivity sucks, totally and fully. But that's not the point. The point is to keep up the struggle. The point is to do every day whatever the plan and strategy is to further the advancement of the freedom struggle. That's the point. If you have to do it within a not very nice environment, so be it. It's very important to deal with the physical reality of yourself both as a person in captivity being held there by people who hate you and would just as soon kill or harm you as not, and the whole prison system and the guards. Also other people, everything from people with emotional problems, and there's certainly a lot in prison, and white supremacist elements and so forth. So, the idea of maintaining yourself in a fit condition because the food is bad, healthcare is impossible if it even exists, so you have to keep yourself together. You have to keep your physical self together, as well as your spirit, your mind, together. And they go hand in hand, as a matter of fact, because the more you are physically fit, and even beyond that just basic fitness, the more balance you have between head and mind, between body and mind, that helps as well. So part of the regimen and routine of every prison I was ever in, and that includes many years of being locked up in control units or solitary confinement units where any movement is very restricted and impossible. Really, you might get out for 60 minutes a day, 5 days a week or something like that. The rest of the time is spent in the cell. You have to figure out what to do, and that means different workouts, if you can. I used to be a runner. But if I was in population, that meant running, and that always meant some kind of daily workout. Routine. They got rid of all the weights in the federal system years and years ago. But pull UPS, chin UPS, push UPS, different kinds of stretches and things like that. I found yoga to be really good, and I was teaching yoga classes inside the prison. You need to keep yourself physically fit and ready. That also helps with the overall mental outlook on things and your day-to-day life. So, that's real important. Staying focused on the struggle, keeping yourself fit, keeping your body and mind in balance, and you have to work on that every day. No, I never lost hope. I mean, I never assumed that I would necessarily get out of prison alive, although my focus every day was to make sure I did. But inside you're always susceptible to illness, and then COVID hit, or any number of other possibilities. You just may not get to the end. You may not walk out that door. I didn't have a pessimistic attitude or think I'm probably going to die here. I did have a feeling like I'm going to get out of here, I will get out of here. And also, in particular, all my co-defendants, at a certain point, were released. Except, of course, 2 of my co-defendants, Richard Williams and Tommy Manning, who both died in captivity. So, I saw both the people who got released, which was most of us, and people who did not make it out. Those were the realities. I always had in my mind that I would get out. But if that was not to be the case, it wasn't something that disabled me mentally or physically. It just would be reality. I was always happy when I saw comrades, whether Ohio 7 comrades or other political prisoners, leave prison. When the Puerto Rican independence people, the FALN people, got released by Clinton in 1999, I was in Leavenworth at the time with Luis Rosa, a good comrade of mine. 202. We used to work out together and do all kinds of things together. He left that one morning after they were given their pardons, and that was certainly a wonderful day. So, those I think were certainly moments that you can think back on and reflect on. For the last 4 or 5 years that I was in captivity, my official job in the prison was teaching yoga classes in the recreation department. We pretty much set it up so we could do what needed to be done, and the cops didn't interfere with it. At the end of a good workout, I would teach and show and encourage the other men there to sit back and do a little sitting and meditating. In the course of doing that, even within that ugly, nasty prison situation, there was that moment of relaxation after a good, serious, nice workout. Just kind of clearing your mind, breathing, letting go of the ugly reality. Not letting go like it's gone, but letting go by not letting it harm you at this moment, right now, right here. So there were many small, daily, but useful and powerful moments of being able to be yourself and maintain yourself. One of the things that you have to watch out for in captivity, certainly as a political prisoner but any prisoner, for that matter, is to not get overwhelmed by anger, by hatred, or by fear. Any of these things, not only are they harmful to you in the physical sense, but you yourself then become a tool of the harm that's being done to you. So you have to work against it? Don't be the tool that harms yourself. In fact, if anything, try to be the tool or the person or use the method that even within a very negative situation, you can breathe, you can let your body be as healthy as possible, under those conditions. So that became almost a daily thing that I did, especially the last 10, 15 years, I was more focused on things like that. And that's very important. It's very useful. It's very necessary. Even though physically you maintain yourself, you protect yourself, you continue to do your work, all good things, but it starts to hurt your spirit or your essence of who you are and how you feel and how you think and how you see and relate to other people. As much as possible, even in a very negative situation, you have to stay human, you have to stay as a human being in touch with humanity and the world, because that's really what the freedom struggle is all about. We're trying to allow people, the human race, poor and exploited and oppressed people, the ability to live positive and healthy and happy lives. So, in the process of doing that, in any situation, you've got to find ways to do that for yourself as much as possible. But as far as physical activity goes, my basic point, and I would tell everybody this, the first point is always protect yourself. It doesn't matter who or what, whether cops or other prisoners, whatever. Always protect yourself, first and foremost. Beyond that, try to use your brain as much as possible. Try not to get into a situation that will, for sure, only harm you, even if physically you get through it. Eric King, a good young comrade of mine, is going to trial in Colorado next week. 3 cops and a lieutenant assaulted him, and he's going to trial for assaulting a lieutenant. Those kinds of situations, when you come into physical contact, conflict, or combat with an enemy inside a prison, you always have to protect yourself, but it's always going to come out against you in terms of rules, laws, more time, and all the rest of it. On the family side, of course, when you're in captivity for decades, you lose family, and that certainly happened to me, as well as comrades and people you know. I mean, that's the reality. Whenever it happens, I think of my 2 comrades, my partner Richard, one of my oldest friends and comrades in this world, who died in 2005. And then Tommy Manning, who died in 2019. These were brothers, these were comrades, these were fellow guerrilla fighters of mine, and I miss them today, I miss them a lot. It's just hard, and it's just a reality that people, because of the bad food and horrible medical care, are dying every day in prison. People are dying in the US every day in prisons. And that includes good comrades and political prisoners. The worst situation of all, of course, is my son. My son died while I was in prison, back in 2011, and that's the worst part of it all. The quality inside prisons got worse. I was in the federal system. In 1984, we got captured, and toward the end of 1988 I finally wound up in the system after the trials. It was that era, then and for the next 10 years at least, when they were building prisons every month somewhere, and, as soon as the prison was opened, it was packed. It was the whole attack against the black community, using crack and drugs and all that. Things in prison got worse on every level because more people were being thrown into already overcrowded prisons. I mean, prison was never okay, but the overcrowding was nuts. Even as they were literally building prisons every month, new prisons were opening up for several years in a row. There were always more people they were trying to pack in than they actually had cells for. So, doubled selling, tripled selling, all kinds of different things, which makes the day-to-day reality of being in captivity even worse than just the fact of being there. So they got worse. Along with everything else, food declined, and that was never okay to begin with. Medical care was always a big question too, and it just got worse and worse. I mean, every level from dental to medical. People died because they couldn't get Basic care in time. So, yeah, things got worse. I personally saw and or was close to many, many terrible things. Assaults by guards on people, beatings, people dying because medical didn't even respond to an emergency situation. Death and even murder and literal hunger. No medical care when a little medical care would have saved a life. I saw a lot of that at every prison I was in. I'm certainly proud and glad, even more than being proud, of the assistance and support that I was able to provide for comrades that allowed them to get out of prison, other political prisoners at certain times. Oftentimes we had to do different things to make that all happen. I'm certainly very, very glad to see that support, and I'm proud of being able to provide what support I could. I did certain things myself too. Way back in the 1980s and 1990s, there were still some programs that were available in the federal system, so I completed a couple of BA degrees and things like that. I was always happy to get that and proud to be able to do it. My mother was still alive at that time, and she was very happy, and that's always a good thing to make your MOT her happy. Just on an individual level, and this is true especially with younger prisoners, sometimes with political prisoners, to be able to give them some guidance or advice as far as how to do the bid, not to let it eat you up, not to be consumed by that anger and hatred and so on. To do positive for yourself, which included things like let's go work out tomorrow morning and the day after and each day afterwards. Or let's come to the yoga class because it's not just for women out there. When I first started yoga class in prison, people said, "My wife does yoga out in the streets. This is a penitentiary. We don't do yoga here." And I'd say, "Yeah? Well, I'm going to do some yoga here, so come on and check it out." Oftentimes, because it was me teaching the class and inviting them, they came, and then, next thing you know, we had 20 or 30 people in classes every day, sitting there meditating and getting the benefit of that. So I'm glad to have not only done that for myself but to have been able to give that opportunity to other people as well. Politics and priso. And dynamics. Not to sound too righteous or something, but if there's an ethical point, an ethical principle, I mean, if it's real, if it's there, if it means something to you, you can't really go against it, you can't violate it, you can't disregard it. There were situations that developed in prison, and this continues today, and it's always there. Of course, society as a whole, an oppressive, capitalistic society, survives because its victims are kept at each other's throats, or at least kept distrusting and disliking each other. That's the way oppressive societies operate and survive. Certainly, in prison, in that environment and situation, that's taken up to even higher notches than we see outside. And what that means is, first and foremost, white supremacy, based racism, racial hatred against various people of color, or territorial beefs. We can't relate, we can't work together, we can't do something. That's the way the prison system operates. It keeps people at each other's throats, keeps people fighting each other, keeps them thinking more about each other than about the man that's locking the door on them every night. So, fighting against that is always a constant and ongoing struggle. I mean, that never ended. Even if a certain situation would develop in a certain cell block, in a certain prison, and you overcame that, people will get moved around, or new people will come in, and it's the same thing over and over again. So it was very important to have ongoing lines of communication, and that included what I consider really enemy elements, Ku Klux Klan types, Nazis, and these kinds of people. Now the individual white person who was identified as a Nazi, they might have some avenue or potential to question their thoughts. The ideology itself, and the structure that comes from that ideology, organizations, gangs and so forth, there's nothing to do with that, except make sure it doesn't harm anybody or you, or be the least disruptive of ongoing positive prison struggle and prison organizing. The way I always tried to frame it was, First and foremost, we're all convicts. It doesn't matter what town you come from, it doesn't matter what race you are, doesn't matter what gang you're in, because all those divisions are the divisions that the cops use to keep us at each other's throats so they can keep all of us oppressed. Now, sure, they might give you and your gang a little extra leeway, let you sell drugs next month, but then 2 months from now they're going to come after you. They're going to take you to court, they're going to lock some of your guys up and give them more time. They're going to play that game of trying to pit one against the other. So, that was always something that had to be put forth. There were times when convict unity was stronger and more understood, and there were times when it wasn't. I was in conflict with guards pretty much every day. But in terms of physical conflict, as much as possible, that doesn't result in a winning situation. What I did for myself, my basic bottom line, and what I told everyone else I know and work with, is always defend yourself. There's just no two ways about it, always defend yourself. In most cases, not coming to a physical confrontation, whether with guards or other prisoners, is always the better solution than getting into that conflict. I'm not trying to sound like a tough guy or something, but my own situation, because I did always work out and I have been a martial artist my whole life and so forth, people looked at me as not necessarily being an easy situation if they came into conflict with me. Also, I always had other political prisoners and or comrades that were close to me, and I was close to them. And that's important in prison, not to allow the cops themselves or some other prison element to isolate you. Especially negative, bullying, fascist elements, they're looking for some easy way to get to their goal or get over. And if they figure that it's not going to be easy or they might not even be able to do it, they probably won't. Racism in prison is horrible, just like in society as a whole, but in prison it's more raw. In a way, prison in America is life in America. White supremacy and racism against people of African descent and other people of color and other nationalities. I mean, there was a time when the Irish were hated, not that long ago even. That's always been the method by which the system is able to maintain the divide and conquer. Racism in prison is more raw, more ugly, more present, in my experience certainly, than anywhere else on the streets of America. That is the reality, that's the bottom line. Now within that reality, we have to figure out how to work, how to not only maintain and stay safe, but how to advance the struggle. Even reformist issues like on the streets, same thing in prison. Sometimes you have to unite people just to make the food better because it's so bad. Sometimes you have to employ work strikes and different things like that around whatever issues, medical, food, or whatever. You have to find ways to deal with and talk to other people, other elements within the prison population, including white gangs or other types of gangs, nationalities and so forth. A lot of prisons run by the homeboy system, like if you're from Boston, Boston is your homies. If you're not in an actual gang, then you relate to your hometown group and pretty much stand with them. Political prisoners are probably the exception because we relate to people from our hometown and so forth, but everybody knows that we stand uniquely on our own, always against the cops and always trying to do something that needs to be done. Within the context of being in prison and being in prison a long time, the best experiences and the best times are when you're with the people who you're close to, that you like, you admire, you might love, you certainly respect, and from whom you seek guidance and advice, and for me those have always been political prisoners. In my life, it's always been that. There was Leonard Peltier and Sundiata Acoli, Sam Melville and Eric King, Jamil Al-Amin, and many, many others. 203. Some, I'm glad to say, a good number, have actually gotten out. Some have passed. But those brothers, those comrades, were always my closest people and the people that made my days better because we were there together, even in that ugly situation. But I would say too that there's other people beyond the political prisoners whom I've met and befriended and been befriended by. I mean, I was cool with literally thousands of people inside over the years, but hundreds and dozens of people on a regular basis. But then some people even in the prison situation, just like on the streets, sometimes you just make a friend. And I do have a small number of people like that, who weren't considered political prisoners initially, whom I consider good friends. Most are still locked up, but some have gotten out, and I was really happy to see that. As much as possible, figure out ways to do at least some work in coordination and solidarity with each other. It's very important for the political prisoner inside, but it's also important for the struggle outside because the prison struggle is part of the overall struggle. Also, I mean, let's just look at our own lives and realities. If you're going to be involved in political struggle out in the streets, some of you all are going to get locked up. That's just the way it's going to be. So, that communication and contact is really important. I was in the control unit in Massachusetts at Walpole for 6 years. That was permanent confinement that lasted 6 years. 5 days a week we'd get out for 90 minutes a day, we'd have time to take a shower, do a little exercise, sometimes you could use the phone for about 15 minutes and then back to the cell. That was it. 5 days a week of that. The other 2 days a week you were locked in. 24 hours a day. I never went outside, never got any fresh air or saw the sun for over 6 years. This was in the early 2000s. On the whole, never stop being what you are, a revolutionary, a freedom fighter. You're captured, this is the front you find yourself in. You've got to stay healthy, you've got to stay positive, you've got to stay active. You can't let the circumstances that they put you in stop that, because if they do, then they've won. I never thought that I should let them win. Being in prison/captivity is not the point is to keep on struggling and being a freedom fighter, a revolutionary. A slogan I have long said applies: freedom is a constant struggle. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is very, very important. I mean, I can't say enough about it. It's crucial. Without outside support, they would get away with doing a lot worse and even deadly things to people. Harmful things. Things that don't have to happen do happen because they think they can get away with it. So, outside support, knowing a political prisoner has got outside support, is a way of holding back the ugly and even deadly hand of the state, even just a little bit. Outside support in terms of political prisoners themselves is also very important. Dealing with that reality is very real. How do you go on, day to day, month to month, years, or decades? A big part of that is knowing that you're still connected to that overall struggle, that there are people out there. They know your name, they know your situation, they support you, even to the extent of sending $50 a month, like the Partisan Defense Committee did for years, for example, and ABC and so forth. 204. Knowing that the people are there supporting you like that, as well as the actual support, both of those are very, very important. So outside support, in terms of holding back the hand of the state, is one thing. Actual social, political, and financial support to the person in captivity is also just as important. Also, this isn't some kind of welfare organization or something, both sides benefit from it. Gaining the experience, maybe even wisdom, of that person in captivity and all that they've been through before they were captured, since, and so forth will probably strengthen the organization and the people outside, as well. So it works both ways, but it's why crucial. It's important to not let people fall through the cracks. There's some people who are more well known, maybe they've been active longer, but there's other people, and newer people, and we can't let anybody fall through the cracks. There are different kinds of people in jail for specific things, and they have supporters, and then there are political prisoners who have different circles of supporters. More unity and more knowledge and unity between the outside supporters, animal rights people here and anti-imperialist people here. More knowledge and support and contact is important. Writing to political prisoners is a good thing. Just make contact. They don't have to write you back, but leave the door open. Throw out some ideas and leave the door open. If you're part of a political formation of some kind, make some outreach not only to political prisoners but to other organizations that support political prisoners and see what's up, see where you might work together with them, see where they're really looking for certain kinds of support. I think those methods not only work but could be very important. Always protect yourself, first and foremost. The reality is, here you are. Whatever appeal you may have, stay on it. But don't let the reality of being in prison overwhelm you. By that, I mean not just maybe you are depressed or feel bad, but also sometimes people don't even do much drugs and then come into prison and start doing a lot of drugs because the reality is just kind of hard to handle. So, don't let that reality impact you or make you do negative things that are only going to harm you more. It's not going to help you, getting high and then getting busted and then maybe getting more time or going to the SHU, all the hassles you could get from the people who sell you the drugs and all the rest of it. Stay away from all that and look at the reality of where you are and figure out what you can do. Especially as an activist, I thought, what can I do and what should I be doing to continue my support of, and part of, activism that is so important, if not key, to my whole life? 196 The Kent State Massacre was the killing of 4 unarmed Kent State University students and the wounding of several others by the Ohio National Guard on May 4, 1970. The students were protesting the expansion of the Vietnam War. 197 The Young Lords were a militant Puerto Rican Independence Party prominent in New York City and Chicago in the late 1960s and early 1970s that sought Puerto Rican self-determination and an end to U.S. occupation of the island. They engaged in daring offensives and takeovers to highlight the oppression that Puerto Ricans and other communities continue to face. 198 The Attica prison uprising occurred from September 9 through September 13, 1971, when prisoners took over part of the yard, held guards hostage, and demanded prisoners' rights and improved conditions. The prisoners were met with brutal and murderous violence from armed guards and police, resulting in authorities murdering 33 prisoners and 10 of the guards who were being held hostage. This remains one of the most infamous prison uprisings in the U.S. 199 Sam Melville was an anti-imperialist and anti-war militant who was responsible for several strategic and symbolic bombings in and around New York City in 1969. Due to an FBI informant, Melville was arrested and ended up at Attica Prison, where he was murdered by guards following the prisoner uprising in September 1971. There is a collection of his letters called Letters from Attica. 200 The Red Guerrilla Resistance was a name used by people affiliated with the United Freedom Front and other militants to take credit for specific bombings carried out in the spring of 1984. 201 The New York 8 Latifah Carter, Coltrane Kaimuranga, O'Malley Clay, Yvette Kelly, Colette Pian, Viola Plummer, Robert Taylor, and Roger Wareham were black revolutionaries arrested in New York City in October 1984. Together they faced over 72 conspiracy charges and were the first people held under the new federal preventive detention law. They were acquitted of all charges in August 1985. 202 Luis Rosa is a Puerto Rican freedom fighter who was a political prisoner for over 30 years due to sedition charges for his involvement in the FALN. 203 Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, a civil rights and Black Power activist who was active with both the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Black Panther Party, was given a life sentence in Georgia in 2000 for the death of a sheriff. As of 2023, he remains imprisoned. 204 The Partisan Defense Committee is a non-sectarian legal and social defense organization that champions cases and causes that are often political in nature. J. A. Conroy. Jake Conroy is a longtime animal rights activist who was sentenced to 4 years in prison for his involvement in the Stop Huntingdon animal cruelty campaign. Jake has been involved in various forms of activism since the mid-1990s, working on campaigns both local and international. The SHAC-7, as he and his co-defendants became known, were tried as domestic terrorists for running a website and supporting controversial tactics and ideologies. Jake served his 4-year sentence in FCI Victorville and Terminal Island prisons, both in California. Since his release, he has remained tirelessly committed to the struggle on many fronts. He is currently the host of the 3-Minute Thursdays show on his Cranky Vegan YouTube channel and is co-host of Radicals and Revolutionaries, an oral history podcast about direct action movements. Prison life. I don't think there's anything that you really can do to fully mentally prepare yourself for going to prison. We had that 9 months of lead up time of house arrest. That was really helpful. I wrote people who were incarcerated for activism and exchanged letters and just asked as many questions as I possibly could. Like, how do I carry myself? What should I expect? What are the politics? We would exchange dozens of pages of letters back and forth just to hopefully become prepared and have some sort of understanding of what I was getting myself into. I also watched a lot of prison documentaries. On MSNBC there was Lockup, the show where they would go inside of a California state prison for a month. God, what a terrible idea that was, watching those things. So, as stupid as it sounds, I watched a lot of hat stuff. But when you get there, everyone's experience is going to be different. Even if you're in the same facility, it's going to be completely different. So, you can do your best to prepare yourself mentally, physically, emotionally, sorting your relationships and your friendships before you go in. But at the end of the day, you're going to be hit with so many unknowns and so many variables and things that you just never could have possibly prepared yourself for, and you're really going to be tested as an individual and as an activist and as a human in such big ways that there really isn't any preparing for that. The routine portion wasn't that difficult for me. I'm kind of a creature of habit, I just do the same things over and over again in life anyways. But I was not prepared for the culture. I'd known a little bit about what I was getting into in terms of a political climate on the inside. But it's a world I just had never been a part of before, and it wasn't something I was prepared for. That was hard to get my head wrapped around. I was lucky because I had a little bit of leeway to learn the ropes of what this particular prison was going to be like and what was expected of me and figure out how to balance that without getting attacked. And so, in that sense, I was lucky. But the first several months were pretty hit or miss, literally, in terms of how am I going to serve this. I always say that if you have to go to prison, go to Terminal Island. It's the crown jewel of the West Coast and the federal system. Without people knowing what Victorville was like, it might sound weird to hear that Terminal Island is great, but it really was in comparison. Victorville is a 4-prison complex. They have 2 medium security prisons, a penitentiary and a women's camp, and it's in the Mojave Desert, so you're in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Everything's brown and gray dirt and concrete. There are no plants. There are no colors. Literally, you wear brown and gray. Really the only colors you see are on the TV, in magazines, in photos, that type of thing. From a sensory perspective, that's what you are given, brown and gray. It may sound kind of silly, but that really wears on you as a person. Just the physical structures and makeup of the prison wears on you. There were fights and beatings pretty much every single day. There were stabbings, there was gang warfare, there were racial riots somewhat regularly. You were on 24-hour lockdown a bunch. Then there was this whole kind of culture of how you carry yourself as an inmate. And if you don't carry yourself like that, you'll get the shit kicked out of you. You might get told, if you're lucky, hey, don't do that again. But, the reality is, if you fuck up too many times, 5 guys will throw you to the ground and kick your face in with steel-toed boots, which is what happened pretty regularly. As someone who is not interested, obviously, in gang politics or race politics, that's not something I involved myself in. It was difficult to walk that line of, I'm not going to compromise my beliefs and my feelings, but also I don't want to get the living shit kicked out of me. You really have to have that balance between your own personal safety and your personal politics. I got really lucky because I was able to walk that line. I think I was able to do that in a way where I didn't really compromise myself, but I also didn't get hurt. I think that was because I had a very interesting and unusual case, and once people got an opportunity to learn what I was about, people respected that, and I was able to get a lot of respect from a lot of different communities there. That allowed me to engage in a life that I wanted to lead as opposed to being bullied into something that I didn't want to be a part of. When you go into prison, there's a handful of things that make you stick out, and if you're the oddball in prison, then you are a target. That means you might be extorted for money, you might be extorted for commissary, you might get the crap beat out of you so that you'll get extorted for protection, you might just get rolled off the yard, meaning they'll beat the living hell out of you until the prison determines it's not safe for you to be on that prison yard and they put you in solitary confinement and ship you off somewhere else. So, as someone who came in as a person swimming in this giant 2X orange jumpsuit and I self-surrendered. Which is something you don't normally do at Victorville, rather it's a place you get sent to as a punishment, so that's a red flag to a lot of inmates. I walk in, and they're like, what are you in for? I say I'm in for protesting, and they're like, no you're not. Who are you? It makes it a very volatile situation. The first few months were probably the most intense of my time there because people didn't know who I was. They couldn't determine if I was a snitch or a child molester or someone whom they could just beat the shit out of and take everything. They wanted answers, and I had to buy myself time in order to answer those questions honestly and in a way that they would believe me. I got lucky because I managed to get that time, when a lot of people don't, simply by having a couple guys take pity on me and negotiate that me for me. So, when I moved from Victorville to Terminal Island, that world of inmate culture and inmate politics just didn't exist anymore. It's a low-security prison where a lot of people are there for white-collar crimes. Business people with some shady tax dealings, a lot of cops were doing time there, a lot of child molesters, a lot of snitches were doing time there. In a way, it was an uncomfortable place to be in terms of not trusting anyone there. I don't want to be around cops, I don't want to be around child molesters or snitches. And there's only a handful of people who have come from other places like Victorville. In a way, I felt more comfortable with, for lack of a better term, felons and convicts as opposed to white-collar criminals. So that was weird. But from a physical perspective, being on a yard that has grass and a grass soccer field and a basketball court, and since you're literally on an island, you're 10 feet from the ocean instead of in the middle of a sea of sand. You can see dolphins and sea lions and birds, and there are flowers and trees in the yard. That was such a massive breath of fresh air. As silly as it sounds, it was life-changing. NG. For me. But the government made it very difficult for me to do my time, and they did that intentionally. I really thought I was going to leave this world of activism behind, Jake Conroy, the activist, and just go into prison and do my time as 93501-011. But the government was like, no, we're going to continue to harass you. And so they made it very difficult for me to get mail and really difficult for me to send mail. All my mail was monitored. So, instead of mail arriving in 3 or 4 days, it took 3 or 4 weeks. At one point they told me I'm writing too many letters, so if I want to receive all my mail on time, I need to stop writing so many letters. Essentially they were saying to stop communicating with your friends and family if you want to hear from them. They were recording all of my phone calls onto a computer and monitoring everything I was saying. They would not approve any of my visitor applications. When you're in prison, you have to send an application to your friends and family. They fill out the application and send it back to your case manager or your counselor, and they determine whether that person's going to come and visit you or not. They can't really deny family, but all my family lived 3,000 miles away on the other side of the country, so it wasn't very feasible for them to come very often. They would occasionally allow 1 or 2 friends, but for the most part, across the board, all my friends were denied visiting access, including my girlfriend at the time, whom I had to fight really hard to get approved. I did manage to figure out a workaround, and I got an old high school friend of mine to be approved to come visit, and she visited me. Then within a couple of weeks, the FBI showed up on her doorstep, wondering how she got permission to visit me, what she was doing, how she knew me. They visited her at home, visited her at her workplace, wanting to know what we talked about, things like that. They put me on a high visibility inmate watch list at Victorville, where they said I was in the top 10 inmates in terms of creating a security threat. I was a high risk. There were about 1,300 inmates at Victorville, and there's about 10 of us who were on this special red card. They called it the Red Card Program. High visibility inmate, where they said we were security threats. Primarily the people who were on that list were people who had escaped from prisons in the past. Of course, that was not me. I'd never been to prison, nor have I attempted an escape. There were actually people who tried to escape while I was at Victorville and they didn't get put on the red card system, so I didn't know what was going on. What the red card system meant was that every 2 hours I had to report to a correctional officer, a cop, starting at 6:30 in the morning when they unlocked my cell door to 8:30 at night when they locked us back in. So, every 2 hours I had to go to a cop and essentially tell them that I had not escaped from prison yet. That was now my job to make sure that I remained. The crappy thing about it was I had to check in with an officer and then the officer would have to get on a landline he couldn't call from his radio or a cell phone and call the main control center and be like, "Conroy's still here." And these cops, if they're hanging out with their buddies and are not going to walk to their office and call from a landline, so they forget. Then they blast your name over the whole prison intercom system, "Conroy, report to the nearest staff member." Then you've got to go find them again to ask them to call you in. And if they don't, and they think you've escaped, they'll recall the whole yard. They'll pull 1,300 people off the yard from their jobs, from rec, from the chow hall, and put them into the cells and count them all. If I had not escaped, then I would get put in solitary confinement as a punishment, indefinitely. So, I had that threat of solitary time hung over my head every 2 hours for 25 months. That was really stressful. So, all those things combined give me that sense of like, fuck, this is so hard. I don't mean to say that lightly, like, prison's hard. But they really went out of their way to break me down. Prison in itself is designed to destroy you as a human being and crush you. But they seem to be putting extra pressure on me because of my political beliefs and my case. At the same time, you're dealing with all the stuff that's going on outside of prison. You know, your relationships, your friendships, your parents. My sister got married when I was in prison. My brother had his first child when I was in prison. I was trying to maintain a relationship. That is really difficult when you can only talk 15 minutes at a time on the telephone and it's costing you 60 cents or whatever a minute, $18 for a phone call or something ridiculous. There are times when all those things were kind of compounded and crushed into one. You're not getting your mail, you're not getting any visits, you have solitary hanging over your head, you're in a tough spot with your girlfriend, you're missing your sister's wedding, and you're like, fuck, this is awful. This is not the way people should have to live their lives. And I say that recognizing I also had a lot of privilege, right? I'm a cis white guy in a prison for 4 years. There were people in there who were doing decades and had been forgotten about, and they never got letters, they never had a visitor, they didn't have family to talk to on the outside. So I say all these things with a grain of salt, but from my own personal experiences, yeah, it was incredibly difficult. Survivable, but incredibly difficult. I tried to maintain my sense of self through the whole thing. I told myself, you need to laugh or smile at least once a day. I had friends and I had people whom I enjoyed spending time with. In a sense, part of my program was hanging out with my friends, like I'd make sure I built that in. If you sit in your cell the entire time, 1, you're going to become miserable, and 2, you're going to look like the weirdo who is a target for violence or extortion. And so I made sure to go watch TV for an hour or hang out with my friends in their cells for an hour or share a meal or tell a joke or something like that. That was important. And to me, because I had that respect among all the communities within prison, I was able to have conversations with people who normally, under normal prison culture rules, I should not have been allowed to have. Having talks with folks about gang politics or drug dealing or prison politics, being able to ask questions and listen to people, I found incredibly cathartic. I found that a lot of people just wanted to be listened to, they wanted to come into my cell and shut the door, which you weren't supposed to do in terms of prison culture, and talk for an hour about, as an example, the trans person that was housed with us. They'd say, I don't get it, and I would explain, well, this is why trans people deserve just as much respect as you and I do. How often do you have a conversation like that with high-level gang members from South Central about why we should respect trans people? Making those connections was really nice and important, I think, for everyone. Or the guy who was embarrassed that he couldn't read, and he just wanted to come into my cell and shut the door and try to read something to me. And I would help him learn how to read, and that was really important. The fact that a lot of people put their trust in me to have private conversations in a place where normally, not only would it be frowned upon that the two of us were talking, but could have resulted in violence because the two of us were talking. For people to trust me like that, I think, made me feel good that I could be of some sort of help. Then I always talk about letter writing. Receiving letters is such a big deal to an inmate. For me, every letter was an escape from prison. It allowed me to escape out of my cell and hear about your day and see a picture of your dog or the place you went camping or the food you were eating. I just wanted that escape. I was really lucky when the government was not keeping my mail from me. I got letters every single day. Sometimes I got 2 or 3, sometimes I got 10, sometimes I was getting like 30 or 40 or 50 letters a day. And each letter was like an escape. So when I got a stack of 20 letters, I would just go into my cell and open up each one slowly, read the whole thing slowly and put it back in the envelope, and go on to the next one and just savor ever. Why letter? People are always like, oh, when I write prisoners, I never know what to say. You don't have to say anything, just write about your day, write about anything. Those letters were such I hate to say a blessing, but they were a blessing. They allowed me to survive. I sent them all home, and now, 12 years later, I still have boxes and boxes, thousands of letters in my storage unit because I just can't get rid of them because they mean so much to me. But I think the most interesting thing about prison was the black market. You could literally buy anything you wanted if you had enough money. The interesting thing was seeing this weird formation of a micro-capitalist society and how it evolved in the prison. It used to be, cigarettes were the form of currency, and then, when smoking was banned in the federal system, it changed to postage stamps. When I was in, a postage stamp was worth 25 cents on the black market, and you could buy or sell anything you wanted. You could hustle for stamps, where you earn stamps, or you could buy stamps off inmates. If you could buy stamps off of someone or earn them, then you could do all sorts of weird things. So for me, a bit of my hobby was figuring out how I can make money and what I could buy with them. Most people buy drugs and tobacco and alcohol and tattoos and gamble. Those things I was just not interested in at all. But as a vegan, that's pretty much how I ate while I was in prison. I'm buying tofu and veggie burgers and fruit and vegetables and stuff with my postage stamps from people who worked in the kitchen. Then I ran a store out of my locker so that people in my unit, if they didn't have actual cash to buy things off the commissary but had postage stamps, then they could come to me and buy things: coffee, sodas, tortillas, dehydrated beans, dehydrated rice, candy, peanut butter, things like that. Then I would take those postage stamps, and I would sell them. So people who needed postage stamps could come to me, and I would sell books of stamps, which was 20 stamps for $5 apiece. All that operates on credit. So, at the end of the week, it's like, all right, you bought $20 worth of postage stamps from me, so you need to buy this much stuff at commissary and pay me back that way. I was making about $100 to $200 a week for a year and a half. I would take that money, and with half of it I would use it to restock my store. The other half I would just use to buy food, like loads of fruits and vegetables. I became known as the guy who wanted all things produce. People wouldn't even wait for me to ask for it. They would just show up and say, "You want these apples?" I'm like, "Yeah, put them in my cell, and I'll shoot you." So me money just kept getting worse and worse and worse. A lot of programs were being taken away. The physical structures and what we were allowed to do kept diminishing and being taken away. I mean, it's different between the two prisons. The higher the security, the more likely they will just let you do whatever you want as long as you're not making them look bad or hurting one another. But it also seemed like they were going to provide you with a lot less to do. You were kind of left to your own devices, as opposed to the low, where there was more structure and opportunities in your day-to-day, but also the cops were much more likely to fuck with you. They knew they weren't going to be attacked by an inmate or caught up in a riot at a low, but that was a bigger risk at a medium. Victorville was a newer prison. I think it was built in the late 1990s. There had already been a law passed that, for example, new prisons couldn't have weights, so we didn't have any weightlifting. Everything had to be body weight if you wanted to work out. You could run, but there wasn't a track, there was just a dirt path in the desert that you could run around. If they saw you doing pull ups in the unit or on soccer goals on the yard, they would tell you to stop. People would make water bags, take garbage bags and fill them with water or sand, attach them to a broom, and do curls with them. But then the cops would come and pop them in your cell. They just didn't want you to do any upper body workouts, essentially because they didn't want you to be stronger than them. That was a constant thing where they kept taking things away more and more. The rules were getting stricter. The violence was intensifying. Since I've left, I think Victorville has become a closed yard, meaning there's no open movements. Only certain units can go to the rec yard on certain days. There's never a point where the whole general population could be on the rec yard at the same time. So, in that sense, I think it got worse. At Terminal Island at some point they just let all the grass die. Other prison administrations would come to see how Terminal Island was being run, and they would paint the grass to make it look like it was green to impress them. The one interesting thing, though, was a change in the crack laws while I was in prison. There had been a lot of disparities between sentencing around crack versus cocaine. People who used and dealt cocaine were predominantly from white communities, and people who used or sold crack were predominantly from black communities. But they're essentially the same drug, they're just cooked a little different. And people who were busted for cocaine got far less time than people who were busted for crack. That's just one example of how racist the prison industrial complex is, that two people essentially using or selling the same drug would be sentenced differently, almost entirely based on their race. For decades, there had been fights to change the racist crack laws. In 1995, there were some kind of famous prison riots that kicked off all over the country simultaneously, which I was told were called the crack riots. That was in the 1990s when people just organized across multiple prisons to basically riot against the administrations and the staff. They ended up doing millions of dollars in damage. I met a guy who came to Victorville in 2007. He called himself Miami, and he and I used to play Scrabble a lot. He'd always tell me, "Don't get used to me being here." I was like, "Why?" And he said, "Because in 1995 I helped organize the crack riots, and they put me on diesel therapy ever since." What that means is, since it's the federal system, they can transfer you to any prison in the entire federal system around the entire country. When they don't like you, they put you on diesel therapy, where every 6 months they wait for you to get settled in at a prison and start making friends, and then they ship you to a different prison. Then they wait for you to get settled, and right before you get settled they ship you to a different prison. And this guy had been moved every 6 months since 1995, so 12 years of him being shipped around because he helped organize those riots against the racist crack laws. And sure enough, in about 4 months, Miami was gone, and I never saw him again. But that law started to be changed while I was at Victorville, if I remember correctly. All of a sudden, I had friends in there whose sentences went from 25 years to 7 years and who had already served 4 years and were now eligible for halfway house in a year, as opposed to being eligible for a halfway house in 20 years. People's whole lives changed. It was amazing and heartbreaking to see all at the same time. So, there was a little hope in that, with enough political pressure and apparently prison riots and protests, we can get things changed. But what a nightmare! Just in my unit alone of like 120 people, there were 4 or 5 or 6 black guys who had their sentences reduced by a decade or 2 decades because the law was changed to reflect the fact that crack and cocaine should be sentenced the same. It was wild. I think the thing that shocked me, and I hate to say it shocked me because it shouldn't shock anyone, but it did, was how implicit the government was in facilitating violence and segregation within the prison. Everything in Victorville was segregated by race, and a lot of that was because that's how the prisoners wanted it, or they were under the impression that that's how they wanted it. I think the prison industrial complex recognizes that getting rid of this idea that you are a prison class, as opposed to segregated classes of people based on race or gang affiliation, benefits the government, because when you're a prison class and you're all one, then you recognize the oppression that you're under much more clearly, and you also see who's responsible for it much more clearly. And the prison industrial complex doesn't want that, obviously. And so they facilitate this segregation. They facilitate the process of keeping us all separated and giving the impression that we are the ones who are making that happen. From little things like you're not supposed to sell with someone that isn't in your race. So, as a white guy, I was expected to be in a cell with a white person. If they put me in with a person of color, then I was supposed to refuse. And if I refused, I'd be sent to solitary. But if I didn't refuse and I'd cell it up with someone who was a different race than my own people, they would beat the shit out of me for being a race traitor or some bullshit like that. So the prison would facilitate this by saying, "Okay, we'll make sure we put you in with a height guy." The chow hall was also segregated, but not by the government, it was the inmates doing it, like these are the white tables, these are the black tables, these are the Serenos tables, these are the Nortinos tables, so forth and so on. 205. But the prisons encourage it, they allow it, and they facilitate it. That facilitation even goes as far as riots. So if there's a riot, then you're expected to show up for it. It's like an event on the yard. And so, if this group of people are going to riot against this group of people, and you are categorized as one of those groups, and you don't show up, then they'll stab you when they come back and find out you didn't go out to the yard. It's like, on this day the white guys are going to riot against this group of people. And it's not really a secret. There's like 600 people who are all going to beat the living hell out of one another on the rec yard at 8 p.m. on a Tuesday night. And so the 8 p.m. move comes, and 600 people all walk out to the recreation yard, when usually everyone's coming back in. And while this is happening, I'm just thinking the guards have got to know this is going to happen. The prison can't possibly be okay with this happening. And so you get out to the rec yard, and everything's fenced in. The rec yard is divided up into 3 areas, 2 softball fields and a soccer field, and each is fenced in with doors and everything, and you go through what's called a metal shack, which is a metal detector. There's like 600 guys going through this thing, and they're all setting the metal detector off. The guards are all there, and CIS, which is the investigative wing of the prison, kind of like the FBI within a prison, and they're just standing there and they're just watching everyone go in and directing everyone to go to the south softball field. They're just facilitating this process, this riot. Then they move everyone into the softball field, and they literally lock the door, and they stand back, and they say, "Have at it, go beat the shit out of each other." And it was awful. It was unreal. I'd never seen anything like that before. There's helicopters flying around. All the cameras on all the buildings are pointed at the softball field, and there's 600 guys in there and maybe 4 shot callers who are trying to work it out so we don't have to beat the holy hell out of each other. And then there would be me probably just running away as fast as I could. Don't hit me. I don't care about this stuff. It's terrifying. You're just sitting there waiting for these shot callers to sort out the politics because 2 white guys bought heroin off these other guys and didn't pay the $3,000 bill and checked themselves into solitary confinement instead so they wouldn't have to pay, and the people come to the white guys saying, "You owe us $3,000. The white guys say, "It's not our problem. You shouldn't have given them $3,000 of heroin on credit." So it's like, well, alright, let's riot. We're going to wipe all the white guys off this prison yard. It's like 200 white guys and 400 guys in this other group. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to get the shit kicked out of me for a bad heroin deal. But the alternative is, stay in your unit. And after the riot, they are coming back for you with shanks and padlocks on the end of belts. True story. So you have to decide which could potentially have the worse outcome. But anyways. But the government just facilitates this whole process. Luckily that riot didn't happen, they sorted it out. But at other times, there were big riots. When there's a riot, they lock everyone in their cells on lockdown for 24 hours a day until the shot callers from both groups can sort out the politics and then agree that they won't riot. And then they let you all out. And the government facilitates all of this. They're taking the shot callers, who are the prison-wide inmate leaders, they're taking the leaders within the units, called the unit reps, who are also inmates, and bringing them in and allowing them to have meetings and talk about TH's stuff. In this particular riot, they couldn't sort through their differences, so we were on lockdown for 7 weeks in our cells without being let out at all. The prison administration had to bring leaders from other prisons over to Victorville, either permanently or temporarily, to get the yard under control. And that was done by the administration removing and replacing shot callers that would keep better control of our inmates. There was a point where the shot caller for the white guys got hooked on heroin and the cops facilitated that guy getting the shit kicked out of him. So, a bunch of guys jumped the shot caller and beat the shit out of him in front of the cops, and the cops threw them all in the shoe, and then they let the guys that beat him up out a day later, even though they're supposed to do 30 days. Then the cops brought 2 white guys over from the penitentiary to the medium to be the new shot callers, to run the yard. The facilitation process that they participate in to keep this segregation, essentially to keep this warfare going, is just unreal. I think I've made it through prison with a little bit of dignity and humility. I don't want to say, oh, I helped a bunch of people, but I was able to befriend people and have important conversations with people and just listen to people in a way that I don't think often exists in prison. And that felt important to me. Being able to have those conversations, being able to show that we don't have to be this segregated group of people, we can do it with dignity and respect for ourselves and for each other, I think was important. Even if it was just important to me that that's how I spent my time in prison. And if that rubbed off on other people, I don't know. I hope so. Politics and priso. And dynamics. There is this expectation that you are part of this, for lack of a better word, group based on your race. So, as a white guy who's not affiliated with any white power groups, obviously, you're automatically lumped in with the general white guy group. So there were all these general groups of people, and then within those groups, there were smaller groups or gangs. There were independent skins, there were Warhammer skins, there was the Aryan Brotherhood, there was Dirty White Boys. 206. There were the Bloods and Crips, and among the Crips there was the Grape Street Crips. 207. Then the Serenos had 18th Street and MS-13. And all these other subsets of gangs, for lack of a better term. 208. So there was an expectation that if you are white you ride with the white guys, if you're black you ride with the black guys, etc. Then you're broken down into smaller groups called cars. And I just didn't give a shit about any of that stuff. I was said to it. And, again, all prison situations are different. All prisons are different. So, this isn't going to apply to everyone's experience. But from my experience in Victorville, if you didn't participate in that to a certain degree, participating in the culture and the inmate rules and expectations, then you would get the shit kicked out of you. And I'm not talking about someone giving you a little punch. I saw guys get thrown to the ground and get their faces kicked in with boots on, guys with their lips hanging off of their faces being dragged away by cops with trails of blood because they changed the channel in the TV room without permission. Literally guys fighting over whether to watch a cowboy movie or the morning news, and 12 hours later this guy's getting dragged off the yard with his lip hanging off his face. So, you have to figure out pretty quickly which battles you want to fight. When there are situations where you have to show up, whether that's for a riot or for a fight or whatever, you have to show up. And if you don't, I saw people get stabbed because they didn't show up. Do you roll the dice and decide not to go out to the prison yard because there's potentially going to be a riot, and I'll definitely get stabbed when it's over, one way or the other? Or do I go out to the prison yard, hope it doesn't jump off, and, if it does, then just try to run away from people and hope you don't get caught up in it? I don't know. It's hard, it's really difficult. I think people on the outside like to say, well, you shouldn't do this, or you should do this. But you have no idea what it's like until you are in there. As someone who was in there, I didn't know what it was going to be like. It was a situation where it was so fluid and volatile that you just never knew what was going to happen. One day you're buddies with someone, and the next day someone's coming up to you saying, he got the shit kicked out of him for not falling in line, and you might want to say goodbye to him because he's not going to be here in the morning. He's going to get thrown in solitary or the hospital once the cops see how bad it is. And I'd ask, how bad is he? And the guy says, well, you're not going to recognize him, his eye is hanging out of his head. What do you do in those situations? I was able to buy enough time in the beginning of my prison sentence to learn what I could and couldn't get away with and get enough respect that most people just gave me a pass. So, 95% of the time I didn't have to go along with a lot of the stuff that was happening, and I got really lucky for that. I think that was part of the respect that I got, part of the people I befriended, not just white guys but people from all the different communities in prison. And so I got a lot of passes. But, yeah, there are times when, if someone needs to be disciplined, meaning get the shit kicked out of them for falling out of line, your unit rep just says, okay, you, and you go beat that guy up, smash him. And there were a couple of times when he said, okay, Jake, you got to go. And I had to figure out a way not to do it. It's hard. So I'd reply, I'm the scrawny vegan guy. If I were to hit someone, I probably wouldn't hurt them. I wouldn't be teaching them a lesson. Then the unit rep would say, yeah, you're right, Jake. Good look. In out. So I had to think fast. Sometimes I would get into a political discussion about the broader politics of it all, and sometimes I just had to come up with a fast excuse. I'm lucky that the 1 or 2 times that happened, it wasn't because someone changed the TV, it was because the guy was a snitch or something. But, yeah, you're forced into these situations, and there's no good way out of it. So you just really hope for the best. Like I said, 95% of the time I got really lucky. I didn't actually have to be involved in it. But I saw it every single day, and it was awful. The conflicts I was personally involved in, I had that respect where I had people who were higher up on the food chain that I was friends with that were like, no, that's not going to happen. In the beginning, I had a lot of white power guys coming up to me saying, hey, let's hang out. Let's go to the yard. Let's do this. Let's do that. I'm like, no, I'm not fucking with you guys. Go away. So that caused conflict, and then they started picking on me a lot when I first got there, calling me names. It gets dangerous. It gets dangerous quick. You can either go hang out with a bunch of assholes with swastikas and lightning bolts tattooed all over them, or you tell them to fuck off and they beat the living shit out of you. For me, I was like, I'm not going to hang out with those people. They can go fuck themselves. So that became volatile pret. Why quickly? I was lucky in the fact that there were a couple of guys who realized I wasn't your usual inmate, and they took me under their wing and learned about my case. We would walk around the rec yard for days and days, 4 hours every day, and I would tell them about my case and who I was and what I was about. They really schooled me in terms of what is expected of you, what you should do, what you can't do, and how to get around it. They really taught me a lot. They went back to those white power dudes and said, hey, this guy's not a child molester, he's not a snitch, he took his case to court. So they told them to leave me alone, and they did. After that, I had enough friends, and friends in the right places, that if someone's fucking with me then they're going to fuck with them. They had my back, which was pretty cool. And that got me out of pretty much every other situation I got put into. I think it's an intense world. As a white person living in the United States, I'm not on the receiving end of racism and don't see it so overtly like I did in prison. In there, it's white guys walking around with Hitler tattoos and swastikas and lightning bolts and it's N-word. This and N-word. That. It's just a very volatile situation where people are just ready to attack at any moment. I feel like that level of hate and racism just feels so much more intense, and it's so much more in your face. And obviously those types of emotions and feelings and experiences happen outside of prison as well, to people every single day. But maybe because it's such close quarters and you're just living literally on top of one another. It just feels like a powder keg that's waiting to blow. It feels so much more heightened. It was just a different experience for me, and I'm not really sure how to express that properly. I definitely got strange looks from some of the people in my car because I played in the soccer league, I ran a store from my cell that sold to everyone, I shared food and meals with black guys, hung out in cells of other races, generally things that a lot of people in my car were not cool with. But again, I had friendships with and respect from the right people, and they would let me do as I pleased. When I arrived at Victorville, John Walker Lind was there, but he was put in solitary confinement. He was like the American Taliban. He was there, but he got picked on so much that they put him in solitary. Then, when I came in, I was classified as a domestic terrorist by the BOP. So they were really concerned that I was next, like people were going to come after me, like they did John Walker Lind. That didn't happen. But that was what they were warning me about, saying, "Oh, you're going to get the shit kicked out of you because you're a terrorist type of thing." But that hype, in a way, helped me. I think most people didn't understand why I was on this high visibility list. I had to say I'm an eco-terrorist. It's how I actually got a lot of the respect that I had because people were like, "Who's this kid on the red card system? Did you escape from prison? No. Where did you do time before? I've never done time before. Why are you on this thing?" Because they have me as a domestic terrorist. What are you in for? And then I would say I'm in for protesting. What do you mean? And then that was how I got an opportunity to talk to people about my case because that's when people would become really interested in it and invested in the story. I think I got people to think differently about things, for sure, whether that was animal rights or radical activism or just thinking about general politics. And I talked about trans and gay issues and things like that with people. There would be people who were doing a lot of drug dealing and stuff like that, and I'd ask them if they ever thought about taking some of that money and reinvesting it in their community, like buying bikes for kids or building a playground. They said they'd never really thought about that, but they were super interested in conversations about what that would look like. Stuff like that. Whether that had an influence on anyone, I don't really know, but I think just having those conversations felt important. I think just having conversations with people, listening, is something that a lot of inmates don't experience. People who would just genuinely listen to them, understand them, or take the time to understand them, and do the same, to tell them stories and have them listen and understand you. It felt like a beautiful thing to me and felt really important. Some of those people whom I befriended I'm still friends with today. I keep up with them, and they're all doing really interesting things, including activism supporting people who are being released from prison. I don't know if that had anything to do with me, but it felt important. There was one instance that I always think about. There was a guard in the visiting room, and he was a real piece of shit. Everyone called him Alabama State Trooper because he looked like a good old boy from the South. A big goatee, always had dip in his mouth, just a scary looking dude. He went into the visiting room and just treated people with so much disrespect. That was the one place you're with your family, you're with your friends or with your kids, your parents, and guards knew you treat people with respect in there. You treat the visitors with respect, you treat the inmates with respect. It was the one place where the inmates became who they actually were on the outside. To see these hardened inmates crying as their kid runs over and gives them hugs. You just don't disrespect that space. And this guy, he was a monster. He would yell at your kids, getting in the inmates' faces. He was awful. He put a friend of mine in solitary confinement because he said that when he kissed his wife, which was allowed, it was too long and that he was being passed drugs that he swallowed. So they put him in a dry cell for a week, where there's no toilet, no sink. You have to defecate into a bucket so they can look through it and make sure there are no drugs in it, which, of course, there weren't. A bunch of people in my unit decided this wasn't okay and we needed to do something about it. So myself and a couple other guys, including my friend that had his sentence reduced by like 15 years when they changed the crack laws, decided to ride up on the warden and do something about this. When organizing it, we said, we need to make sure we have people from all the different communities, all the different races, represented. So, we went to all the different groups of people in our unit and got everyone together, like a delegation of 10 guys. And we all walked down to the main line at lunch, where all the administrative people line up and you can ask them questions. So we all roll down there together, people from all different races and backgrounds and gangs together, which is an unusual thing to see. And everyone's looking at us and we're forming this lineup of 10 people rolling up to the main line. There's the warden standing there, an Iraq veteran who didn't dress in a suit but wore his desert camos even though he was in a prison. There's the assistant warden, the lieutenants, and sis, all kind of sidled up to form their line. And we just walked up to them, and we didn't really have a plan. This guy Dre addressed the warden and said, "We've got a problem." The warden said, "What's the problem?" Dre said, "It's in the visiting room." And the warden said, "I know all about the problem. We're going to take CA. Re of it." We didn't plan for that, so it was like, well, what do we do now? And Dre said, "All right, I hope it gets taken care of real soon." And the warden said, "Understood." And then we all just kind of backed away and went about our business. Sure enough, the next week Alabama State Trooper was taken out of the visiting room, and then a week later he was taken out of the compound. He wasn't in the prison anymore. That was a big win. 10 inmates came together and recognized the idea of being a prison class, and together rolled up on the administration in an intense prison and said, "You need to take this cop out, otherwise you're going to have problems." And they did it. It's a real testament to what can happen if we do away with racial politics, gang politics, and fight back. It was a small-scale thing for us, but it was important. We felt that we were being disrespected and our family and friends were being disrespected, and we stood up to it, and we won. The lockdowns were awful. We had a bunch of them because there were a lot of riots. So every time there's a riot, or if there's a fight that involves 2 different races or 2 different groups of people, they would lock you down as well. Even if it was just like a 1 versus -1. You're usually locked down for like 3 or 4 days. If there's a riot, you might get locked down for 2 or 3 weeks. For the big one that they couldn't negotiate an end to, we were locked down for 7 weeks. You are locked in your cell 24 hours a day. You can't get commissary, so you get 3 meals a day pushed through the flap in the door, and there be lunches. As a vegan, that became impossible because you could have a cheese sandwich or you could have a sliced meat sandwich. Then you had an apple that was covered in the juice that dripped off the deli meat. You had some powder to put in water to make a juice and maybe a bag of chips or omething. So the food was really difficult. I barely ate for 7 weeks. You know lockdowns are coming, so I'd have a lockdown stash. Basically a box under my bed with an extra jar of peanut butter or a box of granola or some chips, books that you haven't read, paper and pen, that type of thing, so when you get locked down for a week or 2, you have the food there for you and things to keep yourself occupied. Eventually on that long one, I ran out of food, so I stopped eating for a few days. When you're locked down for like 2 weeks and you're by yourself, it's amazing how fast you start talking to yourself. For me, I just started having conversations with myself and yelling to my friends in the other cells. But most of the time you're like, am I talking to myself out loud, or am I talking to myself in my head? I think back, and I don't know how I did that. It was awful. You didn't get let out. I got lucky because my friend was the head cook in the kitchen, and, when everyone's on lockdown, the cops suddenly are responsible for feeding everyone, as opposed to when the inmates work the kitchen. So, they're making 1,300 bag lunches 3 times a day, and they quickly were, like, we're not doing this anymore. So they started pulling some of the main kitchen staff out of the cells and making them work making the bag lunches. And my buddy Dave, he knew I was out of peanut butter, which was my only source of food. For 3 days I didn't eat, and he had stolen all these little ketchup pack-sized peanut butters. He stuck them in his boots, and he ran up to my cell and just started throwing all the peanut butter packets under the door, one after the other. It was a lifesaver. The cop kept yelling at him to get away from the door, and he just said, "I got you, little buddy." He used to call me little buddy because he was this huge ex-football player, this massive dude. We got out a week later, but he really saved my life. To Big Dave Waller, wherever he is, he saved me. It's easy to look back and wish I had done things differently, but the reality is that survival comes first, physical and emotional. But I wish I did more activism while on the inside. I wish I had organized more. I look at political prisoners in the past who were in much harsher conditions than me, and they were doing incredible work while locked down. And I would have liked to have put more of an emphasis on my time trying to change and organize my environment. I think the hard part of looking back, and more so for those on the outside looking in and assessing someone else's time, is that you never know how hard it is unless you're there. It's easy to judge someone for how they did their time. It's easy to write someone off because they didn't do their time the way you think they should. And even as someone who is formerly incarcerated, it's easy to look back and say, I should have done that differently. But the reality is, unless you are there, you don't know how hard it was. I still look back and think, how in the hell did I get through some of those situations? I don't know how I didn't get really hurt. How I didn't end up in solitary longer. How I managed to get away with what I did. I don't know how I managed it. But I did. Lukey. NG forward. Prisoner support was important to me. I got a lot of inspiration from the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Movement, the American Indian Movement, things like that. When I first got involved in activism there were, and continue to be still, loads of political prisoners from the 1960s and 1970s and 1980s. That's kind of how I got more schooled in terms of what prisoner support looks like. Decades later, a lot of these folks still have amazing support. There just weren't a lot of animal rights prisoners at the time when I got involved. I think there was only one in the US. But as the campaigning and the movement got a little more radical, and the SHAC campaign started, the one that I was in prison for, there were a lot more people going into prisons and jails for it. So, we did a lot of prisoner support. That way. I also helped start a magazine called Bite Back, which was an animal liberation, direct action magazine. 209. We did a lot of prisoner support that way. So, it was interesting to be on the receiving end of it after being on the other side for so long and realizing you can talk about why it's important to write prisoners and support them, but until you are receiving that support you just don't understand how critical it is. I still stress that as much as I can, support political prisoners. Everyone in there is stuck in an absolutely miserable situation. I can't tell you how many people would say, hey, can you get me a pen pal? Can you get me someone to write? People who have nobody, who have been in there for 10 or 20 years, and their family has forgotten about them, or their parents have died, or their brothers and sisters don't have time anymore to support them, and they don't have any friends anymore because they've been in prison for years and just a letter made people's eyes light up. It's just unreal how desperate people are for any sort of interaction with someone that isn't another inmate or a cop. So, write political prisoners. It doesn't have to be about politics. It can just be something as mundane as this is what I ate for dinner, what I did on my walk, or I went camping his week. I always say, one of my favorite people I wrote back and forth with must have had one of those 100 Great Conversation Starters books. Every letter, she would write me a desert island type of question. What would be your 3 favorite books on a desert island? Then I would spend the whole letter writing back my answers and why and getting really detailed. Then at the end, I would write her a similar question, and then she would get it and write me back pages of why she would pick what she chose. And we wrote for years that way, and we never really talked about anything political. Nothing really intense. It was just a nice escape. I'd spend 20 minutes reading her letters, and I would spend an hour writing her back. That was an hour and a half of my day that was like an escape from just one letter, and it made me happy. It kept my brain engaged, kept me thinking about things going on outside the prison. The world goes on without you when you're in prison. It goes on without you really fast, and it's hard to keep up with it. And I think letters and support are really important. But political prisoner support isn't just letters. People need books. Having books inside was great for me to be able to read, but also to interact with other inmates because they didn't have access to these books, and they wanted them. I started a lending library out of my cell because I got so many books. I had a big crate of books, and when lockdowns were coming, people would run up to my cell trying to get books. I'd just be passing out books before they locked us in our cells. So, that was really important. And just having money on commissary. Like I said, people had to run hustles to have postage stamps to be able to buy necessities like beans and rice. People need money on their books in order to buy food and toiletries and clothing so that they can take care of themselves and have that sense of self while there. So I really encourage people to write a letter, send a book, do a fundraiser, send some cash, whatever you can do to support activists or people in prison. There are lots of things you can do, but nothing really that can get you ready for it, full stop. I think talking to other political prisoners, people who have been on the inside, is really important. I think realizing that everyone's experience is going to be completely different and that every prison is completely different, but you can still get the general sense of what's to come. If you've been found guilty but haven't been sentenced, you can figure out what level security you're going to be sent to using the point system that they have in the federal system. So you can figure out roughly if you're going to be in a camp, a low, a medium or a high. Then when you're sentenced, you can often request the judge to send you to a certain prison. So, doing a little bit of research about that might be helpful if you know you're going to go in. It sounds really stupid, but, if you're an activist, organizing your own political support is helpful. Make book lists, make a list of things you like and things that you don't like that people can write you about. When you figure out what prison you're going to be sentenced to, you can start sending yourself things to that prison like a day or two before you get there, like money on your books. In Victorville, inmates made you show your paperwork to make sure you weren't a snitch or a child molester. So sending that stuff to yourself before you go in is really important, so you have that paperwork immediately, because if you take a long time to show that paperwork, they immediately assume you're hiding something. That was something I did that I think really helped out. And sort through your relationships. I think that's really important too. Whether that's a partner or your family or your close friends, just having an understanding of what you're hoping for out of those relationships I think is important. They're difficult conversations to have, but I think that peace of mind can make a big difference. Prison is a scary place. Being incarcerated is tough. It's often romanticized in political circles, doing time for your cause. But it's a very real and potentially volatile situation that shouldn't be taken lightly. And it's something you should really process and think about before you engage in your activism, and not when you're sitting in the back of a cop car. Have those big conversations with your friends and your comrades. Do real-world risk assessments. Don't be afraid to say no. But also don't be afraid to say yes. If we are going to change the world, we have to fight hard, dream big, and we are going to have to take risks. But those risks can be mitigated when we are better informed about all the potential outcomes. Be informed, be courageous, and keep fighting. 205 The Serenos and Norteños are Mexican-American gangs prevalent in Southern California and Northern California, respectively. The Norteños are affiliated with the Nuestra Familia while the Serenos are affiliates of the Mexican Mafia. 206 The Independent Skins, the Warhammer Skins, and the Dirty White Boys are white supremacist, violent gangs that are prevalent in U.S. prisons. 207 The Grape Street Crips are a subset of the Crips which are active in the Watts neighborhood of Los Angeles. 208 Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13, originated in Los Angeles in the 1970s and 1980s to protect immigrant populations from other local gangs. MS-13 is known to be quite violent and is prevalent in many U.S. prisons. The 18th Street Gang is a rival of MS-13 and is also based in Los Angeles and prominent in many U.S. prisons. 209. Bite Back is a magazine started in 2002 to give voice to activists who choose to break the law to help animals and to feed an animal rights movement hungry for news about nonviolent direct action. Marius Mason. Marius Mason is a transgender environmental and animal rights activist, anarchist, and artist currently serving a 22-year sentence for an action in the name of the Earth Liberation Front in which no one was harmed. In 1999, he set fire to a lab at the University of Michigan that was conducting research on genetically modified organisms. After Marius's husband turned state's evidence, Marius pleaded guilty and was given an extremely long sentence with a terrorism enhancement. Marius came out as transgender in 2014 and is believed to be the first person in the Federal Bureau of Prisons to begin therapy to transition from female to male. He and his supporters also initiated the annual International Day of Solidarity with Marius Mason and all long-term anarchist prisoners and June 11th. P. Risen life. Much as I long to be out of here, I don't believe a single day has been wasted. What will come of my time here, it is too early to say. But something is bound to come of it. Dietrich Bonhoeffer. 210. This quote showed up in a book that we were assigned to read for my trauma group, Resolve. While the conditions during the now almost 14 years in prison have not been anywhere near as dire as they were for Bonhoeffer or my own grandfather endured while they were imprisoned by the Nazis, there has been enough hardship that has made it more difficult to glean the lessons that incarceration can bring. Being put aside for so long has its own cruelties, even without the addition of starvation or torture that the victims of concentration camps surely suffered. While I have been away, a good friend committed suicide, and another died waiting for a kidney donation. My youngest child suffered and struggled with addiction and almost died and then heroically recovered and triumphantly graduated from college. I have missed sharing in my eldest child's graduation from Oxford and from attending his marriage. Most painfully, I was not able to be with my mother as she contracted cancer and succumbed to the illness in terrible pain. Not being with family and friends to be present for their pain and joy is its own kind of torture. But I still agree that my time has not been wasted here and that I've tried to embrace my opportunity to do support for my fellow prisoners to the best of my ability. Sometimes the support is very simple, just an application of the anarchist principle of mutual aid. Books, shoes, stamps, cough syrup, aspirin, hats, gloves, scarves, warm weather and cold weather clothes, as well as vegan food, whatever is needed and can be shared. It is an opportunity to talk about philosophy and how society could be organized on such different principles, which are always meaningful conversations filled with good humor and a minimum of moralizing. Sometimes just being a sympathetic elder, to listen and to empathize and counsel, is a timely support to someone who may have burned some bridges with their own parents. I try to share this walk with my fellow prisoners, since we are in the same circumstances now and have life experiences to share as well. As a recovering alcoholic, I have been glad to be in recovery groups with folks inside and to be there when they are having tough times. As a survivor of trauma, I have been proud to be a support to others who have also been through events that shaped and twisted them and to be present as they share their stories of trauma in order to heal. But, most of all, it has been my honor and my privilege to be a trans elder who can be an encourager and support to the many young trans folks and non-binary folks whom I have met in prison, to help them connect with resources and to give them the space to ask questions and to sound out how they want to navigate the issues around coming out in prison. It can be a very loaded question, as prison can be a very unstable and sometimes violent environment for non-conforming folks. For several trans folks I met, they had not made a decision to begin their transition before they began serving their sentences. Fortunately for them, the policy concerning trans medicine has been changing to become more accessible since I first came to the BOP in 2009. There was a landmark case in 2013 that made it possible for a trans person to pursue a medical transition in a federal prison, even if they had not been diagnosed with gender dysphoria and prescribed hormones before beginning their sentence. This change in policy made it possible for me to do what I had not thought possible until my sentence would end in 2030. Even so, it was still initially a long and frustrating process, full of fits and restarts, interviews, and questionnaires with psychology and medical staff. My own process took 2 years, but a trans woman friend of mine had begun her request almost 14 years earlier, and she was granted the right to transition only a few months before me. So definitely an improvement. The Transgender Policy Manual came out in 2016, and that helped to clarify a number of social and medical issues. It directed staff to use preferred pronouns and to change some of the policies about body searches, but there were definitely loopholes and misuse of the language. Things changed with the Trump administration, there was a discontinuity in care, and it became a lot harder for folks to begin the process. However, the fortunate ones who were already in transition were not prevented from continuing in most of the cases I was aware of. The Biden administration made efforts to reinstate the earlier policy and to expand some of the language protecting the social rights of trans inmates. And most recently, to explicitly talk about affirmation surgeries, which was what so many folks I knew were concerned about, though not everyone wants to transition in this way. The new policies have also reaffirmed prisoners' right to be designated to a facility of their chosen gender, though there are some hoops to jump through for that too. I have met many trans women prisoners who have found that being in a women's facility was much better for them psychologically and much safer physically, as they experienced less harassment by other prisoners and staff and were far less likely to be molested. Several of the trans women that I have met here at a male facility feel they must be very guarded about expressing their gender identity as a safety precaution. My experience of being designated to a male facility has been, overall, a huge opportunity to socially transition, and I feel like it has gone better than I had feared. I had certainly been told some really intimidating stories about what I could expect, and fortunately that has not been what I found here. There have been some awkward and shaming moments around strip searches and how they were conducted, around medical trips and some shower stalkers, but that has now ceased, and it feels like there is a better reception for me here with both staff and prisoners. I have also had to navigate religious issues concerning my gender as a practicing Jew. Fortunately, my congregation here, despite being predominantly Orthodox, has also been very inclusive and welcoming. I have been really grateful to these men. To be able to learn from them and to pray with them has been an unexpected blessing. I have also been able to continue with my vocational education as an HVAC tech. The first 4 months of this class, I was at the female prison at FSL Danbury, which is just across a parking lot from the men's facility, FCI Danbury. There have been several breaks in the class meeting because of the many COVID lockdowns we have experienced in the past 2 years. But the class continues, and I was able to move from the female class to the male C. Class here. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. The difference in what is available for the women and what is made available for the men is like night and day. This is not because of our instructor, who is a real advocate and champion for equality and access for all genders. I have been so appreciative and grateful for his inclusion of me in the men's class and how he has been really supportive and helpful at every step of this process. It is more the BOP that decides what resources are allocated and where. The BOP has given the men's class so many more teaching materials and space to do this class that it is hard for our instructor to try to create parity between THE classes. But it is really in this class setting that I am forced to confront the differences in my own background, having been raised as a woman, with that of my male counterparts. Here I notice the differences in acculturation in what skills are shared from generation to generation of men, as in tool use and apprenticing as machines are repaired and taken apart. I really feel the lack of experience. So I am always trying to play catch up and hoping to learn quickly. It has been a humbling experience, as I am also a small guy and no spring chicken. Oftentimes, I am trying to see a demonstration and can only see the backs and butts of the guys who crowd around in front and are wider and taller than I am, blocking any meaningful view. So, I resort to my diagrams and try to figure stuff out. Even so, the time here has helped me to work out how I relate to men as a man, both in my unit and on the compound generally. I feel like this place has taught me things I could have not learned anywhere else, and it has been great to be relating to others as my genuine self, as just me and no masks. I am encouraged that both trans and cis people that I have met have felt like they can ask any question they feel concerned with so that we can have honest conversations that might contribute to a better understanding between all genders on the continuum. And if COVID ever takes a break for long enough, there could be a transgender support group that will meet and help folks who identify as such to support each other and discuss issues as they come up. I have been able to preview the material developed by the Special Populations Coordinator here, who will be the staff person supporting this group, and the material seems helpful. The trans women I have met here all seem to think that it would be a good thing for them to be able to support each other and connect. I have not met any other trans men here, but maybe now that I have been able to make it here a year without any scandals, there might be others who will come. There was supposed to be a meeting about my medical request for affirmation surgery, in line with the new policy that the BOP has adopted for the transgender inmate population. But it may not be able to happen, as with the COVID lockdown and as a precaution for the safety of staff, there may not be a way for us to meet this September to mark my year of living in my gender at a male facility. We will see how this evolves, but they know here unequivocally that I am adamant in my desire to continue my transition medically and surgically, with both top and bottom surgery. I even had a conversation with a regional doctor who came here to help with our beleaguered medical department about specific surgeries and how they might be accomplished. So that was hopeful, but it has been a long road, and, as I said, I am not a spring chick. N anymore. Lukey. NG forward. It has been an interesting bid, and I have learned a lot about other people and about myself. There has been pain, and I have witnessed some terrible things that people do to each other when they are in pain. I have met some fascinating and worthy people and also a few jerks. It is all too easy to get lost in here, to drift in the waves of how things run in prison and to lose track of the world outside. But it has helped a lot to feel connected and a part of the community of resistance that links so many of us together through the outreach of some powerful individuals who make such a difference. Please know that your words matter. When you write a letter to a prisoner, you send a literal lifeline to someone who might drown otherwise. Thank you for sending that hope and strength through these teal bars. 210 Dietrich Bonhoeffer was a German theologian, pastor, and ardent anti-fascist during the Third Reich. He was imprisoned by the Gestapo after being convicted in a plot to assassinate Adolf Hitler, and he was hanged on April 9, 1945. Bill Dunn. Bill Dunn is an anarchist political prisoner who was sentenced to 90 years in 1979 for the attempted liberation of comrades from King County Jail in downtown Seattle. During the escape, a shootout occurred, and Bill and two of his comrades were arrested. In 1983, Bill tried to escape from USP Lewisburg and was sentenced to an additional 15 years. He spent 7.5 years imprisoned in the notorious control units at USP Marion and has been incarcerated at dozens of federal prisons and county jails. Bill was denied during his first parole hearing in 2014. He has been a GED teacher for the majority of his 4 decades of imprisonment, helping hundreds if not thousands of people complete their general educational development and tests. P. Risen life. I did not find it hard to adapt to prison routine, structure, or culture, either as a social prisoner or as a political prisoner. It was what it was. It beat the county jail, at least for people of sound mind and body and perhaps a modicum of social skills. As to culture, one learns how far one can push the limits one feels particularly oppressed by, which always entails the occasional mistake without being destructive to oneself, one's social infrastructure, and one's desire to expand the limits, which exist in every social situation. For example, I saw a lot of SWP around when I entered the California system. I wondered why I had not heard of so many comrades being imprisoned in my dalliance with the Socialist Workers' Party. I finally couldn't contain myself and said to one large, heavily tatted driver of big iron on the iron pile who sported a sizable SWP on a huge pectoral, "Hey comrade. Socialist Workers' Party." Well, I was quickly disabused of the notion that I was backstroking through a friendly sea of the people. 211. But even little worker bees like me and my comrades of circumstance, wild and crazy as we didn't feel like not being, could demand some respect, even from rhinoceri. There have been times in prison that have been better, even if I don't know that I could say that any one such period was the best time. Early in my bit, while I was incarcerated in the Washington State Penitentiary, also known as Walla Walla after the nearby town and the walls for the even nearer walls around the joint, many comrades shared my confinement and from many different fronts in the struggle. My co-defendant was already there and introduced me to many other political and radicalized social prisoners. Everyone was active in various ways: cultural pursuits, political publications, and even radio programs, interactive mutual aid, and engagement between proponents of different perspectives, and of course, resistance to our collective and individual oppression. The state permitted conjugal visits, and during this period my partner and I created a beautiful daughter, probably the most significant thing I'll ever do. But that era came to an end when the agency of repression decided our practice of the struggle was accomplishing too much and banished my co-defendant, a number of others, and me into internal exile in the federal prison system. Another such relatively better period was during my first stint at USP Leavenworth in Kansas, and for the same reasons, many good comrades, progressive activity, and the attendant feeling of place and connection and the ability to do something with them. Nor are such relatively better times necessarily periods of months or years. They may be fleeting and transitory, an evocative smell, playing a close game of handball or pinochle with friends, a good study group with comrades, a legal discussion with fellas who know of what they speak, being gone into a good book, article, letter, etc. I do not recall having lost hope while inside. Indeed, I can't really think of a situation in which I would be inclined to give up, giving up being more or less synonymous with having lost hope in my mind. When I feel violated, sick, in pain, unproductive, dissatisfied, alone, there are always ways to seek to alleviate the discomfort. Resistance and escape are always good tactics. If afflicted with a mental pain, I seek to address its cause. If it is something I cannot fix, I try to escape from the pain by distracting myself from it as the psycho-scar forms. The body can carry on with a lot of wear and even altered abilities, and so can the mind. I have lost people dear to me, both fellow prisoners and people outside. And it is not only via death. Every time a friend or comrade is transferred, a hole is blown in the body of one's life. The world we experience is conditioned by the people in it. The injury of losing any of those people may be physical, emotional, intellectual, psychological, and no such injury can be entirely one and none of the others. It may be traumatic, as deaths of close people always are. Or the loss is ameliorated by being more gradual, with declining contact because the relationship was built on things that don't convey well via writing or phone conversations, or because it is a slow loss as the relationship recedes because its participants lack the skills to maintain it. Sometimes the relationship is preserved as in amber into a hard little rock of consciousness, and the relationship may ebb and flow like the tide but will endure. Other relationships in which physical presence never played a role, of course, persevere. Mostly one just has to let the hole heal, to extend the tendrils that form one's social infrastructure in other directions so their dendrites can lace over the hole with a network of new connections. And our people always live in our minds and influence us through the lines of our mental programs they wrote, that is the afterlife. That is why we say Robin do, present, when we age. Wonder them. The quality of life in prisons has absolutely deteriorated, and markedly. After pushing 50 years of incarceration and sampling the many prisons I've been to, I can categorically say that in all respects, with the possible exception of cell size. When I began this bit, the food was generally relatively good, nutritious, and enough, even for bigger guys, medical and dental care were adequate, educational programs were many and diverse, and connection to the community via cultural and interest programs and broader visiting opportunities were promoted. Now the food is considerably worse, inadequate in palatability, nutrition, and quantity. Having to get by without being able to supplement from the commissary is a rough row to hoe and is used as a punishment despite rules prohibiting using food as a punishment. Medical and dental services have deteriorated to the point of being life-threatening. Prisoners' complaints about serious medical needs are blown off, ignored, or unreasonably delayed. Written. Sick call. Requests here are discarded. The warden claims this is according to BOP procedures but doesn't elaborate. In fact, destroying these records is to prevent the generation of records memorializing prison crats' deliberate indifference to prisoners' serious medical needs. Access to the administrative remedy system has become exceedingly difficult, and requests are frequently not answered or lost again, to avoid creating records of malfeasance. Undermining access to grievance procedures thusly makes staff members feel unaccountable and that they can get away with anything in their behavior toward prisoners and without doing their jobs properly. Or at all. Education is starved for resources. Pencils, paper, folders, and books are in short supply. Vocational programs are rare and very basic. Cops are too lazy to run the apprenticeship programs that are already approved. Verily, the Federal Bureau of Prisons is even failing to implement even the tiny Trump-era reforms in the First Step Act mandating educational programs to reduce prisoners' risk of recidivism and shorten their sentences. Marginally. Ventilation doesn't work in many cells. Clothing has deteriorated from military surplus with frequent underwear and linen exchanges to junky, mostly polyester. Uniform-made. Low quality. Uniforms and marginal underwear of similar provenance or industrial seconds or thirds. Recreation is artificially limited, especially if one has a job of which there are never enough to go around. In the name of security, prison officials have reduced and continue to reduce connection to the community by cutting visiting and making it more restrictive, attacking mail with ever more new and more onerous rules apparently toward banning physical mail, as is already done in some prisons. Events with outside groups, such as religious, entertainment, motivational, and other community groups, have virtually disappeared. I could continue, but books could undoubtedly be written on T.'s subject. The thing that has shocked me the most inside is the crazy sentences that are broadcast like confetti in the name of justice for minor 2. Non-offenses. Like drug crimes, mere possession of weapons, and illegal re-entry into the U.S. The increasing unwillingness of the legal system to do anything about these draconian sentences, verily, to not make them worse, is also shocking. This slide into reaction is not in the name of law and order, though that is the gloss put on reactionary attitudes toward crime the harshness represents. A large part of that attitude is scantily clad racism and classism. The idea of a correctional system has dissolved into a system to control poor and oppressed communities, not least by maintaining a huge Gulag archipelago should any organized movement for redistribution of the social wealth become threatening to the ruling class. When I came into the system, there were around 23,000 federal prisoners. That system would have had a hard time absorbing the Muslim men rounded up in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. By 2001, it could swallow such numbers with a burp. What I was prepared for the least was the business fascistification of the prison population itself. In the early 1970s to the late 1980s, while there were sundry sorts of white supremacists and capitalist roaders in the mix, there were many left-wing and leftist political prisoners and many social prisoners attracted to or already holding more communitarian ideas. This was likely the legacy of the prison reform movements of the late 1960s, early 1970s, and the fact that society generally held a more we the people attitude engendered by the New Deal and its progeny and had not been so heavily indoctrinated with individualistic and capitalistic notions. But I digress. Nowadays, leftists are few and far between. There are many more reactionaries, everything has a price, prisoners steal from each other, and collaboration with the enemy in various ways is not only okay but even commendable. Fox TV and its fascistic, condescending, mendacious commentators and editorial policy can frequently be seen on TVs stationed in the units as pacifiers and prisoners of all races. Wasi. Hang them. I try to avoid being self-congratulatory and prideful about constructive activities I undertake. I do them because they are correct things to do. I can do them, therefore I have an obligation to do them. One must struggle in whatever community one finds oneself in the ways of which one is capable. The revolution will not make itself. That said, I think I have done good work as a GED teacher and law library clerk for the last 25 years. All of my comrades in confinement are class brethren and a few sisterin who need to know how to read and write and cipher at least a bit, whether they know it or not. So I provide the service for both the class and the individuals here who comprise it. And I sit with prisoners on suicide watch during their times of diminished capacity, because I think they would prefer me to a cop. I also think that I've done some decent legal work that has at least slowed the roll of the empire over the remaining residue of rights we, the people, retain. And I have thrown down a bit of propaganda in my time that, I think, has preserved some knowledge that may otherwise have been lost, and passed on a few ideas worthy of cons. Iteration. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I have had conflicts with other prisoners and with staff. Fortunately, many more with the latter. With prisoners, I try to make it an issue between individuals rather than some matter of principle regarding whatever group with which that prisoner may be associated. With staff, I tend to do the opposite, point out that prisoners in my situation and the rank and file staff members have more in common with each other than with the executive staff. Of course, I can't make that argument with the executive staff, with whom most of my beefs have been. With prisoners, all of my conflicts have worked out well. With staff, not so much. Those have resulted in about 16 years of shoe time out of the last 42. Plus 15 years added to my sentence. Yes, unfortunately, racism does thrive inside prisons. I sit in the white section in the chow hall here because I am objectively white and cannot sit elsewhere without joining a gang or religion whose principles I cannot share. In Walla Walla, there was a no flesh eaters area in the chow hall where we got our food that was not segregated, and I sat there because I do not eat meat. I have been in places where white groups have claimed governance over white prisoners and authority to prescribe rules for whites. I make a point to tell members of such groups that I am an independent, that I didn't sign up for any group, and that, as a result, I had no shot caller and was not under anyone's authority. I make the same argument to friends and acquaintances who may feel pressured by behavioral prescriptions by gang members or other authoritarians. I try to promote the view that we are all the prisoners and the only relevant distinction is between us and them being the agents of repression who keep us all together. Plus, I find that the close quarters of prison and prisoners' very visible collective oppression make social and group distinctions difficult to maintain. We live and interact so closely that only the densest cannot see that asshole nature is an individual, not a group, characteristic and that fulfilling one's human needs requires that interaction. I spent 10 years in USP Marion when it was a lockdown joint. When I first went, the program was 23/7 lockdown. While I prefer the additional increment of freedom of a general population, I did not do bad time at USP Marion. The first time I went, I did 7 years. The process started when I got pinched in the vocational welding shop at USP Lompoc with a pair of exercise grips I had a fella in the machine shop make for me. My right hand had lost some strength and function from nerve damage done by a police bullet through my right arm. Hand strengthening. Exercise grips were banned at USP Lompoc, but they had previously been permitted, and existing ones had been grandfathered in. I didn't think it would be a big deal, but the fella in whose booth I got pinched had escaped from McNeil Island like 20 years earlier. The tower guard who shot at him 62 times and missed was then warden at USP Lompoc and had been waiting for a get back. For the talking to he undoubtedly got for his marksmanship, not to mention the laughing at. Hence, even though I took the beef, we were both found guilty of possession of escape paraphernalia by the institution disciplinary committee. We were both trundled off to USP Marion as a result. When I arrived at Marion, the program was 23/7 lockdown. By the time I last left, it was about 21.5/7 lockdown. After the TV wore out and talking to the fellas on either side and above or below also wore out, my world became my cell, ameliorated by brief conversations during tear time. But it was a cell full of doors. All I had to do was open the cover of a book and I could slip out. I did a lot of writing there too, occasional articles. The Marionette/Prison News Service. And a lot of letters. I also took about a dozen correspondence courses. I got most of my work out in the cell and finished up with a run and some pull UPS. Or other calisthenics on the tier, a little conversation, and then a shower. I learned something about the law, amongst other things, and developed some skill at filing administrative and court documents. I met some cool people and some knaves. And I remained more or less sane. Keeping myself occupied and entertained kept me from dwelling on the isolation and confinement. The consciousness that the only thing we truly control in life is the attitude with which we address our circumstances. Just spacing off into the woods some distance outside a dirty barrel and screened window from a closely circumscribed reality, an evocative sound or smell or sight might pull a transporting association unbidden from the recesses of my mind. But do I let it break me down in a sense of loss and self-pity? Or updraft me into a vision of future deeds presaged by that prompt? Do I greet the curmudgeon with a smile and a bright word or just keep on steppin'? Do I interpret an ambiguous comment cordially or defensively, happily or angrily? Is the glass half full? All of those choices are within my power, and the upside choices have always worked best for me. So the swine could never really get to me in a strategic sense tactically, sure, but never strategically. And, indeed, they taught me to AMU-SE myself. Marion style. Lockdown differed from the normal, mainline, general population in that it was a much less social place. Prisons are generally intensely social. In lockdown, however, one is thrown much more onto one's own devices. There are no jobs or programs or congregate activities with which to while away time that is not externally occupied. General population life is going to work, the chow hall, the yard, the school, the hobby shop, or just hanging out on the tier sharing a few TVs or the phone or email lines or tables, and games with others for whom there are not enough jobs or inclination to do them. Interactions over various things that are less important than the interaction itself, the human connection absorb below. Of time. If I could go back and do it again, I would be more disciplined about educating myself and seeking out those other prisoners with whom I could share learning in the spirit of mutual aid. Lots of people find a physical workout partner, but few seem able to maintain that within the razor wire. I would try all of those. Se harder. Looking. NG forward. Outside support is always important because it allows a fella to see which way the wind is blowing and try to trim the sails of the struggle to best advantage. Such support may also provide a modicum of protection. It gives prisoners a degree of visibility that makes them less prone to victimization by official skullduggery and even just neglect or deliberate indifference to prisoners' needs or circumstances. And, no, I have not always felt supported because my politics have not always been compatible with or popular in the quarters doing much of the supporting. But so it goes, the struggle ebbs and flows and eddies in unpredictable ways. Prisoner supporters should know, and I think they do for the most part, that political prisoners seek to be more involved in the struggle from which they have been isolated. They are generally not merely looking to pass the time but to contribute something more than they can inside and alone. Political prisoners generally would feel much more supported if the movement for the most equitable social reality were large and strong and thus capable of wringing concessions from the status quo, such as releases of comrades who are old and sick and no threat to anyone or anything to which they are not still a threat from inside. To be sure, outside supporters have been able to accomplish such victories, but more NED's doing. A stronger movement would also be better able to pry prisons open to programs for prisoners generally and to engage with the community toward reintegrating them now through such programs rather than isolating them into a divergent community of criminality. Such a movement would shine a sanitizing light of public scrutiny on atrocious conditions, such as inadequate medical and dental care, education, recreation, etc. A bigger, more dynamic movement would be more able to involve prisoners in their struggles. Riders of the revolutionary road must be able to involve people to the levels of their commitment and ability. And each one must teach one. And each one must wear many hats, even if they don't all fit well. And each one must stay on the road even when they must suffer the slings and arrows of the outrageously fortunate. All these and the other slogans can be better practiced within and by a more vibrant movement. And each one must practice mutual aid. And since prisoners are almost exclusively the class brethren/sisterin/themrin of the people on our side of the barricade, creating opportunities for them strengthens the movement and diminishes the legitimacy of the apparatus. Another support for prisoners would be confronting the prison industrial complex, not only rhetorically or generally but on a more granular level. The complex's denizens seek to cater to prison crats' desire to drive down the cost of incarceration by selling them substandard products prisoners must use. Well, those people and the prison crats themselves live in our communities too. Campaigns or mere events or encounters against exploitative businesses and the people behind them not only shine disinfecting light into the dirt done in dark concrete corners of the Gulag archipelago and the financing thereof, diminish the influence and attractiveness of the apparatus of repression. Managers, manufacturing workers, delivery people, warehouse workers, etc., don't want to be associated with feeding prisoners food marked not for human consumption and other abuses. And prison crats don't like to be called out for their perfidious practice, especially in public and by people against whom they can't easily retaliate. People on our side of the barricade need to develop both economic and political influence and not merely wallow in Doing so requires both individual and collective action, especially considering that the targeted entities will sometimes push back. I do think prisoners today are at least more or less united in opposition to the prison system. "Fuck the feds" is sported on more than a few tattoos. Some prisoners may pay lip service to programming and the notion that they are being rehabilitated in an effort to take advantage of the attendant opportunities and/or benefits, but the opposition is still there. I don't hear any prisoners extolling the virtues of state prison systems either, except comparatively, as in this one is better than that one, with few exceptions. What prisoners need is to overcome their factional divisions in order to act on that unity. They need to put aside the racism, regionalism, sexism, casteism. Perhaps the commonality of opposition to the agency of repression and its owners will help in that regard, will help people recognize that we have more in common than at odds and that we can accomplish things with that commonality we cannot with division. Perhaps that commonality with respect to prisons will show us that the contest is between oppressed and oppressors, and we all need to get all of the oppressors out of our game so we can build that unity against the prison industrial complex out across all the fronts of the struggle. That's how we can get the boot off all our necks. To people coming into prison today, I would say, don't waste your time. Just because you'd rather be doing something else doesn't mean there's nothing to do. Take what courses may be available on how to do things in the real world. We have to support ourselves and our movement's activities. Many prisons still have apprenticeship programs that allow people to fall out with a journeyman's certificate. Such skills allow people on our side to draw resources from the other side. Be supplied by the enemy. With that also comes access to the means of production and increased capacity to form collective living and working situations, not only to survive but to prefigure the institutions of the future society we will build. There are also certificate and other programs. Even if the institution offers only junky courses, they beat a blank and may serve as interest inventories that show people in which direction they can move most effectively. Even if one's confinement institution offers no worthwhile learning, there are places that help prisoners get books on various areas so prisoners can do their own studying. Book sources may also be able to connect prisoners with people knowledgeable in the subject. Plus, one does have an obligation to maintain the tools of the struggle. Learning to do new things or just understand them is working out for the mind. The mind will get soft and lazy and wear just like the body if it is not active. Plus, having all the information one may think he/she/they need in one's hand via phone is no substitute for knowledge in the head. What's out there in the ether can't cruise one's neural pathways and cross-fertilize. At 100 billion intersections in that mental highway system with innumerable bits and bytes also itinerant between Annie's ears. Be social. Don't hide who you are. You have not only a right to your identity but an obligation to represent it. Just don't be an asshole about it. There are plenty of shiny needles in the prison haystack. Among them there is a wide array of knowledge that isn't taught in any course. And there are always opportunities to sell the revolution car. Nor have connections ever hurt anyone. It is better to have friends in low places than no friends at all. One can't just put everyone sentenced to prison on criminal status and write them off as irrevocably damaged or flawed. No one thinks their action that brought them to prison was a crime at the time they did it. Most members of the criminal element didn't either. Some still don't and never will. The same act may be done from a position of principle or may be spawned by depravity. While some actions are inherently criminal, others depend on motivation. Hence, it is apparent that determining the knavery of someone whose actions resulted in prison is subjective. We thus might not like all of the positions or past practice of those with whom we struggle, but sometimes the best comrade is the one you have. Stay active. Get what recreation and education you can. Some of us are differently abled than others, but everyone has something they can do to build themselves into better physical and emotional health. Maintaining the tools of the struggle includes the most basic one, the meat machine and its operati. NG system. Remember that the only thing we absolutely control in life is the attitude with which we confront the conditions that confront us. A smile is always better than a sneer. The glass is always half full. The sun always shines after a storm. We will win. 211 The Socialist Workers' Party is a US-based communist party focused on solidarity work, which was formed in the 1930s after splitting with the Communist Party USA. In this instance, however, SWP refers to Supreme White Power, a slogan that originated in the California prison system. Oscar Lopez Rivera. Oscar Lopez Rivera is a Puerto Rican freedom fighter and community activist who was imprisoned for nearly 36 years due to sedition charges for his involvement in the Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña, a clandestine paramilitary organization fighting for Puerto Rican independence. Arrested in 1981, Lopez Rivera remained incarcerated in several of the highest level prisons in the country before his sentence was commuted in January 2017 by outgoing President Barack Obama. He published the book Between Torture and Resistance. P. Risen Life. I was in prison just short of 36 years. 35 years, 11 months, and 17 days. I was housed at various prisons, among them USP Leavenworth, UPS Marion, Florence ADX, and USP Terre Haute. I also spent a short amount of time at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in downtown Chicago awaiting trial. I was mentally prepared. I never felt that I would have to ask for support once I went to prison. I was always supported, never once did I arrive at a prison and not feel supported and respected. I made a deal with myself that I was going to come out of prison with energy intact and my mind clear. Basically, most of my happiest moments were when my family would come and visit me, when my friends would come and visit me. Mostly, when people would come and engage in conversation with me. I learned how to paint inside, I became a fairly good artist inside. Also, I did a lot of artwork for other things, and at the same time I was a teacher for inmates who did not speak English. The prison made it easy because they needed someone who could do artwork. It forced them to give me the kind of treatment I deserved to have, the amount of time that I needed, they gave to me. I lost many members of my family, and it was very difficult and very painful for me. Sometimes I found out days later about the conditions of my family, so it was always very painful and very difficult. At first I thought would get a little bit better, but when the prisons got privatized that changed a lot. Some of the inmates I knew who were fairly good people, once they put them out of the prisons they could not deal with the experience. Some of them went through very difficult experiences that no inmate should ever have to go through. I never thought that I was not prepared. I think that I told myself when I arrived at the first prison that I would walk out alive and stronger. I was told when I arrived at the first penitentiary that I would be dead by the time I finished my sentence. That did not happen. Politics and priso. And dynamics. One of the first real hard moments was when 22 prisoners who had been condemned to death were brought into the holding penitentiary that I was in. I knew some of these guys, and, when they came in, I knew they were going to be killed. I think that was one of the hardest experiences for me. I never had conflicts with inmates while in prison. On the contrary, I think that inmates were always very helpful to me. I cannot complain about any experience with inmates. We exercised, the yard, the educational part, which was all very, very important. There were a few hard moments with the staff, especially the ones who mistreated me. There was one moment when I was taken out of the cell and put in the hole, and then, when I returned, all my written materials were underwater, my photos were underwater, other materials were disappeared. When I asked the staff, they said the FBI must have done it. When I confronted the FBI, they said they had nothing to do with it. I never faced racial violence in prison. On the contrary, I had the opportunity always, whenever something was going to happen, that I could intervene and make sure that nothing would come up, but that the end result was a positive result. I think that I had enough experiences on the streets in Chicago to bring a difficult situation to a peaceful sea. Conclusion. I have done time with members of the Ohio 7, I have done time with Fernando González Lert of the Cuban 5, some of the Palestinians, with Sundiata Acoli and with Leonard Peltier, to name a few. 212. Those experiences were mutually beneficial. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is very important. I believe that all inmates should receive support from families and friends because this is what is needed most, that they feel they have access to the outside world, not just being in a cell feeling so miserable. As long as people from the outside go to them and help them, it is a very different environment. I did feel supported in prison. My family was there, my friends were there, people from throughout the world were there. I think that I was very fortunate to have been supported not only by Puerto Ricans but by people all over the world. This contributed to helping me feel that I was ready for the outside world. The outside world plays a crucial role if their goal is to make that person be more human instead of the opposite. I would definitely tell to be prepared mentally and physically and to take advantage of what is offered to them. I think that there are things that can be advantageous to the inmate who comes in with nothing, nothing at all. I think that the conditions are not that good. I think that there's this whole system of hatred toward inmates. The prison system itself has a responsibility to help a person be as human as possible. This way they can help their communities and be an asset when they come out. 212. The Cuban 5 were 5 Cuban intelligence officers: René González, Fernando González Lert, Antonio Guerrero, Gerardo Hernandez, and Ramón Labanino, who were convicted of espionage and held in U.S. prisons from 1998 until their eventual releases in 2013 and 2014. Afterward. Support political prisoners. As was said so often in the pages you just read, it is vital that we support the political prisoners of our liberation movements. Providing support builds bridges across and through prison bars, giving those locked inside a connection to the outside world. Your support matters. Get involved. Write to a political prisoner. A simple letter provides a needed escape. Visit them in prison. Ask what a political prisoner needs and do what you can to help them. Offer them support. Visit the NYC Anarchist Black Cross website and learn more about those currently imprisoned for political reasons. Buy a certain day's Freedom for Political Prisoners calendar. Visit your local books through Bars Group and send books to those incarcerated. Join your nearest anarchist Black Cross group. Visit rattlingthekage.com to learn more. Glossary. Below is a list of groups, organizations, people, and publications mentioned in these pages. Following that is a list of prison terminology and a list of all prisons, jails, and other carceral facilities mentioned in this book. Groups and organizations. The American Indian Movement was founded in Minnesota in 1968 to address police brutality, poverty, and violence and discrimination against Native communities. They organized for treaty rights, self-determination, and the reclamation of tribal land. AIM activists organized and advocated on behalf of indigenous communities and led provocative marches and occupations in the early 1970s. The group met fierce resistance from local and federal law enforcement agencies and COINTELPRO operations. Dennis Banks, Russell Means, and Leonard Peltier are organizers connected to AIM who are mentioned herein. See more about Peltier below. The Anarchist Black Cross is an anarchist political prisoner support federation dating back to Russia in the early 20th century and popularized in Europe in the late 1960s. ABC chapters began to appear in the U.S. in the mid-1980s, providing support to political prisoners from the liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s. Find an ABC chapter or start one near you. The Animal Liberation Front is an international direct action movement that operates clandestinely in support of animal liberation and against animal cruelty. In the early 2000s, numerous people were arrested and imprisoned for actions done in the name of the ALF and the ELF, a time often referred to as the Green Scare. Jake Conroy and Andy Stepanian are former political prisoners connected to the ALF who are mentioned herein. Anonymous is a decentralized hacktivist collective that started in the early 2000s and has targeted corporations, governments, institutions, and individuals for their lack of transparency and their criminal and immoral conduct. Jeremy Hammond is a former political prisoner connected to Anonymous who is mentioned herein. The Aryan Brotherhood is a neo-Nazi prison gang known to be violent and white supremacist in their actions. The AB has members inside and outside of prisons across the United States. The Black Guerrilla Family is a black prison-based organization started by imprisoned intellectual George Jackson in 1966 in San Quentin Prison in California. The BGF remains fairly prominent in prisons as of 2023, though it is much less political than when initially founded. The Black Liberation Army was an underground revolutionary black nationalist organization in the 1970s and 1980s that fought back against the institutional racism and violence of the U.S. government. The BLA was both feared and pursued by law enforcement agencies across the country. Jihad Abdulmuhammad, Sundiata Akalai, Ashanti Alston, Kawasi Balagoon, Herman Bell, Jojo Bowen, Robert Seth Hayes, Teddy Yahith, Maliki Shakur Latin, Jalil Muntakim, Sikau Odinga, Geronimo Pratt, Kojo Bomani Sababu, Asada Shakur, Russell Maroon Schultz, and Albert Na Washington are current or former political prisoners connected to the BLA mentioned herein. See more about Abdulmuhammad, Akalai, Balagoon, Odinga, and Shakur below. The Black Panther Party was a militant vanguard organization formed in 1966 to protect and advance black lives. They engaged in self-defense tactics, initiated community survival programs pending revolution, and were met with constant attack by local and federal law enforcement agencies and COINTELPRO operations. BPP chapters were prevalent around the world in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Mumia Abu Jamal, Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, Veronza Bowers, Jr., Elaine Brown, Eddie Conway, Eddie Ellis, Fred Hampton, Bobby Hutton, George Jackson, Huey P. Newton, Ed Poindexter, and Bobby Seale are former members of the BPP mentioned herein. See more about Abu Jamal, Jackson, and Newton below. The Bloods and the Crips were formed in Los Angeles, California, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as youth community organizations turned street gangs. Members of both continue to be targeted for imprisonment. Books Through Bars are informal groups that send free books and information to incarcerated people. Find a BTB group or start a Books to Prisoners group near you. See the afterword. The Catholic Worker Movement was started by Dorothy Day and Peter Morin in 1933 as autonomous groups of nonviolent adherents around the world living in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ and participating in civil disobedience to bear witness to state violence. Martha Hennessy and Elizabeth McAllister are Catholic workers and former political prisoners who are mentioned herein. The Plowshares movement includes both individuals and philosophies from the Catholic Worker Movement. COINTELPRO was an illegal and top-secret government counterintelligence program that was most prominently orchestrated by the FBI from the 1950s through the 1970s to discredit, neutralize, and eliminate subversive individuals and organizations. Numerous activists and organizers were discredited, imprisoned, or killed as a result of COINTELPRO operations. The Crips Bloods. Critical Resistance was founded in 1997 and has worked ever since to eliminate the prison industrial complex, seeking to build an international movement to end the PIC by challenging the belief that caging and controlling people makes us safe. Critical Resistance is a national grassroots organization that has chapters across the United States. Direct Action was an underground group of 5 anarchists in Canada during the early 1980s. Once arrested for their bombings and other actions, the Squamish Five served various prison sentences. Ann Hansen is a former political prisoner connected to Direct Action who is mentioned herein. The Earth Liberation Front is an international direct action movement that operates clandestinely in support of the Earth and against the exploitation and destruction of the environment. Daniel McGowan, Bill Rogers, and Rebecca Rubin are former political prisoners connected to the ELF who are mentioned herein. The Front de Libération du Québec was a militant Québécois independence group that carried out several actions throughout the 1960s and into 1970. The Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña was a clandestine paramilitary organization that fought for Puerto Rican independence in the United States from 1974 until 1983, when the majority of its members were imprisoned. Independentistas was a term used to describe Puerto Rican independence fighters. 16 FALN members were imprisoned in the early 1980s, and 14 received clemency from outgoing President Bill Clinton in 1999. Oscar Lopez Rivera was the last FALN member released from prison after a commutation from outgoing President Barack Obama in 2017. Adolfo Matos, Dulcia Pagan, Carmen Valentin Perez, Oscar Lopez Rivera, Alicia Rodriguez, Lucy Rodriguez, Luis Rosa, Alejandrina Torres, and Haiti Torres are former political prisoners connected to the FALN who are mentioned herein. The George Jackson Brigade was a guerrilla underground organization based in the Pacific Northwest in the mid to late 1970s. Members were racially and sexually diverse and carried out symbolic bombings in solidarity with national and international liberation struggles. The group was named after George Jackson. Janine Bertram, Bo Brown, Mark Cook, Therese Coupes, and Ed Mead are former members of the GJB who are mentioned herein. The Hells Angels Motorcycle Club is a nationwide outlaw motorcycle organization founded in 1948. Known to be involved in organized crime, the Hells Angels are often violent and racist in their actions. The Incarcerated Workers Organizing Committee is a prison-led section of the Industrial Workers of the World that works to abolish prison slavery and fights to end the exploitation of incarcerated workers. The Irish Republican Army was an Irish paramilitary organization that fought for a united Ireland. Their battles with the British state were most intense in the 1970s and 1980s, a period commonly referred to as the Troubles. Joe Doherty was a political prisoner connected to the IRA who is mentioned herein. The Jericho movement was founded in 1998 to raise awareness and seek the freedom of us held political prisoners. Its founding followed a national march on the White House in spring 1998, called by political prisoner Jalil Muntaqim. The Ku Klux Klan is one of the oldest and most notorious white supremacist groups in the United States. Members of the KKK are prominent in the prison system among white prisoners and guards alike. Los Macheros, or the Boricua Popular Army, was a clandestine paramilitary organization based in Puerto Rico that struggled to achieve freedom for the island's people. Filiberto Ojeda Rios is a former political prisoner and founder of Los Macheros who is mentioned herein. May 19 Communist Organization was a revolutionary anti-imperialist organization dedicated to acting in solidarity with and following the leadership of national liberation movements inside the borders of the United States and around the world. The name refers to the birthdays of Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh and the date of the death of José Martí. May 19 worked with Black, New African, Puerto Rican, Mexicano/Chicano, South African, Palestinian, and other groups fighting to free the land and for independence and socialism, and analyzed the United States as being a white, settler colonialist state. The group organized white people to join in anti-imperialist solidarity in a number of projects, including the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee, and in support of political prisoners. The MOVE organization was founded in Philadelphia by John Africa in 1972 as a spiritual, back-to-nature group with a revolutionary ideology. MOVE faced police abuse from the start, and 9 of its members spent decades imprisoned as political prisoners before 7 of them gained their freedom. 2 MOVE members Merle and Phil Africa died while in prison. The New African Black Panther Party was founded in Virginia prisons around 2005, with Kevin Rashid Johnson and Shaka Zulu as its founding members. The group was active in the 2016 U.S. prison strike. Johnson split from the original NAB in 2020. Kevin Rashid Johnson is a politicized prisoner connected to the NAB who is mentioned herein. The Plowshares movement consists of Christian pacifists who protest against nuclear weapons and war. The name refers to the prophet Isaiah, who said that swords shall be beaten into plowshares, and adherents are influenced by the Catholic worker movement. Many Plowshares activists are jailed for their civil disobedience. Jackie Allen, Claire Grady, Sister Ann Montgomery, Kathleen Rumpf, and Suzanne Schmidt are former political prisoners and Plowshares activists who are mentioned herein. The Prairie Fire Organizing Committee was a revolutionary anti-imperialist organization active from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s. They were an above-ground affiliate of the Weather Underground organization, and their name comes from the 1974 WUO Manifesto Prairie Fire. The PFOC focused primarily on international solidarity with people's movements in Nicaragua and El Salvador and support of the Puerto Rican Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña. The Puerto Rican independence movement consists of Puerto Ricans and their supporters who struggle to realize a free and autonomous Puerto Rican homeland. Oscar Collazo, Andrés Figueroa Cordero, Lolita Lebrón, Rafael Cancel Miranda, and Irvin Flores Rodriguez are former Puerto Rican political prisoners who are mentioned herein. The Red Army faction was a West German underground and anti-imperialist organization active from the early 1970s through the late 1990s. The majority of the founding members died tragically while in police custody. Release Aging People in Prison is a New York-based advocacy and education organization created and led by formerly incarcerated people that works to free incarcerated elders. RAP was founded by two former political prisoners, Kathy Boudin and Laura Whitehorn, and Mujahid Fareed, a former jailhouse lawyer and co-founder of the Prisoner Education Project on AIDS with David Gilbert and Papo Nieves. The Republic of New Africa was a black nationalist organization founded in 1968 in part based on the teachings of Malcolm X. The RNA has had many prominent members and seeks to establish a black majority country in what are now the 5 southern states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. Dr. Mutulu Shakur is a former political prisoner connected to the RNA who is mentioned herein. See more about Shakur below. The Revolutionary Army was a militant Bay Area underground group founded in the early 1970s by Willy Brandt, Wendy Yoshimura, and others. They planted bombs and planned other actions to protest the Vietnam War, and members sometimes worked in solidarity with the SLA. Running Down the Walls is a 5K non-competitive run/jog/walk/roll held annually since 1999 to raise awareness and funds for political prisoners currently held in North American prisons. Outside participants run/jog/walk/roll in solidarity with those participating behind the bars. It is orchestrated by the anarchist Black Cross. Find one or start one near you. Students for a Democratic Society was a predominantly white student activist organization that rose rapidly in membership between 1960 and 1969 before splintering. SDS advocated New Left ideas, an end to the Vietnam War and U.S. imperialism, black power, and the adoption of participatory democracy on the home front. The Symbionese Liberation Army was an underground paramilitary organization founded by an escaped black prisoner, Donald DeFries, and white co-conspirators in the Bay Area in the early 1970s. Their most widely publicized action was the kidnapping of media heiress Patty Hearst. The majority of the original members were murdered by the Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI in a massive attack in Los Angeles in 1974. Bill Harris, Emily Harris, James Kilgore, Russ Little, and Joe Remiro are former political prisoners connected to the SLA who are mentioned herein. The United Freedom Front was a group of working-class revolutionaries who engaged in armed struggle against U.S. imperialism in solidarity with freedom struggles in South Africa, Palestine, and throughout Central America in the 1980s. Actions done by some of these same people during the 1970s were done in the name of the Sam Melville, Jonathan Jackson Unit. Sam Melville was a political prisoner who was murdered in the aftermath of the September 1971 Attica uprising. Jonathan Jackson was murdered in an attempted kidnapping at the Marin County Courthouse in August 1970 in an attempt to free his brother, politicized prisoner George Jackson. John Lahman, Ray Luke Levasseur, Tom Manning, and Richard Williams are former political prisoners connected to the UF who are mentioned herein. Vence Ramos was a revolutionary organization active in the Bay Area in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Members were primarily Chicano and advocated armed self-defense, community education, and prison reform, among other things. Bob Seabach was a Vence Ramos member who received a life sentence after being convicted of a 1972 murder of a prison guard. The Vence Ramos Brigades are an international solidarity effort first orchestrated between SDS and the Cuban government in 1969. Volunteers labor alongside Cuban workers as an act of solidarity to combat U.S. embargoes. The Victory Gardens Project was formed between political prisoner Herman Bell and outside supporters in rural Maine as a mutual aid project of growing and distributing organically grown produce in oppressed communities and providing political prisoner education. Water protectors are activists and organizers who defend the Earth's water and respect all that it enables. This movement blossomed at Standing Rock in 2016 when indigenous communities and activists from around the world gathered to protest construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. Rattler and Jessica Resnicek are current or former political prisoners connected to the movement of water protectors who are mentioned herein. The Weather Underground Organization, an offshoot of SDS, was a militant clandestine organization that carried out bombings of corporate and government targets throughout the 1970s in solidarity with Third World communities inside and outside of the United States. Whistleblowers are individuals who expose the corrupt or malicious internal actions of a public or private organization, government, or entity, leaking information thought to be pertinent to the general public. Daniel Hale and Chelsea Manning are current or former political prisoners that engaged in whistleblowing who are mentioned herein. The Young Lords were a Puerto Rican independence party prominent in New York City and Chicago in the late 1960s and early 1970s that sought Puerto Rican self-determination and an end to U.S. occupation of the island. They engaged in daring offensives and takeovers to highlight the oppression that Puerto Ricans and other oppressed communities continue to face. The Zapatista Army of National Liberation is an indigenous paramilitary organization based in Chiapas, Mexico, that opposes globalization, capitalism, and neoliberalism. The Zapatistas released their first public communique on January 1, 1994, the same day that the North American Free Trade Agreement came into effect. Oso Blanco is a current political prisoner who helped support the EZLN and is mentioned herein. People. Jihad Abdulmuhammad spent 23 years in prison as a political prisoner for his involvement with the Black Liberation Army. Since his release from prison, Abdulmuhammad has served as chairperson of the National Jericho Movement. Mumia Abu Jamal is a journalist, author, and former member of the Black Panther Party who has been imprisoned since 1981. His death sentence was overturned in 2001, but supporters have been advocating for his release from prison ever since. As of 2023, Mumia remains in prison. He has written numerous books and essays while confined to his cell. Sundiata Acoli is a former member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army, and a former New York Panther 21 defendant, who was a political prisoner from 1973 until he was paroled in 2022 after 49 years at the age of 85. He was a co-defendant of Assata Shakur. Kawesi Balagoon was an anarchist and lifelong activist who was involved with the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. He was a defendant in the infamous New York Panther 21 case. He escaped from confinement numerous times, and he was imprisoned from 1981 until his death of pneumocystis pneumonia, an AIDS-related illness, in 1986 at age 39. There is a collection of his writings called Soldier's Story, Revolutionary Writings by a New African Anarchist. Silvia Beraldini is an Italian activist who supported Black liberation and Puerto Rican independence and was imprisoned in the United States in 1982 for grand jury resistance and aiding in the prison escape of Assata Shakur. After being transferred to Italy in 1999, Beraldini was released from prison in 2006. The Cuban Five were Cuban intelligence officers René González, Fernando González Lert, Antonio Guerrero, Gerardo Hernandez, and Ramon Labanino, who were convicted of espionage and held in U.S. prisons from 1998 until their eventual releases in 2013 and 2014. The Holy Land Foundation Five are former leaders of a Dallas-based Muslim charity who were unjustly convicted in 2009 of funneling millions of dollars to Palestinian militants. They are Mufid Abdul Qadir, Shukri Abu Bakr, Ghassan Elashi, Mohammed El Mezin, and Abdul Rahman Ode. The five were given sentences of between 15 to 65 years in prison. George Jackson was serving a sentence of 1 year to life in California state prisons when he joined the Black Panther Party and co-founded the Black Guerrilla Family in the late 1960s. He wrote 2 highly publicized books while incarcerated: Soledad Brother, The Prison Letters of George Jackson, and Blood in My Eye, and garnered international support prior to being killed by guards in a supposed escape attempt in 1971. Huey P. Newton was a black revolutionary and writer who co-founded the Black Panther Party in 1966. He spent time in and out of jail due to his politics, and he was a target of the FBI's COINTELPRO. Newton was murdered in Oakland in 1989 by a member of the Black Guerrilla Family. Sekou Odinga was formerly a member of Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, the Black Panther Party, and the Black Liberation Army, and spent 33 years as a political prisoner. He was released from prison in 2014. Leonard Peltier is a Native American activist who has been wrongly imprisoned since 1977 for his involvement in a shootout with FBI agents on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. He is a member of the American Indian Movement, and he remains imprisoned as of 2023. He wrote the book Prison Writings, My Life is My Sun Dance. The resistance conspiracy case started in 1985 when 7 anti-imperialist activists were charged with bombing military and corporate targets in the United States throughout the early 1980s. Those charged were Alan Berkman, Timothy Blunk, Marilyn Buck, Elizabeth Duke, Linda Evans, Susan Rosenberg, and Laura Whitehorn. 6 of the 7 did various amounts of time in prison, most of the time in solitary confinement, though all are out of prison now. Marilyn Buck died in 2010, weeks after being granted medical release. The San Francisco 8 were former members of the Black Panther Party who were arrested in 2007 in connection with the 1971 murder of a San Francisco police officer. Herman Bell pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter and Jalil Muntakim pled no contest to conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter, though all 8 of the defendants suffered tortuous conditions during their confinement. Assata Shakur is a former member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army who was imprisoned from 1973 until 1979, when she escaped from prison, and was later given political asylum in Cuba. She wrote the book Assata, an autobiography. Dr. Mutulu Shakur has been active in the struggle for black liberation his entire adult life and has been imprisoned since 1986. He was involved with the Republic of New Africa and also practiced acupuncture to provide healing to oppressed communities. Denied parole 10 times, Shakur was finally released in 2022 after being given just months to live due to late-stage cancer. Shakur died in July 2023, a free man. Free the land. Russell Maroon Shoatz spent 49 years in prison for his involvement with the Black liberation struggle before gaining his freedom in 2021. 22 of those years were spent in solitary confinement. Maroon died of cancer less than 2 months after his release, after suffering years of medical neglect in prison. His collected writings were published as Maroon the Implacable. Publications. For Struggle Make was a joint project between anti-imperialist political prisoner John Lawman and organizers with the Montreal and Toronto anarchist Black Cross, publishing writings by political prisoners, prisoners of war, social prisoners, and their friends and families. Bite Back is a magazine started in 2002 to give voice to activists who choose to break the law to help animals and to feed an animal rights movement hungry for news about nonviolent direct action. California Prison Focus is the newspaper of a grassroots organization with the same name that works to abolish the California prison system in its present condition, with a focus on ending long-term solitary confinement. The Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners Calendar Collective was formed in 2001 and creates the annual Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners calendar to raise awareness and funds for North American political prisoners. Certain Days was originally co-founded by New York State political prisoners Herman Bell, David Gilbert, and Robert Seth Hayes, and their outside supporters. The three founding members were all released from prison as of 2021, though Enoch Lee, a current Inside Collective member, remains imprisoned as of 2023. Fire Ant is a publication focused on spreading the words of anarchist prisoners, generating material solidarity for them, and fostering communication between anarchists on both sides of the walls. Fire Ant Collective members included here are Michael Kimball, Eric King, Marius Mason, Jennifer Rose, and Sean Swain. Hard Crackers is an online and print publication that is guided by the principle that in ordinary people there resides the capacity to escape from the mess we are in, and it is committed to documenting and examining their strivings to do so. Love and Rage began in 1989 as an anarchist newspaper and became a network of local collectives of anarchists and anti-authoritarians in the early 1990s. Prison Legal News is a monthly periodical that has been reporting on criminal justice issues and prison litigation since its founding in 1990. Founded by Ed Mead and others, PLN is the longest-running newspaper produced by and for current and former prisoners in the U.S. Prison News Service, a bulldozer publication / The Marionette was a prominent prisoner-led abolitionist paper during the 1980s and 1990s. The Marionette was edited solely by Bill Dunn from prison. Wildfire was a newsletter focusing on solidarity with U.S. anarchist prisoners, support for prison rebellion, and anti-authoritarian struggle against prison. Glossary of prisons and prison terminology. Generally speaking, jails are short-term local facilities that incarcerate those recently arrested, those awaiting trial or sentencing, or those with relatively short sentences. In the Federal Bureau of Prisons, jails are commonly called detention centers. Compounds are also facilities known to hold incarcerated individuals for short-term periods of time. Prisons, on the other hand, are state or federally managed facilities that imprison those who have been convicted, with separate prisons for different security levels. In addition to these separate and often distinct federal, state, and local carceral systems, there is also a vast private, for-profit prison system that operates and maintains jails, prisons, and other facilities across the United States through contracts with local, state, and federal government agencies. Prison terminology. ADX, commonly called Florence Ad Max, or ADX Florence, refers to United States Penitentiary, Administrative Maximum, a super maximum security male facility in Florence, Colorado. Opened in 1994, this supermax prison houses a few hundred people in constant control unit confinement with extremely limited communications with the outside world. A bit or bid refers to an inmate's sentence, as in doing a bit. A car is the group or clique that one rolls with and allies oneself with. This is generally based on race, geography, or political affiliation. Communication management units are specially designated control units established at USP Marion and FCI Terre Haute. Restrictions are more severe in these units than in regular solitary confinement facilities. The USP Marion CMU was in operation from 1983 to 2006, the Terre Haute CMU opened in 2006. Control units are long-term administrative solitary confinement facilities, either wings within prisons or entire prison facilities, like USP Marion, since reclassified as a medium security prison, or Florence Ad Max. A cop-out is the filing of an inmate request to staff form. Correctional officers is another name for a prison or jail guard or staff member paid to maintain control over those imprisoned at a given facility. Double cell housing refers to two prisoners being held in a cell meant for one. This is often done because of overcrowding, but also for punishment or to incite conflict. The FBI Gang Unit, also known as the Violent Gang Task Force, pursues violent gangs through sustained, proactive, coordinated investigations to obtain prosecutions on violations such as racketeering, drug conspiracy, and firearms violations, according to the FBI website. It is known to engage in extreme violence, both inside and outside of prisons. General Population, GenPop, or GP, sometimes called the main line, describes where the majority of prisoners are housed, as opposed to segregated housing or solitary confinement. K2, or spice, is a synthetic marijuana with effects that can be more unpredictable and dangerous than cannabis. The prevalence of K2 in prisons has increased, leading to increased scrutiny, mail restrictions, and conflict. A kite is a message or note that is secretly passed between prisoners or between prisoners and guards. Residential Drug Abuse Program is a Federal Bureau of Prisons approved program of therapy related to substance abuse. Reduced sentences are often offered to incentivize prisoners to participate in RDAP. Sensitive Needs Yard is a California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation designation, codified in 2022, for incarcerated people who have safety concerns regarding living on a general population yard. A shot is a written documentation of an infraction or a physical altercation given to a co. This is referred to as being written up, and multiple shots can impact someone's record while incarcerated. Solitary confinement, variously called administrative segregation, the hole, the box, secure housing units, administrative segregation units, intensive management units, security threat group management units, special management units, etc. implies that a prisoner is held in a single cell, often for 23 to 24 hours per day, with no contact with anyone else. A special investigative supervisor works in the Bureau of Prisons to investigate alleged criminal matters and present them to the warden for referral to outside agencies for prosecution. Unicor, or Federal Prison Industries Incorporated, was established in 1934 as a prison labor program for those incarcerated within the Federal Bureau of Prisons. List of prisons, jails, and other detention facilities mentioned in this volume. These are just a few of the carceral institutions in the United States. According to the Prison Policy Initiative, in 2023 there were 1,566 state prisons, 98 federal prisons, 3,116 local jails, 1,323 juvenile correctional facilities, 181 immigration detention facilities, and numerous other facilities meant to hold people against their will.